Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku was secretly a descendant of a powerful ancient sorcerer. This is movie. And for more, comment down your thoughts and like, share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. The first time Izuku Midoriya learned that the world could decide what you were, before you ever got a say, was in a small clinic that smelled like disinfectant and cheap tea. He didn't remember the words. Not perfectly. But he remembered his mother's hands. Inko Midoriya had held his fingers so tightly his knuckles turned pale, like she could squeeze a miracle out of his bones. Izuku had been 4. His feet barely reached the edge of the exam chair. His legs swung nervously, tapping the metal frame. Ting, 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 a tiny rhythm that tried to pretend he wasn't scared. Across the desk, the doctor adjusted his glasses. A thin man. Neat hair. A smile that didn't reach his eyes. Dr. Garaki. Now, Midoriya-kun, the doctor said gently, do you know why you're here today? Izuku nodded fast. Too fast. Like if he nodded hard enough, it would become true. My quirk. He blurted. Everyone gets it soon, right? Kachan got his. And you got hers, and she made her toy float and Inko's grip tightened. She smiled nervously at the doctor. He's been very patient, she said. Voice soft. He's just excited. Garaki's gaze flicked to Inko, then back to Izuku. His smile stayed in place like a mask. Of course, he said. Let's take a look. The machine whirred to life. Izuku lay back as the scanner moved over his body. The screen showed shifting colors, numbers, graphs that meant nothing to him. But the doctor stopped breathing. Not dramatically. Not like a movie. Just a pause. A hesitation that lasted a fraction too long. Garaki's fingers hovered over the keyboard. He typed something. The screen changed. Then changed again. And again. His eyes narrowed like he was staring at a hole in reality. Because that was what it looked like. To Garaki, the quirk factor wasn't simply absent. It was wrong. A normal child's biology had a certain shape to it, patterns of potential, dormant structures, genetic markers that either awakened or did not. Even quirkless people had a baseline. A quiet, ordinary configuration. Izuku's was a void. Not empty. Not missing. A void, an absence so complete it was like the world had carved out space where something should have been, and then reinforced that emptiness with iron laws. Garaki had seen anomalies before. He'd spent decades collecting them. But this looked like a restriction. A binding. A seal. His stomach tightened, and for the first time in a long time, drive. Garaki felt something close to fear. Not fear of a child. Fear of what the child represented. He leaned closer to the screen, his glasses catching the light. He adjusted a few settings, forcing deeper readings. The machine gave a soft warning beep, as if complaining about being asked to measure something it wasn't designed to understand. A secondary overlay appeared, an unusual energy signature, so faint a normal doctor would miss it. But Garaki didn't miss anything. It wasn't a quirk. It wasn't electricity or heat or magnetism. It felt old. Like dust in an attic no one opened for 100 years. Ika prayer whispered in a language that didn't belong in modern lungs. Garaki's hand moved without thinking, tracing a symbol on the desk with his fingertip, an old habit, an old superstition. A shape he'd seen once in a forgotten archive. In a file labeled sealed bloodlines. A shape that matched the faintest pattern appearing in Izuku's spiritual readings. Garaki swallowed. Then he did something that had kept him alive around monsters for a long time. He lied. He turned away from the screen, reset his expression, and smiled warmly at Inko Midoriya. Inko-san, he said, voice calm, reassuring. It seems your son, he paused just long enough for the words to hurt, was born without a quirk. Inko blinked. Without. Garaki nodded with practiced sadness. I'm sorry. It happens sometimes. About 20% of the population. It's no one's fault. Izuku felt the room tilt. His mouth opened. No sound came out. His brain tried to catch the words like they were falling glass. Quirkless. No quirk. Not like Kachan. Not like everyone. Inko's eyes welled instantly, tears gathering as if her body had memorized this pain. Izuku, she whispered, voice breaking. I'm so sorry. Izuku stared at the doctor. But the bone thing, he said, small voice shaking. The extra joint in the toe, that's how you know, right? But what if it's just late? Garaki's gaze flicked to the boy, and for a second, something sharp flashed behind his eyes. Not cruelty. Calculation. I'm afraid not, he said gently. It's better to accept it early. That way he can adjust. Inko bowed repeatedly, apologizing to no one, clutching Izuku close like she could protect him from the universe's decision. Garaki watched them, his smile still in place. And beneath the desk, his fingers tapped a small button. A hidden recorder. A private log. A note that would never enter official medical records. Subject: Midoriya Izuku. Quirk factor: void, anomaly. Spiritual signature: sealed bloodline pattern detected. Recommendation: do not report. Remove from standard monitoring. Because there was one thing Garaki knew with absolute certainty. If All for One learned a child existed with an empty vessel reinforced by a seal. A vessel that might hold something ancient, something outside quirk logic. Then the boy wouldn't live long enough to cry about being quirkless. He would be harvested. And Garaki wasn't ready to present this specimen to his master. Not yet. Not until he understood what the seal was hiding. Not until he figured out how to crack it. So he dismissed them kindly, offered tissues, spoke of support and future options. And as Inko carried Izuku out of the clinic, the boy's eyes stared forward, glassy and stunned. Garaki waited until the door shut. Then his smile vanished. He leaned back in his chair. The room suddenly colder. Old power, he murmured, barely audible. And somewhere deep inside his mind, a second voice, his truer voice, whispered back. This child is not empty. This child is contained. Years passed the way they always did, too fast when you wanted them slow, too slow when you wanted them gone. Izuku grew up in a world of bright quirks and louder dreams. He learned to smile when he was called Deku. He learned to pretend it didn't sting. He learned to talk about heroes in a way that didn't sound like begging. And he learned, quietly, privately, that there were moments when reality felt thin around him. Sometimes he'd walk past an alley and feel a cold itch crawl up his neck, like someone was watching him from behind a curtain. Sometimes he'd hear a faint whisper right before he fell asleep, words he couldn't understand, spoken in a voice that sounded like it came from inside the walls. Once, when he was 8, he woke up with a strange symbol drawn into the condensation on his bedroom window. A circle, a line, a spiral like a coiled thread. When he blinked, it was gone. Inko said it must have been his imagination. Izuku agreed, because what else could he do? But the feeling remained, like there was something in him that wasn't awake. Not a quirk, something older, something watching. By the time he was 14, Izuku had become good at being invisible. Not in a cool way. In the way that made teachers forget to call on you, and classmates forget you were in the room, until they needed someone to laugh at. Bakugo Katsuki didn't forget him. Bakugo never forgot anything that made him angry. You really still trying for UA? Bakugo scoffed one afternoon, sunlight cutting on windows like sharp blades. What, you gonna write them a love letter? Dear UA, please let me in even though I'm useless. Izuku flinched automatically. His notebook was open. His hero analysis scribbles stared back at him, like proof of a crime. I'm going to try, Izuku said. Voice quiet but stubborn. Bakugo leaned in, eyes blazing. Try all you want, but don't drag other people down with you when you fail. The words landed like they always did, heavy, humiliating, familiar. Izuku bowed his head. I won't. Bakugo snorted and walked away. Izuku exhaled shakily, fingers tightening around his pencil until it snapped. A tiny crack, a tiny sound, but behind it, behind the normal frustration, something else stirred. Like a shadow moving under still water. Izuku blinked hard, shook his hand, and forced himself to breathe. He was used to anger. But lately, his anger felt different. Not hotter, colder. As if it didn't rise up in him, it rose out of him. As if it belonged to something that had been waiting a long time for him to finally stop swallowing it. The sludge villain attack happened the way disasters always do. Fast, ugly, and with no respect for your plans. Izuku had wandered off after school, still replaying Bakugo's words in his head like a punishment loop. He didn't realize he'd taken a path that cut through a narrow street until he was already there. The alley was cramped. Trash bags, damp concrete, a vending machine buzzing faintly, and a figure slumped in the shadows. Izuku slowed. His hero instincts, his analysis instincts, fired automatically. Someone's hurt. He took a step forward. Then the someone moved. Too fast. A wet, gurgling sound filled the alley as the figure unfolded into a mass of thick, oily sludge. Izuku's eyes widened. A villain. The creature surged. Cold slime slammed into his face, pouring into his mouth and nose, forcing its way down his throat. Izuku gagged, eyes bulging. He tried to scream, but the sludge swallowed the sound. I can't breathe. The villain's voice bubbled inside him, distorted and smug. Got you, I'll wear you like a suit. Izuku's hands clawed at his own face, but it was like trying to punch water. His feet scraped against the ground. His lungs burned. His thoughts fractured into panic. No, someone, All Might, please. And then, through the suffocating terror, he felt it. That thinness in the air. That curtain. That itch on the back of his neck. Except this time, it wasn't outside him. It was inside. Something pressed against the seal. Not violently. Patiently. Like a hand on a door that had been locked for generations. Izuku's vision blurred. His heartbeat thundered. His body screamed to survive. And something in his soul answered. A cold sensation spread through his chest, like ink dropped into water, blooming outward. The alley's shadows deepened, not because the light changed. Because the darkness thickened. The sludge villain paused mid-laugh. What? Izuku's eyes snapped open, not with normal fear, with something empty and deep. The Shaw, doused beneath Izuku didn't sit flat on the ground anymore. They rose. Thin tendrils, black, viscous, wrong, uncoiled from his shadow like living strings. They weren't made of smoke. They weren't made of quirk energy. They were made of something that felt like pure, concentrated negativity, pain, resentment, terror, compressed into a weapon. The sludge villain recoiled as if burned. No, that's Uku didn't understand what was happening. He just knew he could breathe again. The tendrils struck. Not a punch. Not a kick. A rejection. The sludge peeled away from Izuku's face as if reality itself refused to let it cling to him. It splattered against the alley wall, trembling. The villain's eyes, little glowing points inside the sludge, widened with genuine fear. What are you? It hissed. That's not a quirk. Izuku gasped, sucking in air so hard it hurt. He stumbled forward, coughing, wiping slime from his mouth. The shadows around his feet writhed like snakes. He stared at them, shaking. I didn't do that. The sludge villain backed away, sliding along the ground like it wanted distance more than it wanted revenge. But villains didn't get to leave just because they were scared. A gust of wind slammed into the alley. A massive figure dropped from above like a meteor in a red cape. All Might is here. The words hit Izuku like sunlight. All Might, huge, bright, impossible. Grabbed the sludge villain with one hand and yanked it away from the wall, holding it like a squirming bag. The villain shrieked. No, not him, not now. All Might's smile was there, heroic and steady. But his eyes weren't smiling. They were locked on Izuku's feet. On the shadows that still moved even though Izuku wasn't commanding them. On the faint, chilling aura rolling off the boy like winter fog. All Might tightened his grip on the villain. You picked the wrong child. Then he turned his head slightly, just enough for Izuku to see the shift in his expression. Not fear, concern, and something else. Recognition. Like he had felt this kind of wrongness before, long ago, in places heroes didn't like to talk about. All Might, Izuku whispered, voice trembling with relief and disbelief. The shadows snapped back into place. They flattened. They quieted. As if whatever had surfaced decided it had shown enough. Izuku swayed. His knees buckled. All Might moved instantly, catching him before he hit the ground. Izuku clutched the front of All Might's costume weakly, like the fabric itself was a lifeline. I thought I was going to die, Izuku choked out. All Might's hand, massive and warm, rested on his shoulder. You're safe now, All Might said. But his voice was lower than usual. More serious. As police sirens wailed in the distance, All Might looked down at Izuku like he was seeing him for the first time. Not as a quirkless fanboy. Not as a reckless kid. As something, dormant. All Might, Izuku swallowed hard. What was that? I don't have a quirk. All Might didn't answer immediately. His eyes flicked to the alley shadows, normal now, harmless, yet the air still felt faintly heavy, like the residue of something unseen. Izuku Midoriya, All Might said carefully. You said you were diagnosed quirkless. Izuku nodded, tears burning his eyes. Yes, sir. All Might's jaw tightened. Then, quietly, he asked something that made Izuku's blood run cold. Has anyone ever told you to never get angry? Izuku froze. A memory flashed. Drive. Garaki's face, that polite smile, his voice gentle like a lullaby. It's better to accept it early. That way he can adjust. Izuku's mouth went dry. And no. All Might exhaled slowly, like he was making a decision. I can't explain everything, All Might said. Not yet. But I can tell you this, power doesn't appear from nowhere. It grows from what's already inside you. Quote. Izuku stared at him, trembling. Inside, me. All Might's grip on his shoulder tightened, not painful, but grounding. I was planning to ask you something, All Might said, voice softer now. Something I don't ask lightly. Izuku's heart jumped. Why you mean? All Might's gaze sharpened. Before I offer it, All Might said, you need to understand a truth. Most heroes never learn until it's too late. He leaned slightly closer. This power cultivates what is already there. Izuku's breath caught. All Might's eyes did not leave his. And in you, All Might finished, voice almost a whisper. I sense something, dormant. The word hit harder than quirkless ever did. Dormant didn't mean empty. Dormant meant sleeping. Dormant meant waiting. Dormant meant that the thing Izuku had just felt, cold and ancient and hungry, hadn't been a fluke. It had been a door creaking open. Uter. He forced his bright smile back into place for the world. But when he looked down at Izuku again, his expression was real. Midoriya, he said, do you still want to be a hero? Izuku's lips trembled. His eyes stung. His whole life, he'd been told, no, by the world. But Samut, hing inside him, something deep, had answered the world's cruelty with darkness. And yet, he still looked at All Might like he was the sun. He still wanted to save people. Even if he was shaking. Even if he was afraid of himself. Yes, Izuku whispered. Then louder, like declaring war on fate. Yes, I do. All Might nodded once. A single, heavy nod. Then we'll talk, he said. Soon. Izuku clung to that word like a promise. Soon. Because he didn't know it yet, but the lie that had shaped his childhood. The seal that had caged his bloodline. And the power that had finally tasted air. Had all Saint been noticed by the one man in the world who understood what it meant to carry something monstrous, and still choose to be a symbol. And somewhere, far away, in a place full of shadows and secrets. An old man with neat hair and a polite smile felt a strange shiver run down his spine. As if something he had hidden had finally started moving. Izuku didn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt it again. That cold bloom in his chest, the way the shadows had moved like they were listening to him, the way the sludge villain's voice had shifted from smug to terrified in a single heartbeat. And worst of all, the way All Might had looked at him. Not like a fan, not like a kid, like a problem that could become a disaster if handled wrong. So Izuku sat up in bed, knees pulled to his chest. Staring at the moonlight on his floor and wondering if it was his imagination that the corners of his room looked darker than they should. Inko had tried to comfort him at dinner. She'd did Katsudon, his favorite, like a ritual against bad days. She kept asking if he was okay, if he was hurt, if he needed to go to a hospital. Izuku had lied. I'm fine, he'd said, smiling too hard. All Might saved me, Mom. I'm really fine. But later, when he'd gone to wash his face, he'd caught his own reflection in the mirror. For a second, just a second, his eyes looked too dark. Not black like the shadows. Just deep, like a storm cloud trying to pretend it was normal. He blinked, and it was gone. Now he waited. Because All Might had said, soon. And, soon, from All Might felt like the universe holding its breath. The next day, Izuku skipped his usual long route home and headed straight toward the place All Might had indicated with a quick scribble on a torn receipt, a quiet park near the riverside, away from crowds. He arrived early. His backpack felt heavier than usual, stuffed with notebooks, bandages, and a water bottle he'd probably forget to drink. He stood under a tree and tried to look calm. He failed. His fingers tapped. His foot bounced. His eyes scanned every passing stranger like he was expecting the shadows to rise up again and prove yesterday hadn't been real. Then he felt it, like pressure in the air. A presence. A gust of wind swirled fallen leaves across the path, and a tall figure stepped into view. All Might. In full hero form, he looked like an answer to every childhood prayer. Sunlight hit his blonde hair like a halo. People walking nearby gasped and whispered, but the park was wide enough that no one approached. All Might raised a hand in greeting, his smile automatic. Young Midoriya. Izuku bowed so fast he almost headbutted his own knees. Why yes, sir. I'm here. I mean, of course I am. I wouldn't miss. All Might's smile softened, and he held up a hand. Breathe. Izuku froze. Then inhaled hard. All Might stepped closer, voice lowering. I chose this place because it's quiet, he said. But also because, if anything happens, there's room. Izuku swallowed. If anything happens. All Might's eyes narrowed slightly, like he was looking past Izuku's skin and into the shape of his spirit. Yesterday, All Might said, you manifested something that wasn't like any quirk I've seen. Izuku's stomach twisted. I didn't mean to. It just happened. I know, All Might said. That's what worries me. He paused, then continued carefully, like each word was a step across thin ice. There are powers in this world that don't fit into our categories. Things that predate modern hero society. Most people never encounter them. Izuku's throat went dry. But I did. All Might nodded once. Then he did something that made Izuku's brain short-circuit. He reached up and pinched the edge of his own cheek. And pulled. With a sharp poof of steam, the towering symbol of peace shrank, shoulders narrowing, face thinning, skin paling, until standing in front of Izuku was a gaunt man with sunken cheeks and tired eyes. Toshinori Yagi. Izuku's mouth opened, but no sound came out. All Might, Toshinori, coughed into his fist, a harsh sound that didn't belong to the man who could change weather with a punch. I'm sorry, Toshinori said quietly. I didn't want you to see me like this, but if I'm going to ask you to carry my legacy, I have to show you the truth. Izuku's knees almost gave out. This is, his voice shook. You're hurt. Toshinori gave a small, humorless smile. Very. Izuku's eyes burned. But you're All Might. I am All Might, Toshinori said, but All Might is limited. He looked at Izuku with sudden intensity. And that's why I watched you yesterday. Izuku blinked. Watched me. I saw you run in, Toshinori said. A quirkless boy jumping at a villain without hesitation. Izuku flinched, shame rising. It was stupid. It was heroic. Toshinori corrected immediately. Izuku froze. Toshinori's voice softened again. But heroic doesn't survive by itself. Heroic needs power. Izuku's breath hitched. Are you saying? Toshinori stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper like the world itself wasn't allowed to overhear. I have a quirk, he said. A transferable one. Izuku's heart slammed into his ribs. One for all. The words felt like thunder. Izuku's mind raced, stories, rumors, theories scribbled in margins of notebooks. A quirk that could be passed down like a torch. A power that had chosen All Might. A power that now. Toshinori held up a hand, stopping Izuku's spiraling thoughts before they could explode into fanboy chaos. Listen carefully, young Midoriya, he said. One for all does one thing above all else, it stockpiles. It grows. And when it enters someone, it cultivates what's already inside them. Izuku remembered the words from yesterday. His skin prickled. In you, Toshinori continued, there is something asleep. Something cold. Something that reacted to fear and desperation like it knew what to do. Izuku's voice came out small. So, if I take one for all. Toshinori's gaze sharpened. Then whatever is dormant in you will not stay dormant. Izuku swallowed hard. A part of him wanted to run. Not because he didn't want to be a hero, he wanted it more than anything. But because he'd felt the shadows. And they hadn't felt like a gift. They'd felt like a teeth-baring smile behind his ribs. I don't understand what it is, Izuku whispered. Toshinori nodded. Neither do I. Not fully. He glanced away for a moment. Expression shadowed with old memories. But I've seen echoes. A long time ago. People who fought things that weren't villains. Izuku's stomach tightened. Monsters. Toshinori's eyes flicked back to him. Something like that. A silence fell between them, heavy and tense. Then Toshinori straightened slightly, like he'd made his decision. I still want to offer you one for all, he said firmly. Izuku's head snapped up. Even you saw. Because of what I saw, Toshinori said. Izuku stared, stunned. Toshinori's voice became steadier, warmer, mentor rather than warning. You didn't enjoy hurting that villain, he said. You looked terrified of yourself. That tells me something important. Izuku's hands trembled. What? That you have a heart strong enough to carry power without worshipping it. Izuku's eyes watered, and he wiped them quickly, embarrassed. Toshinori exhaled. But if you accept, you will train. Hard. Not just your body. He tapped Izuku lightly on the chest. Your mind. Your emotions. Whatever is inside you, it responds to pressure. To fear. To anger. Izuku remembered Bakugo's insults, the years of swallowing pain. He nodded slowly. I'll do it. Toshinori studied him, then smiled. Small, real. Good. He raised a finger like a teacher beginning a lesson. Step 1. I need to make sure your body can survive it. Izuku blinked. Survive it. Toshinori's smile turned a little sheepish. One for all is overwhelming at first. Izuku straightened, determination flaring. Then I'll train. Toshinori's eyes softened. Then I'll train you. The beach was a disaster. Not the pretty kind of disaster that made for dramatic hero photos. The ugly kind. Mountains of trash. Broken glass. Rusted metal. Plastic tangled like dead seaweed. The air smelled like old salt and old garbage. Izuku stood at the edge of it, mouth slightly open. This, he said weakly, is the training. Toshinori, back in All Might form now, though Izuku no Ced how careful he was with his breathing, struck a pose. You will clean this beach. Izuku's face went pale. In how long? All Might's grin widened. 10 months. Izuku made a strangled sound. T10. All Might clapped him on the back hard enough to nearly fold him in half. Worry not. A true hero is built one step at a time. Now. All Might pointed dramatically at the trash mountain. Plus ultra. Izuku stared at the garbage. Then at the world's greatest hero. And somehow, he smiled. A real smile. Because this was insane, and impossible, and terrifying. And also the first time someone had given him a path instead of a wall. Okay, Izuku whispered. Okay. I'll do it. He stepped forward. And immediately stopped. Because he saw them. At first, Izuku thought it was heat haze. But the air wasn't hot. Thin shadows clung to certain pieces of trash like spider silk. Dark wisps wrapped around broken toys, around crushed soda cans, around torn stuffed animals half buried in sand. They weren't moving like normal shadows. They pulsed faintly, like they had a heartbeat. Izuku's breath caught. He blinked hard. They were still there. All Might noticed Izuku freeze. Young Midoriya. Izuku forced his voice to work. Do you see that? All Might tilted his head. See what? Izuku's stomach sank. So it really was just him. He stared again, at a cracked picture frame tangled in seaweed. A faint dark wisp curled from it like smoke. He didn't hear words, exactly. But he felt something like sadness. Like abandonment. Like the frame had once held a family photo, and someone had thrown it away during a fight. Izuku swallowed hard. He reached down slowly, gloves on, and picked up the picture frame. The dark wisp recoiled. Not from his hand. From his shadow. It slid away like it didn't want to touch him. Izuku's heart pounded. All Might's voice boomed, pulling him back. Excellent. Starting strong. Izuku nodded quickly, not trusting his voice. He didn't tell All Might what he saw. Not yet. Because he didn't want All Might to regret choosing him. And because a small, cold part of Izuku's mind whispered. If you talk about it, they'll lock you away. So he cleaned. And as days turned into weeks. And weeks turned into months, Izuku's body changed. His shoulders broadened. His arms gained muscle. His grip toughened. His lungs stopped burning so quickly. But the strangest change wasn't physical. It was the way the beach felt, alive. Every pile of trash had a different weight of shadow on it. Some things were normal, just garbage. But some were heavy with that strange, crawling darkness. Izuku started noticing patterns. Objects thrown away in anger felt sharp and prickly, like thorns. Things abandoned out of fear felt cold and slippery. Things discarded with regret felt heavy, like wet cloth. Sometimes, when he was exhausted and frustrated, the shadows would seem to lean toward him. Like they liked that feeling. Like they fed on it. Izuku began doing something without realizing why. He started controlling his breathing. Slow in, slow out, like he was holding a wild dog on a leash inside his chest. And it worked, kind of. The shadows stayed quieter. But, on bad days, when his muscles screamed and his palms bled and he thought about Bakugo laughing at him, the darkness would stir. Once, he got so angry trying to lift a rusted refrigerator that the shadow under it jumped. The sand beneath Izuku's feet darkened, and for a moment, a thin black tendril curled up like a snake tasting air. Izuku froze, breath caught in his throat. All Might, standing a short distance away, stiffened instantly. His smile vanished. He didn't yell. He didn't panic. He simply spoke, low and firm. Midoriya, breathe. Izuku swallowed and obeyed. In, out, in, out. The tendril sank back down, flattening into normal shadow again. All Might walked closer, voice quieter. You're doing well, he said. Izuku nodded shakily. Sorry. I got mad. All Might studied him for a long moment. Anger isn't wrong, he said. But you need to learn the difference between anger that drives you, and anger that drives something else. Izuku's throat tightened. Something else. All Might didn't deny it. He just looked out at the ocean like he was remembering old battles. Then he patted Izuku's shoulder. Keep going, he said. You're not alone. Izuku blinked rapidly and nodded. And he kept going. The day All Might finally decided Izuku was ready, the sky was overcast and the waves were rough. The beach was clean. Not perfect, but transformed. You could see sand. You could see seaweed. You could see life again. Izuku stood in the wind, chest heaving, arms sore, hands calloused. All Might looked at him with pride that felt almost too big to fit in the world. You did it, All Might said. Izuku's throat tightened. We did it. All Might laughed, loud and bright. Then his expression turned serious. Now, he said, it's time. Izuku's heart dropped into his stomach. All Might sat on a nearby bench. Then, carefully, shifted into his thin form again, coughing once into his fist. Izuku flinched. Every time he saw it, it hurt. Toshinori smiled weakly. Don't make that face, he said. I'm still here. Izuku swallowed hard. Yes, sir. Toshinori reached into a small container he'd brought. Izuku knew what it was before it opened. A single strand of blonde hair. Izuku stared like it was a holy artifact. Toshinori's eyes were gentle but firm. This is how one for all transfers, he said. By ingesting DNA. Izuku's cheeks flushed. Eating your hair. Toshinori's mouth twitched. Not the most glamorous ritual. I admit. Izuku laughed nervously. Then he hesitated. Because the cold part inside him stirred at the sight of the hair. Not with excitement. With awareness. Like something waking up and stretching. Izuku's fingers tightened around the container. All Might, if this makes whatever is inside me stronger. Toshinori watched him steadily. Then we face it, he said simply. Together. Izuku's eyes burned. He nodded. Then, before he could overthink it, he plucked the hair and placed it on his tongue. It tasted like nothing. A tiny thing. A tiny action. And yet, the moment he swallowed, the world fell away. Izuku did exactly. His body stayed on the bench, eyes open, breathing shallow. But his mind plunged into darkness like diving into deep water. He stood in a place that wasn't a place. An endless void. Not empty, charged. Like the air itself held echoes of countless footsteps. And there were lights. Faint glows floating in the distance, silhouettes of people, like lanterns in fog. Izuku turned slowly, heart pounding. Hello, he called. His voice didn't echo. Instead, it was swallowed, as if the space drank sound. A figure stepped forward. Small, thin, a young man with tired eyes and gentle sadness. He wore old clothing, simple, worn, like someone who'd never known comfort. Izuku's breath hitched. You, he whispered, recognizing the feeling more than the face. The first user. The man looked at Izuku like he was looking at a storm cloud approaching. You shouldn't be here, the first user said, voice strained. Izuku swallowed. I ate All Might's hair. The first user flinched like the words hurt. So it's begun. Izuku stepped forward. Are you one for all? The first user's expression twisted, half sorrow, half fear. I'm the beginning of it, he said. The first spark. Izuku's hands trembled. Then you can tell me what happened yesterday. The shadows. The thing inside me. The first user's gaze snapped past Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turned instinctively. And froze. Because behind him, the darkness wasn't flat. It was layered, coiling, like an ocean trench opening its mouth. And in that mouth, something moved. A presence. Ancient. Not glowing like the vestiges. Not human light. This was the opposite, darkness so dense it felt like gravity. A tall silhouette emerged slowly, as if stepping out from behind a curtain that had been hanging for centuries. It didn't have a clear face. But Izuku felt eyes on him. And the eyes weren't curious. They were familiar. Like recognizing blood. The first user took a step back. Panic flashing in his expression. No, he whispered. It's awake already. Izuku's throat tightened. Who are you? The shadow figure tilted its head. And Izuku heard a voice, not in his ears, but in his bones. My blood. Izuku's knees almost buckled. The voice was calm, not cruel. Worse than cruel. Certain. Like it had ownership. The first user's hands clenched. You were sealed, he said, voice shaking. You were supposed to stay buried. The shadow turned slightly toward him. Little spark. The way it said it made Izuku's skin crawl. The first user swallowed hard, like forcing courage into his lungs. This power is meant for a hero, he snapped. Not for what? The shadow asked, and the darkness rippled. For the kind that kept your world alive before quirks had names. Izuku's heart hammered. Before he could speak, the darkness leaned closer. And Izuku saw something, faint lines, like chains of ink wrapped around the shadow's body. Seals. Bindings. A cage made of symbols that looked eerily similar to the one Izuku had once seen on his bedroom window. The shadow figure's voice softened. They tried to erase us. They called us monsters. They carved a void into our descendants so the old techniques would never return. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. My ancestor. The shadow's gaze locked onto him. Yes. The first user's voice cracked. One for all wasn't made to carry that. It was made to resist all for one. To protect people. The shadow laughed, quiet, cold. And what do you think protects people from what they cannot see? Izuku's breath trembled. He looked at the first user. Why are you scared? The first user's eyes were haunted. Because one for all grows, he whispered. And if it grows around that. He swallowed hard. It might not stay chained. Izuku turned back to the shadow. The chains pulsed faintly. Izuku could feel it, feel the way the seal inside his body was straining, not breaking, but bending under the weight of one for all's power settling into him. The shadow leaned in, voice almost gentle now. You want to be a hero. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes. Then learn. The shadow's hand lifted slightly, and the darkness around its fingers shaped into a thin, sharp line, like a thread. The world leaks hatred, fear, regret. That is fuel. Izuku shook his head. That sounds wrong. The shadow paused, then spoke with unsettling clarity. Fire burns. Electricity kills. Yet your society calls those quirks heroic when guided by will. So why is this different? Izuku didn't have an answer. The first user stepped forward, desperate. Midoriya, don't listen to it. You don't need darkness to be a hero. Izuku's hands clenched. But it's already in me. Silence. The shadow's voice became quieter. You will have a choice. Feed me, or use me. Izuku swallowed. How? The shadow leaned closer, and Izuku felt something press against his forehead, like a cold fingertip. A flood of images slammed into him. A boy kneeling in a ruined shrine, blood on his hands, drawing seals into stone. Shadows rising to devour a faceless monster with too many eyes. A blade made of darkness cutting thrug. Something that screamed without a mouth. A circle of symbols on the ground, an incomplete boundary that bent reality inside it. And in the center of it all, a will like iron, forcing darkness to obey. Izuku gasped, clutching his head. The first user shouted something, but his voice was distant. The shadow's voice was the only thing that mattered. Control. Focus. Intent. Do not let emotion swing the blade for you. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. I don't want to hurt people. Then don't. The shadow's voice was almost approving. Be better than those who came before. Izuku's breath hitched. The void trembled. The vestige lights flickered. And the first user grabbed Izuku's shoulder, yanking him backward like pulling someone away from a ledge. Wake up. The first user snapped, fear breaking through his calm. Wake up before it settles in too deep. Izuku stumbled, falling backward. And the world slammed back into place. Izuku jerked on the bench, gasping like he'd surfaced from deep water. His hands flew to his chest. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Toshinori grabbed him immediately. Midoriya, are you alright? Izuku stared at him, eyes wide and shaken. I saw him. Toshinori's face tightened. Saw who? Izuku swallowed hard. The first user. And something else. Toshinori went still. Izuku's voice trembled. There's an ancestor in there. Something sealed. It said it was my blood. Toshinori's expression didn't shift into disbelief. It shifted into grim understanding. So it's true, he murmured. Izuku blinked rapidly. You knew. Toshinori hesitated, then exhaled. I suspected, he admitted. I've felt presences before, things that don't match quirk signatures. I hoped I was wrong. Izuku's hands clenched. It said I could either feed it, or use it. Toshinori's jaw tightened. Then he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, steady and warm. Then we make sure you use it, he said firmly. We make sure you stay you. Izuku's throat tightened. What if I can't? Toshinori's eyes were tired, but unwavering. Then I'll be here until you can, he said. Izuku nodded shakily. And beneath that fear, one for all settled into his body like a sleeping volcano. And the old darkness inside him stretched like a cat waking up. UA's entrance exam arrived faster than Izuku expected. He had trained his body. He had trained his breathing. He had trained his mind to keep his emotions from spilling over like a cracked cup. But nothing had prepared him for the wait wasn't just crowded. It was loud with invisible pressure. Hundreds of hopeful students. Nervous excitement. Fear. Competitive hatred. Dreams on the edge of breaking. To most people, it was just a big day. To Izuku, it was a storm of negativity leaking into the air. LDC little wisps clinging to people's shoulders, tiny crawlers that looked like smudges of shadow, feeding on anxiety. Nothing massive, nothing like the sludge incident, but enough to make Izuku's skin prickle. He adjusted his backpack straps and forced himself to breathe. In, out, in, out. Hey, are you okay? A cheerful voice asked. Izuku turned, and nearly dropped his bones out of shock. A.B. Roan-haired girl with warm eyes smiled at him. Uraraka Ochako. Izuku's face turned instantly red. I'm fine. I mean, yes, I'm okay. She giggled. You look like you're about to faint. Izuku laughed too loudly. Nope, definitely not fainting. Ha ha. Uraraka tilted her head, still smiling. Good luck, okay. Izuku nodded so hard his neck cracked. Why you too? She waved and ran ahead. Izuku stood there, stunned. Then, quietly, he whispered, okay, I can do this. The exam began. Robots flooded the mock city like mechanical monsters. Students surged forward, quirks flashing everywhere, explosions, ice, speed, strength. Izuku ran too, but cautiously, eyes scanning. He'd planned to fight smart. He'd planned to earn points steadily. He'd planned. A scream cut through the noise. Izuku's head snapped around. A massive robot stomped into view. 0-pointer. Too big. Too heavy. Too impossible. Students scattered like ants. And Izuku saw her, Uraraka, tripping, falling hard, pinned by rubble. Izuku's thoughts shattered into a single clear line. She's going to die. His body moved before his fear could stop it. He sprinted. The ground shook with each step of the 0-pointer. Uraraka tried to move, panic on her face. Izuku slid to a stop beside her, grabbing the rubble with shaking hands. His muscles screamed. It wouldn't budge. The robot raised its arm. Time slowed. Izuku felt the pressure in the air spike, fear, despair. The crowd's helpless terror. And inside him, two things answered at once. One for all, roaring like a furnace. And the old darkness, cold and eager, curling upward like smoke. Izuku's breath caught. The seal in his chest strained. And for a heartbeat, he remembered the ancestor's words. Control. Focus. Intent. Izuku clenched his fist. Not in anger. Not in hatred. In resolve. I'm going to save her. He whispered. He poured everything into that promise. Power surged. His arm didn't just glow with strength. The air around his fist warped. For a split second, it blew. Like the space in front of his knuckles bent inward, like reality flinched before impact. He launched himself upward, and punched. The hit didn't sound like metal breaking. It sounded like something folding. The Zero-Pointer's armor dented inward in a distorted ripple, as if the force didn't just strike the surface, it struck the space beneath it. A shockwave exploded outward. The robot's head caved, its frame collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. Izuku's arm snapped with a sickening jolt. Pain erupted. His legs gave out as he landed. He heard Uraraka gasp. He heard distant shouting. He barely registered any of it. Because black lines crawled along his broken arm like living stitches, thin shadow threads tightening around the fracture. Not healing instantly. Not magically perfect. But pulling the pieces just a little closer than they should have been able to on their own. Izuku stared, horrified. No, stop. The shadow threads paused, like they were listening. Then they sank back into his skin, leaving his arm still broken, still agonizing, but not as hopelessly shattered as it should have been. Izuku collapsed, panting, vision blurring. He'd saved her. He'd also revealed something. Not to the crowd. They'd only seen a desperate punch. But somewhere, behind a screen, in a quiet room, a man with tired eyes watched the footage. Shota Aizawa didn't blink. He replayed the impact. Again. And again. He didn't care about the dramatic heroism. He cared about the anomaly. He paused the frame at the moment of contact. The air distortion. The unnatural shadow flicker. The way the robot's armor didn't simply crack, it warped. Aizawa's expression darkened. That's not normal, he muttered. He leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing like a predator sensing something hidden. And that kid doesn't even know what he is. Izuku woke up later in the nurse's office, arm bandaged, body aching, heart still racing with leftover adrenaline. Recovery girl fussed over him, scolding him so hard it almost felt like kindness. All this for one test. She snapped. Do you children think bones are disposable? Izuku winced. Sorry. She squinted at him, then huffed. You're lucky your healing responded well. Izuku blinked. It did. Recovery girl clicked her tongue. It's strange, she muttered. Your body's recovery rate is slightly faster than I'd expect from this level of trauma. Izuku's stomach dropped. He laughed nervously. Maybe I'm just resilient. Recovery girl eyed him like she didn't buy it, but she waved him off. Get out of here, she said. And don't break yourself again. Izuku nodded rapidly. Yes, ma'am. He stepped outside into the hallway, still dizzy. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A message from All Might. How do you feel? Izuku swallowed and typed back with shaking fingers. I saved someone. I broke myself. I think something else helped. A moment later, a reply came. We'll talk soon. You did well. Be proud. Izuku stared at the message, eyes stinging. Be proud. After years of being told he was nothing, someone he admired more than anyone was telling him he did well. He breathed in, out, and somewhere deep inside him, the sealed darkness purred like it approved of that feeling too. Izuku didn't like that, but he couldn't deny it. That night, a letter arrived. UA. High school. Izuku's hands shook so badly Inko had to hold the envelope steady while he tore it open. He watched the video message, All Might congratulating him, smiling bright, calling him by name. Izuku laughed and cried at the same time. Inko cried too, holding him. Like he was still that 4-year-old boy in the clinic. And for a moment, everything felt simple. He was going to UA. He was going to be a hero. He was. Then the lights flickered. Just once. In the corner of the room. The shadow under the table twitched like something shifted inside it. Izuku's smile faltered. He looked down slowly. The shadow was still. Normal. But Izuku couldn't forget what he'd seen in the vestige world. The chains. The ancestor. The promise of control, and the threat of hunger. He swallowed, forcing himself to smile again for his mother. Because this was a victory. He wouldn't let fear ruin it. Not yet. But as he lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, Izuku realized something terrifyingly clear. One for All hadn't just given him power. It had poured fuel into a sealed fire. And the dam inside him was starting to crack. UA. High school looked different in real life. In videos, it was always perfect, clean angles, heroic music, students walking like they already had theme songs. In person, it was bigger. The gates alone felt like they belonged to a fortress, the kind built to keep monsters out. Izuku stood at the bottom of the steps, backpack tight on his shoulders. Heart hammering so loudly he swore someone nearby could hear it. I'm really here. He took one step, then another. And that thin, uncomfortable sensation crept up his spine. Like cold fingertips brushing the back of his neck. Izuku's eyes flicked instinctively to the side. Nothing. Just other students, all wearing brand new uniforms, all trying to look calm while quietly panicking in their own ways. But Izuku students. He saw the things clinging to them. They weren't huge. Not yet. Little smudges of darkness perched on shoulders. Thin wisps curled around ankles. A small, ugly lump hung like a wet scarf around one boy's neck as he muttered to himself about failing. Negative emotions leaking into the air, fear, pride, jealousy, insecurity, didn't just vanish. Not for Izuku. They gathered. They formed. They became shapes. Cursed spirits. Izuku swallowed hard and forced himself to breathe. In, out, in, out. The little shadows didn't vanish, but they stopped pressing against his awareness so sharply. Like his steady breathing turned the volume down. Okay, I can handle this. He stepped through the gate. And immediately felt like he'd walked into a different world. The courtyard was wide, filled with chatter and energy and dreams so bright they almost made Izuku dizzy. But underneath that excitement, there was a hum of anxiety. So many students trying to prove themselves. So many egos colliding. So many fears wearing confident smiles. It was like walking into a room full of open flames, except the flames were invisible to everyone but him. And somewhere deep in Izuku's chest, something old stretched lazily like it enjoyed the heat. Izuku clenched his fists. No, not feeding you. Not today. He took another steady breath, eyes focused forward, and headed toward the building. Class 1A. Izuku had said those words out loud in his room the night before, just to see if they felt real. Now he stood outside the classroom door and felt like his lungs had forgotten how to work. He reached for the handle. The door slid open before he touched it. A boy with spiky red hair leaned out, grinning like he'd already made friends with the entire world. Yo, the boy said brightly. You're in 1A2. Nice. I'm Kirishima Eijiro. Izuku jolted. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Kirishima's grin widened. Midoriya. That's manly. Come on in. Before Izuku could figure out how a name could be manly, he was pulled into the classroom by pure enthusiasm. The room was chaos. Not bad chaos. Just loud chaos. Students clustered in groups, talking, laughing, sizing each other up. Izuku's brain started trying to analyze everyone at once out of pure habit. That girl has pink skin and horns, quirk, acid. That guy has an engine sound, quirk, engines, wait, engines in his legs. That guy a bird, literally, quirk, mutation type. And under all of it, Izuku saw more little curses. Most of them were tiny, like mosquitoes. A few were bigger, around students who were clearly forcing themselves to act confident. One student in particular practically radiated pressure, and the curse around him looked like a coiled snake of pride. A tall boy with glasses, serious posture, rigid movements, was speaking to others like he was already class representative. Iida Tenya. Izuku recognized him immediately. And next to Iida, laughing loudly and leaning back like the world belonged to him. Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku's stomach dropped. Bakugo's presence wasn't just loud. It was explosive. And the curse around him wasn't small. It was hungry. A dark shape hovered behind Bakugo like a shadow that didn't match the light. It wasn't fully formed, but it had a face-like impression, an ugly mask of jagged anger. Its mouth opened and closed slowly, like it was tasting the air. Izuku's mouth went dry. Bakugo noticed him instantly. Of course he did. Bakugo's eyes snapped onto Izuku like targeting sights. His grin was sharp. Izuku flinched. The room's noise dipped slightly as people sensed tension. The way animals go quiet when a predator lifts its head. Bakugo strode forward, hands in his pockets, shoulders loose like he wasn't threatened at all. But Izuku could feel it. Underneath Bakugo's swagger was something hot and jagged. A fear he'd never admit. Why is he here? How did he get in? He's quirkless, he's nothing, The curse behind Bakugo pulsed. Izuku's skin prickled. Bakugo leaned in close, voice low enough that only Izuku could hear. You better not embarrass me here, Deku. Izuku swallowed. I'm not trying to. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. And don't think I didn't see that punch at the exam. Izuku froze. Bakugo's voice sharpened. You're hiding something. You think you can trick everyone into believing you're special. Izuku's heart hammered so hard it hurt. I'm not tricking. Bakugo's hand grabbed the front of Izuku's uniform and yanked him closer. The curse behind him twitched eagerly. Bakugo's eyes burned. If you're looking down on me, he hissed, I'll kill you. The words were familiar. Bakugo had said versions of it 1,000 times. But this time, Izuku felt something different. Not fear. A cold pressure beneath his ribs. The old darkness inside him stirred like it recognized a threat. Izuku forced himself to breathe slowly. In, out. Bakugo's grip loosened just slightly, as if even he felt something off. Then a bright voice cut in. Midoriya. Izuku jerked his head. Uraraka Ochako waved at him from her seat, smiling like the morning sun. Izuku's face turned instantly red. You Uraraka. Bakugo's eyes flicked toward her, then back to Izuku, disgust twisting his mouth. TCH. He shoved Izuku away and turned like he'd already won the conversation. The classroom noise resumed, but quieter now, curiosity, whispers. Izuku steadied himself, heart pounding. The curse behind Bakugo didn't fade. If anything, it looked more awake. Like it had been fed. Izuku backed away slowly and headed toward an empty desk near the middle. As he sat, he kept his gaze down. Not because he was ashamed. Because he didn't want anyone to see the way the shadows under his desk seemed just a little too dark. The homeroom teacher arrived like a threat. The door slid open, a man in a sleeping bag shuffled in like he'd crawled out of a cave. Messy black hair, tired eyes, a look that said he'd already decided he didn't like any of them. Shota Aizawa. Sit down, Aizawa said flatly. The room snapped into silence. Aizawa stared at them like they were an inconvenience. I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. No dramatic pose. No inspiring speech. Just exhaustion. Izuku's brain screamed, he's so cool. Aizawa's gaze swept the class, pausing briefly, so briefly Izuku almost imagined it, on Bakugo. Then, on Izuku. And Izuku felt it. Like Aizawa's eyes were knives that could cut through lies. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa yawned. Orientation is a waste of time, he said. You're here to become heroes. Not to play school. A few students blinked, confused. Aiza. Wall lifted a hand and tossed a gym uniform bag onto the desk. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. The room erupted. Today. Right now. But we just got here. Aizawa's tired eyes didn't change. If you can't handle being evaluated, you shouldn't be here. He stood, eyes narrowing. And if you're thinking this is unfair. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Good. The world is unfair. Izuku felt that sentence settle into his bones. Aizawa pointed toward the door. Change. 5 minutes. The locker room was loud. Izuku changed quickly, trying not to look at anyone for too long, trying to notice the little shadows clinging to nervous laughter and competitive chatter. He tied his shoes carefully. Breathe. Control. Intent. The old presence in him felt quiet today, but not asleep. Like a wolf pretending to be tame. They filed outside to the training field. Aizawa stood at the front, holding a softball. We'll start with the ball throw, he said. Use your quirk. Max distance. The class buzzed. One by one, students went up. Some threw with strength, some with wind, some with bizarre abilities that made the ball curve or rocket or float. Then Bakugo stepped forward. He caught the ball like it offended him. You want distance? Bakugo cracked his. He grinned and blasted an explosion behind his throw. The ball screamed through the air like a missile. Aizawa's device beeped. A number flashed. Huge. Bakugo smirked. The curse behind him swelled like it was celebrating. Izuku's stomach tightened. Then Aizawa's gaze shifted to Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku flinched. Why yes. Aizawa held out the ball. Izuku took it with shaking hands. He could feel every eye on him. The quirkless kid who somehow got into UA. The mysterious exam punch. The rumor. The question. Izuku swallowed hard. Don't panic. Don't leak it. He didn't want the shadows. Not here. Not in front of everyone. So he focused on the other power. One for all. Toshinori's words echoed in his mind. Cultivates what's already inside you. Izuku's fingers tightened around the ball. He inhaled slowly. Out. Then he poured a tiny fraction of one for all into his arm, just enough for a strong throw. His muscles tensed. He threw. The ball flew, fast, clean. Then pain exploded in his shoulder. Izuku gasped, stumbling. Not broken, but strained. He'd used too much. He heard a few murmurs. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. The device beeped. The distance wasn't bad. Not Bakugo level, but not pathetic. Aizawa studied him quietly, then spoke flatly. Better. Izuku blinked, shocked. Better. Not weak. Not useless. Just better. Izuku's throat tightened. Then, for the rest of the tests, Izuku tried to balance. He moved fast enough to not embarrass himself, but not so hard that he shattered bones. He jumped with a fraction of power. He sprinted without tearing muscles. He sweated like he was fighting his own body, and he was. Because every time he pushed himself, the shadows inside him seemed to press closer to the surface. During the long jump, when he landed wrong and pain jolted through his ankle, he felt that familiar cold thread begin to rise. A thin black line flickering along his skin like it wanted to stitch. Izuku jerked upright and forced his breathing steady until the sensation sank back down. No one seemed to notice. But Aizawa's gaze lingered a little longer than before. And Izuku felt it. The teacher wasn't just evaluating his quirk. He was evaluating him. Like Aizawa could tell there was something in Izuku that didn't fit the rules. By the end, everyone was exhausted. Aizawa stood with his hands in his pockets. Expression unchanged. None of you are getting showed up today, he said. But don't mistake surviving a test for being ready. Then he added, almost casually. Also, Midoriya. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa's tired eyes locked on him. Your control is terrible, Aizawa said. Fix it before you get someone killed. Izuku went pale. Why yes, sir. Aizawa turned away like the conversation was done. But Izuku couldn't stop the cold sweat under his shirt. Because Aizawa hadn't looked confused. He'd looked suspicious. That afternoon, All Might arrived. Seeing him in the hallway hit Izuku like a warm shock. All Might, smiling, bright, larger than life, waved at them dramatically. Good afternoon. I am your heroics teacher. The class exploded. Mina screamed. Kirishima practically vibrated. Even Todoroki looked slightly more awake. Izuku felt his whole body buzz with awe and terror. He's here. He's really here. All Might led them into a huge training building, Mach City inside, walls designed for combat. This will be your first combat training, All Might announced. The room got louder. All Might clapped his hands. Today, we'll do a classic scenario, heroes versus villains. He explained quickly. Teams of 2. Heroes must capture a nuclear weapon, a fake bomb, or defeat villains. Villains must defend it or defeat heroes. He grinned widely. Now, let's pick teams. The moment the matchups were announced, Izuku's blood ran cold. Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako, heroes. Bakugo Katsuki and Iida Tenya, villains. Uraraka blinked, surprised. Iida looked serious, like this was a sacred duty. Bakugo. Bakugo's smile was sharp enough to cut. Izuku's throat tightened. This wasn't training to Bakugo. This was an opportunity. A chance to crush Izuku publicly and prove the world was wrong for letting him in. Izuku glanced at Bakugo's curse. It had grown. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It was a shape with limbs now, thin, twisted arms that wrapped around Bakugo's shoulders like a hungry cape. Its mask face had clearer edges. And when Bakugo stared at Izuku, the curse stared too. Izuku swallowed hard. Uraraka leaned closer, whispering, Midoriya. Are you okay? Izuku forced a smile. Yeah, totally. Just nervous. Uraraka nodded, determined. We can do this. Izuku nodded back, but his stomach felt like it was full of stones. Because he wasn't just worried about Bakugo. He was worried about what Bakugo might awaken. Izuku and Uraraka waited in the starting room. The walls were gray and plain, but Izuku's mind was loud. He listened to All Might's voice over the speaker. giving final instructions. Uraraka bounced slightly on her feet, trying to psych herself up. Izuku stared at the floor. The shadow beneath him looked normal. But he could feel the old presence watching from inside his chest like an audience member waiting for the show to start. Uraraka nudged his shoulder lightly. "Midoriya," she said softly, "you saved me at the exam." Izuku jolted. I mean, anyone would've." "No," Uraraka said firmly. "Not anyone. You did." Izuku's face warmed. Uraraka smiled. "So, even if Bakugo is scary, we'll be fine." "Okay." Izuku swallowed and nodded. "Okay." The door buzzer sounded. All Might's voice boomed. "Begin." The doors opened. Izuku stepped into the building and felt it immediately. Not just Bakugo's rage. The building itself. It was full of echoes, old fear from past training battles, nervous sweat, competitive panic, the kind of pressure that soaked into walls. It made Izuku's curse sight flare. Tiny wisps clung to corners. Little shadow mites crawled along the ceiling. Nothing dangerous. But then, a heavier presence moved through the air. Like something large shifting behind a curtain. Izuku's breath caught. Uraraka whispered, "Midoriya, what's wrong?" Izuku forced himself to breathe slowly. "In, out. We have to be careful," he said, voice tight. Uraraka blinked. "Because of Bakugo." Izuku nodded. But it wasn't just Bakugo. It was what Bakugo was feeding. They moved down the hallway. Uraraka used her quirk to lighten debris and clear paths quietly. Izuku tried to plan, analyze, think ahead. Then an explosion rocked the corridor. Bakugo. He'd blasted through a wall. Concrete dust filled the air like fog. Bakugo stepped through it like a villain in a movie, eyes wild, grinning like he was having the time of his life. "Found you," Uraraka yelped. Izuku's heart slammed into his ribs. Bakugo raised a hand, sparks crackling. "Deku!" Bakugo shouted, voice sharp. "You think you can sneak around like you're smart? I'll beat you into the ground." Iida appeared behind Bakugo, posture stiff. "Bakugo. Remember the objective. We must defend the bomb." Bakugo didn't even look at him. "I don't care," Bakugo snarled. "This is personal." Izuku felt the air change. Bakugo's rage spiked. And the curse behind him expanded, like a balloon filling with poison. Izuku's eyes widened as the curse's mask face stretched into something clearer, two hollow eye sockets, a jagged mouth like cracked stone. It leaned forward as if sniffing Izuku. Then it moved, not like a shadow, like a creature. It slid off Bakugo's back, dripping darkness onto the floor. Uraraka blinked, confused. What is that?" She couldn't see it. Of course she couldn't. To her, Bakugo was just shouting. But Izuku saw the thing fully now. A grade 2 curse. Not tiny. Not harmless. It was shaped like a twisted wolf made of smoke and anger, its fur made of jagged shish mouth. Its mouth was full of teeth that weren't physical. Teeth meant to bite something deeper. Izuku's blood went cold. Because it wasn't attacking Izuku first. It lunged at Bakugo. Bakugo jerked, like something had slammed into his chest, eyes widening for the first time. "What the?" The curse sunk its shadowed teeth into Bakugo's shoulder. And Bakugo's rage flared even higher. He roared, sparks exploding wildly. It wasn't feeding on rage anymore. It was pulling it out of him like fuel. Iida stumbled back, shocked. "Bakugo. Are you?" Bakugo blasted outward instinctively. The explosion blew dust everywhere. But the curse didn't burn. It slipped through the blast like smoke. It shrieked silently, no sound. But the air vibrated with hatred. Then it turned and lunged at Uraraka. Uraraka screamed as a cold pressure hit her body, like dread squeezing her lungs. She fell to one knee, hands clutching her chest. Izuku moved without thinking. He stepped between Uraraka and the curse. Bakugo, breathing hard, stared at Izuku with wild confusion. "What is that?" Bakugo barked. Izuku's voice came out shaky. "Stay back." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "Are you messing with me?" The curse snapped its jaws toward Izuku. Izuku felt its bite coming, not at his skin, but at his spirit. And something inside Izuku answered. Cold, ready. The old darkness surged upward like it had been waiting for permission. Izuku inhaled sharply. In, out, control, focus, intent. He raised his arm. Dark energy coated his forearm like liquid shadow, forming a slick armor that shimmered faintly. Not visible like fire, but visible enough, like the air around his arm dimmed. Bakugo's eyes widened. What the? He snapped. That's your quirk. Izuku didn't have time to answer. The curse lunged. Izuku punched. His fist didn't just hit it. It caught it, like grabbing smoke and forcing it to be solid. His shadow-coated arm slammed into the curse's head mask, and the impact sent ripples through the darkness like a disturbed pond. The curse recoiled, skidding backward across the floor. Uraraka gasped, sucking in air like she'd been held underwater. Iida stared, stunned. Midoriya, what is? Bakugo snarled. You liar. The curse shook itself, then screeched again, silent but violent. It lunged at Izuku's legs this time. Izuku jumped back, but the curse was fast, too fast. Its shadow teeth snapped at his ankle. A cold pain shot up his leg, like frostbite in a heartbeat. Izuku hissed. He felt it, not a physical wound. A spiritual bite. A drain. The curse was trying to pull his fear out the same way it had pulled Bakugo's rage. And Izuku's fear was deep. Old. Years old. The curse drank at it like a starving animal. Izuku's vision swam. Bakugo shouted something, but it sounded distant. The old presence inside Izuku stirred, not panicked. Amused. Like it liked seeing his fear used as fuel. Izuku clenched his teeth. No. He whispered. He forced his breathing steady again. In. Out. The cold fog in his mind cleared slightly. The shadow coating on his arm thickened. Not out of anger. Out of decision. Izuku stepped forward. The curse snapped at him again. Izuku slammed his shadow-coated forearm down like a hammer, pinning the curse's head to the floor. The darkness splattered outward like ink. The curse thrashed, claws scraping, trying to slip free. Izuku gritted his teeth and raised his other hand. Shadow threads, thin, black lines, spilled from the edge of his shadow like cords. They wrapped around the curse's limbs, binding it, not perfectly, not cleanly, but enough. Bakugo stared, furious and shaken. You've had this the whole time. Izuku's voice shook. It's not. The curse's jaw opened wider. The air grew heavier. It was trying to grow again. Trying to evolve. Bakugo's rage spiked. Fuel. Izuku's fear spiked. Fuel. Even Iida's panic. Fuel. The building was full of negative echoes. Fuel. The curse pulsed. Izuku felt the dam inside him crack a little more. The old ancestor's presence pressed close, like whispering into his spine. Exorcise it. Erase it. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't know how to kill something like this. But he remembered the feeling in the vestige world, the way darkness could cut through what normal force couldn't touch. He tightened his grip. He focused on one thought. This thing hurts people. Uraraka behind him coughed, still shaken, whispering his name. Izuku's chest tightened. I won't let it. He drove his shadow-coated fist straight through the curse's mask face. The curse convulsed violently. For a heartbeat, Izuku felt resistance, like pushing through thick mud. Then, the curse shattered. Not into blood. Into smoke. Into dissolvent, black ash that evaporated into the air like a nightmare burning away. The heavy pressure lifted instantly. The building felt lighter. Uraraka collapsed backward, breathing hard but alive. Iida stumbled, grabbing the wall. What just happened? Bakugo stood frozen. His rage didn't vanish, but it faltered, confusion and something like fear flickering in his eyes. Izuku stared at his own arm. The shadow coating faded slowly. But his skin still felt cold where the curse had bitten him, like a bruise on his soul. He swallowed hard, panting. Then All Might's voice crackled through the speaker, too loud, too forced. Stop the match. Quote. The doors slammed open a moment later. All Might burst into the hallway in hero form, but Izuku saw the stiffness in his shoulders. The tension in his smile. All Might looked at Uraraka, then Iida. Then Bakugo, his gaze catching on Bakugo's shaken expression. Then he looked at Izuku. And Izuku knew. All Might had felt it. Maybe not seen it, but felt the shift, the cursed pressure, the wrongness. All Might's eyes narrowed. Not angry. Worried. Deeply. All of you, All Might said, voice gentler now, return to the observation area. Bakugo snapped, what was that? All Might's smile tightened. A learning experience, he said carefully. Bakugo's fists clenched. That was Deku's quirk, wasn't it? That shadow stuff. He's been lying. Uraraka blinked, confused. Shadow stuff. Iida looked horrified. Bakugo, your language. Bakugo pointed at Izuku like a weapon. Answer me, Deku. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to explain. He wanted to say, it's not a quirk. It's not normal. It's something I barely understand. But he couldn't. Not here. Not in front of everyone. So Izuku did the only thing he could. He bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry, he whispered. Bakugo's eyes widened, rage reigniting. Sorry. All Might stepped between them, voice firm. Enough. Bakugo froze, barely. All Might's smile was gone now. That is an order. Bakugo trembled, jaw clenched. But he backed off. Uraraka moved closer to Izuku, whispering urgently, Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku nodded, but it didn't feel convincing. Because the cold bite on his soul still throbbed. And somewhere deep inside him, the old presence hummed with satisfaction. Good, it seemed to say. You used me. Izuku hated that it felt like approval. The rest of the class didn't get a clear explanation. All Might called it an unexpected complication. Aizawa, watching from the observation area, didn't look surprised. He looked like someone putting pieces together. Bakugo ranted. Uraraka worried. Iida tried to restore order. And Izuku stood there, sweating, trying not to shake. Because he knew the truth now, clearer than ever. Cursed spirits weren't a someday problem. They were a now problem. And Bakugo's emotions, Bakugo's pressure, could create monsters. After class finally ended, All Might pulled Izuku aside in the hallway. His voice was quiet. Toshinori, he corrected himself softly. Shifting into his thin form where no one could see. His eyes were tired. You saw them, Toshinori said. Izuku swallowed. Yes. And you fought one, Izuku nodded, throat tight. It attacked Uraraka, and Bakugo, I didn't have a choice. Toshinori's gaze sharpened. You did the right thing. Izuku's eyes stung. But everyone saw something. They saw enough to ask questions, Toshinori admitted. Not enough to understand. He paused, then spoke carefully. Midoriya, what you used, that wasn't one for all. Izuku swallowed hard. No. Toshinori's expression hardened with resolve. Then we need rules, he said. Strict ones. Izuku's chest tightened. Rules. Toshinori leaned closer. Until you can control it completely, he said, you don't use that power in public unless someone's life depends on it. Izuku nodded quickly. Okay. Toshinori's eyes softened slightly. And you tell me when you see them, he said. Cursed spirits. Residuals. Anything. Izuku hesitated, then nodded again. Okay. Toshinori exhaled slowly, like releasing weight. Then he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. And Midoriya, he said quietly. Izuku looked up. Toshinori's gaze was steady. You protected Bakugo, Toshinori said. Even after everything. Izuku's throat tightened. I had to. He didn't deserve that. Toshinori's expression softened, pride and worry mixing together. That, he said, is why I chose you. Izuku blinked rapidly. Because the cold darkness inside him might be ancient. But Izuku's heart was still his. And as long as he could hold on to that, maybe he could be both. A hero in the light. And the shadow that guards it. The unforeseen simulation joint, USJ, was designed to feel like a playground for heroes. It had fake cities, fake landslides, fake storms, fake disasters built from concrete and steel and careful engineering. But the moment Izuku Midoriya stepped through the main doors, he knew something important. Fear didn't care what was fake. The massive dome stretched overhead like a second sky, bright lights hanging from metal beams. Below, the training zones sprawled out, shipwrecks in the flood zone, burning buildings in the fire zone, broken highways in the landslide zone. Class 1A stood in a loose group near the entrance, chattering. Kirishima looked like he wanted to sprint in and punch a tornado. Mina was already making excited commentary like this was a field trip. Mineta was, being Mineta. And Uraraka hovered near Izuku, smiling like she'd decided they were friends now whether he liked it or not. Izuku wanted to enjoy it. He really did. Because this was what he'd dreamed of. Rescue training, hero work, becoming the kind of person who ran toward danger. But his skin wouldn't stop prickling. Because the USJ wasn't empty to him. Even with no villains. The place was full of residue, thin smears of shadow clinging to broken props and collapsed concrete. Not dangerous. Not alive. Just echoes. Like the building remembered every student who had panicked here. Every scream, every fear of failing, every time someone had thought, "I'm not good enough." Izuku's cursed sight translated all of that into faint black haze at the edges of his vision. A normal person would call it atmosphere. Izuku called it fuel. And deep inside him, that old sealed presence stirred at the taste of it. Not violently. Just awake. Like it was leaning forward in its seat. Aizawa stood in front of them, arms crossed, looking like he'd rather be sleeping in a dumpster than teaching teenagers how not to die. "Today's lesson is rescue training," Aizawa said flatly. "Not combat." Kaminari raised his hand. "But isn't rescue training basically combat?" Aizawa stared at him like Kaminari had personally offended science. "Rescue training is not combat," Aizawa repeated. "If you treat it like combat, people die. Heroes don't get points for looking cool while civilians get crushed." The class quieted. Izuku swallowed. Aizawa's gaze swept the group, sharp and tired. "This facility exists so you can learn to think under pressure," Aizawa continued. "In a real disaster, you don't choose the environment. You don't choose your teammates. You don't choose the conditions." He paused. "And sometimes, you don't even choose the enemy." Izuku's stomach tightened at that last line, like Aizawa knew something he wasn't saying. All Might stood off to the side in his teacher outfit, smiling. Too bright to belong in Aizawa's mood. He gave Izuku a subtle look. "Steady yourself." Izuku nodded almost imperceptibly. "Breathe. Control. Intent." Aizawa gestured toward the central zone. 13 will. A sudden distortion rippled through the air. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was like reality blinked. Izuku felt it in his bones. The residue shadows along the floor shifted all at once. Like a flock of birds reacting to a predator. The class didn't notice yet. But Izuku did. A cold pressure rolled through the dome, so thick it made Izuku's throat tighten. He turned his head slowly. A swirling black mist unfurled near the center of the USJ like someone had torn a hole in the world and spilled darkness through it. Kurogiri. Izuku's breath caught. But the mist wasn't the worst part. Behind that mist, inside it, there was something else. Something heavier. Not a quirk signature. Not human. A presence that made the old darkness in Izuku's chest perk up like it recognized a distant cousin. The mist expanded into a warp gate. And villains stepped out. Dozens. Armed. Masked. Smiling. Some twitchy with excitement, some quiet with cold intent. The class went dead silent. 13 froze mid-step. Aizawa's body tensed like a drawn wire. All Might's smile vanished so fast it was like watching a mask fall. Then a pale hand lifted from the mist. A young man in a ragged hoodie stepped forward. Fingers scratching at his neck like he couldn't stop. A hand-shaped accessory covered his face. His voice was dry, almost bored. "Is this UA?" Shigaraki Tamura asked. Every instinct in Izuku screamed. Not because Shigaraki was scary. Because Shigaraki radiated something thick and rotten. A pit of resentment so deep it had its own gravity. And that resentment was leaking. Izuku could see it in his cursed sight, black threads spilling out of Shigaraki like smoke from a crack in the earth. Around those threads, the air shimmered with crawling shapes, Ny curse mites clustering to him like he was a feast. But again, that wasn't the worst part. Shigaraki turned his head slightly, as if listening to something behind him. And Izuku felt it. The heavier presence inside the warp mist shifted. Like something large adjusting its posture. Shigaraki's hand twitched near his pocket, like he was holding onto something he didn't fully understand. Aizawa stepped forward, voice sharp. "Students. Behind me." The class stumbled back automatically. 13's voice shook. "Villains. Here. How did they?" Kurogiri's calm voice drifted out of the mist. "Good afternoon. We've come to kill All Might." Quote. The words landed like ice. A few students gasped. Someone whimpered. Izuku heard his own heartbeat slam like fists against a door. All Might stepped forward. His voice was steady, but his eyes were hard. "I am here," All Might said, "and I will not let you harm my students." Shigaraki tilted his head. "Oh," he said, almost disappointed. "You came." His fingers scratched at his neck again. "Faster now. Then this should be easy." Izuku's stomach dropped. Because Shigaraki wasn't looking at All Might like a desperate criminal. He was looking at him like a target in a test. Like he had tools prepared. Shigaraki snapped his fingers. Kurogiri's mist swelled, and the villains moved. Aizawa shot forward without hesitation. 13. Protect them. He launched into the mob like a blur. Scarf whipping through the air, dropping villains with ruthless efficiency. The class watched, stunned. Aizawa didn't fight like a hero on TV. He fought like a man who'd let give second chances. All Might moved too, faster than Izuku's eyes could track, shouldering through villains, shoving them away from the students. But then, Kurogiri's mist surged across the ground like a tidal wave. It wrapped around the students' feet. Izuku's eyes widened. No. He reached for Uraraka instinctively. But the mist swallowed them. And the world tore. Warping felt like being pulled through cold water and hot air at the same time. Izuku's stomach flipped. His vision blurred into darkness. His ears filled with static. Then, he slammed onto wet concrete. He rolled, coughing, palms scraping against slick ground. Water. The flood zone. Izuku blinked hard, trying to orient himself. He heard splashing, a scream, and then something else, a faint, gurgling laugh. Izuku's head snapped up. He wasn't alone. Asui was nearby, crouched low, eyes wide but focused. Mineta clung to her shoulder like a terrified grape-shaped backpack. Su! Izuku shouted. Su's eyes locked on him. Midoriya-chan, you okay? Izuku pushed himself up. Yeah, I'm. A massive wave surged. Not natural. A villain stood on a wrecked ship, grinning, hands raised. Welcome to the water park. The villain yelled. Izuku's lungs tightened. The wave crashed toward them. Su moved instantly, tongue snapping out to grab Izuku and Mineta both. Hold on, she croaked. Izuku felt himself yanked backward. Rode as the wave smashed over the concrete. Cold water drenched him. Mineta screamed like his soul was leaving his body. Izuku coughed and sputtered, vision swimming. And then he saw them. In the water. Not villains. Not fish. Dark shapes sliding beneath the surface like shadows with teeth. They weren't huge. But there were many. Cursed spirits. Born from fear. From panic. From the sudden realization of drowning. They swarmed around the flood waters like piranhas made of regret and terror. Izuku's stomach dropped. Su, he said quickly, voice tight, there's more than just villains in the water. Su blinked. More than. Izuku didn't have time to explain. A curse surged upward from the water, thin and eel-like, its mouth a jagged slit. It snapped at Mineta. Mineta shrieked. Izuku shoved forward, instinct taking over. Dark energy flickered along his forearm, just a thin coating. He punched. The curse burst into black mist. Mineta froze. Su stared at Izuku like he'd sprouted a second head. Midoriya-chan, what was that? Izuku's throat tightened. Later. We need to move. Another wave surged. More villains appeared, splashing through water like sharks circling. Su's eyes narrowed. We can't fight them all here. Izuku nodded. We head to the ship. Higher ground. Su grabbed them again and launched forward with a powerful leap, hopping across floating debris toward the wrecked ship. Izuku's brain raced as they moved. Too many negative emotions. Too much fear. The USJ is feeding them. And somewhere far away, he could feel that heavier presence again. Not here. Not in the flood zone. But moving. Hunting. Like a storm cloud drifting toward the one person who could see it. Izuku's chest tightened. It's looking for me. They reached the ship's deck. The villains were climbing up after them. Su crouched low. Eyes sharp. Mineta. Stick. Now. Mineta sniffled, then hurled his sticky balls toward the villains, gluing a few to the wet deck. One villain slipped, swearing. Izuku stepped forward, fists clenched. He didn't want to use shadow techniques in public. But this was life or death now. Rescue training had just become war. He pushed a small amount of one for all into his legs and sprinted forward. Weaving between villains. He struck with controlled bursts, 5%, maybe less, enough to knock them back without shattering himself. The villains weren't elite. Most were just thugs. But the water made everything harder. And the cursed spirits in the flood were turning the fear into constant pressure, like the air was thickening. Izuku's breath came quicker. He could feel cold threads in his chest pressing against the seal. Su grabbed a villain and flung him overboard with a clean, efficient movement. This is bad, she croaked. Izuku nodded. We need to regroup with the others. Mineta pointed shakily. Where even are the others? Izuku's eyes darted across the zone. In the distance, he could see movement in other environments, faint silhouettes, flashes of ice, bursts of light. But the dome was huge. The villains had scattered them on purpose. Izuku's jaw tightened. They planned this. Then the air changed again. Not the watery dampness. Not the panic fuel haze. This was heavier. A shadow fell across the deck. Izuku turned slowly. The mist. Kurogiri's mist had appeared at the far end of the ship. But it wasn't forming a portal this time. It was cradling something. Like smoke wrapped around a sleeping beast. Mineta whimpered. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Sue tensed. Kurogiri. Izuku's mouth went dry. Because inside that mist, Izuku saw the thing clearly. A cursed spirit. Not a small one. Not a grade 2. This was enormous, its form shifting, layered, too complex to be accidental. It had a body like draped funeral cloth, black and endless, stitched pale mask faces that whispered without voices. Its arms were long, bending wrong, hands opening like hungry flowers. And in the center of its chest, something glowed faintly. Not light. A void-like core that pulled the air inward. Special grade. Izuku's skin went cold. The old presence in his chest went silent. Not asleep. Watching. As if it recognized a predator worth respecting. Kurogiri's calm voice drifted. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku froze. Sue's eyes widened. He knows your name. Mineta clung tighter. Why does he know your name? Izuku's heart hammered. Kurogiri continued, polite as ever. Our master requested you. Izuku's breath caught. All for one, Izuku whispered without meaning to. The special grade's mask faces turned as one. And it spoke, not with a mouth, but with pressure in Izuku's skull. Found. Sue stepped in front of Izuku instinctively. Midoriya-chan, get behind me. Izuku grabbed her shoulder. Sue, don't. You can't see it. Sue blinked. Can't see. The special grade moved. The air around it darkened like the lights dimmed. Mineta screamed as shadows crawled up his legs, freezing him in place with pure dread. Sue stiffened, eyes wide, her body reacting to fear she didn't understand. Izuku's breath trembled. This wasn't like the grade 2 curse. This thing wasn't just feeding. It was projecting. It was spreading despair like a field. Kurogiri's mist pulsed. Deliver him. Kurogiri said softly, as if giving instructions to a loyal dog. The special grade's long arm extended. And the shadows beneath Izuku's feet opened. Like a mouth, Izuku felt himself start to sink. Not physically. Spiritually. Like gravity was grabbing his soul and dragging it downward. Izuku's eyes widened. No. He focused. Intent. He slammed one for all through his legs, just enough. And jumped. He tore free of the shadow mouth and landed hard on the deck, gasping. Sue staggered, fighting invisible dread. Mineta sobbed, frozen. The special grade tilted its mask-covered head. You carry two tastes. The torch. And the veil. Izuku's blood ran cold. It could sense one for all. And the sealed darkness. Kurogiri's mist swirled like approval. Yes, he murmured. As the master said. Izuku clenched his fists, forcing his breathing steady. In, out, in, out. He looked at Sue and Mineta, voice urgent. Run. Sue blinked, shaking. Midoriya-chan, run. Izuku snapped, harsher than he meant. Sue startled. Then grabbed Mineta and leapt toward the ship's edge, hopping to safer debris. Mineta screamed the whole way. Izuku turned back to the special grade. His heart pounded. He was alone now. Good. Because if he was Go-Power. He didn't want witnesses. The special grade glided forward, not rushing. It didn't need to. It knew he couldn't outrun it forever. Open the seal, it whispered into his head. Let the darkness breathe. Izuku's jaw tightened. No. The special grade's arm swung like a curtain of night. Izuku dodged, but the attack wasn't aimed at his body. It passed through the air and hit the space behind him. And the deck remembered every fear it ever held. A wave of despair slammed into Izuku's chest. His mind filled with images of failing. Of Bakugo's face. Of being quirkless. Of his mother crying. Of All Might's tired eyes. His vision blurred. His legs shook. The special grade's mask faces whispered silently, feeding the pressure. Izuku tasted panic. The old presence in him stirred, pleased. So much fear, it seemed to murmur. So easy to shape. Izuku clenched his teeth so hard it hurt. No, he repeated, forcing his lungs to work. Control. Focus. Intent. He remembered Toshinori's hand on his shoulder. Stay you. Izuku inhaled, and instead of letting fear explode outward, he compressed it. He didn't let it spill. He didn't let it feed the curse. He turned it into a tight, controlled pressure in his core. The special grade paused slightly, as if surprised. Discipline. Izuku's right arm darkened with cursed energy, thicker than before, a smooth coat like black armor. But he didn't let it surge wildly. He shaped it, a sheath, a conduit. Then he did something he'd never tried. He pushed one for all into that same arm. Slowly, carefully, like pouring fire into a channel carved from ice. His muscles screamed instantly. Pain flashed. His bones threatened to crack. And the cursed energy reacted. Not fighting the power, but guiding it. Like the darkness was grabbing the fire and directing its heat into a sharper point. Izuku's breath hitched. The air around his fist warped faintly. Not an uncontrolled distortion like the entrance exam. This felt aligned. Like two opposing forces had found a temporary agreement. The special grade's mask faces shifted. So you learn. It lunged. Fast now. Izuku moved 5% in his legs, pushing his body forward with controlled speed. He met the curse head-on. His shadow-coated fist slammed into the special grade's arm. And instead of passing through like smoke, it hit. A deep shock rippled through the curse's form. Like a bell struck underwater. The special grade recoiled, not because it was hurt physically, but because something inside it had been struck. Izuku felt it like a vibration in his bones. A connection. The punch had touched the curse's core. Its soul. Izuku's eyes widened. So that's it, he whispered. The special grade hissed silently, shadows boiling. Soul sting. Izuku didn't have time to name it. But his instinct screamed the truth. Normal force couldn't kill this thing. But force wrapped in cursed technique could. Because cursed technique didn't just hit the body. It hit what the body was built on. The special grade swung again. Multiple arms, multiple curtains of despair. Izuku dodged, but one shadow arm grazed his shoulder. And cold dread poured into him like poison. His knees almost buckled. The special grade pressed forward, relentless. You can't win. You are young. You are cracking. Izuku gritted his teeth. It was right. He could feel the seal straining. Every time he used cursed energy, the chains inside him pulled tighter. Every time he ran one for all through his body, the torch flared hotter. He was balancing two storms in one fragile human frame. But he wasn't fighting for pride. He wasn't fighting to prove Bakugo wrong. He was fighting because if he fell, this thing would go hunting through the USJ. And no one else could stop it. Izuku inhaled sharply. He focused on one thought. Protect. The old darkness inside him stirred, less amused now. Like it recognized the seriousness. The special grade lunged again, aiming for Izuku's head. Izuku raised his arm. Cursed energy flared into a thicker coating. He caught the strike. The impact sent a pressure wave through the air. Izuku's feet slid back on wet concrete. Pain shot up his arm. But he held. Then he twisted his hips and drove a punch into the curse's chest, where the void core pulsed. Delaware, Izuku began instinctively. Then he stopped. Because that name belonged to one for all alone. This wasn't just a smash. This was something else. Something that pierced. Something that exorcised. Izuku's voice dropped, raw and determined. Veil smash. His fist hit the core. The special grade convulsed violently. Its mask faces screamed without sound. The void core flickered like a candle in a storm. Izuku felt resistance, thick, heavy, ancient resentment packed into the curse like compressed coal. He pushed harder. One for all surged. Cursed energy tightened like a blade around the surge. For a split second, Izuku saw the vestige world. The first user's terrified eyes. The ancestral shadow leaning close. And two voices overlapping inside him. Hold steady. Strike true. Izuku roared and punched again, pouring everything into one final hit. Veil smash. The void core shattered. Not with gore. With a sudden collapse, like a pressure bubble bursting. The special grade's body unraveled into black ash that burned away into the air, dissolving into nothing. The oppressive despair vanished instantly. The flood zone felt lighter. The shadows stopped crawling. Izuku stumbled, panting, arm trembling. His cursed energy sheath faded unevenly, leaving his skin cold. His muscles screamed. His heart pounded. He dropped to one knee. And for a moment, he thought he might throw up. But he was alive, and the special grade was gone. Izuku forced himself to stand. Then his eyes widened. Kurogiri's mist was still there. And Kurogiri was, staring. Not panicked. Not angry. Quietly disturbed. Interesting, Kurogiri murmured. Izuku's stomach dropped. You're still here. Kurogiri tilted his head slightly, polite as ever. Our master suspected you would be capable, he said. But seeing it, the mist swirled like thought. Confirms it. Izuku clenched his fists, trying to summon more power. His body refused. He'd spent too much. Kurogiri's mist began to widen into a portal. I will inform our master, Kurogiri said calmly. You are a complication. Izuku's blood ran cold. No. Kurogiri's mist expanded. Then a loud crash echoed from the central plaza. All Might. The real battle. Kurogiri paused. He looked toward the sound, as if recalculating priorities. Then his portal snapped open. I have other duties, he said softly. And vanished. Izuku stood alone on the wrecked ship, chest heaving. He'd won, but he hadn't stopped the war. He'd just survived one branch of it. He turned, searching for Sue and Mineta. They were on floating debris nearby, staring at him like he'd become something they didn't understand. Sue's eyes were wide, thoughtful. Mineta's mouth hung open. Midoriya-chan, Sue croaked slowly. That wasn't a normal quirk. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to lie. But his body was shaking, and the air still felt wrong, and the dome echoed with distant explosions. So he did the only thing he could. He gave them the safest truth. It's complicated, Izuku whispered. But I'll explain later. Right now we need to regroup. Sue nodded slowly, eyes sharp again. Okay. Let's move. Mineta pointed shakily. And next time warn me before you punch the air like that. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. But the dread was creeping back. Because he could feel it now, through the USJ dome. A massive concentration of violence at the center. All Might's fight. Izuku sprinted across floating debris, using small bursts of one for all to jump and balance. Each jump sent pain through his legs. But he kept moving. Because he couldn't just hide. Not while his classmates were scattered. Not while villains were hunting. As he moved toward the central plaza, he felt the USJ's atmosphere change again. Like a storm forming. Not cursed energy. Something else. Something brutal. He reached the plaza entrance and skidded to a stop behind a broken wall. And what he saw made his blood freeze. All Might, huge, bright, battered, was fighting a creature that wasn't human. The Nomu. Its body was a patchwork of muscle and horror, eyes blank, mouth grinning too wide. It was designed to kill All Might. It took hits that should have ended it, and kept moving. Aizawa was nearby, scarf whipping, eyes glowing red as he erased Quirk's left and right, keeping villains from overwhelming the field. But he looked strained. Because there were too many. And because the Nomu wasn't just strong. It was engineered. Shigaraki stood behind it, trembling with excitement and hatred. Die. Shigaraki whispered, scratching his neck. Die already. Izuku's fists clenched. He tried to move forward. Then his legs trembled, and his body reminded him he'd already fought a special grade. He wasn't at full strength. He was at borrowed strength. And yet, All Might's fight wasn't just about winning. It was about time. Buying time for the students to survive. Buying time for heroes to arrive. Buying time for hope. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. He's doing this for us. He felt the old darkness inside him stir again. Not hungry this time. Quiet. Almost attentive. As if it understood the weight of what All Might was carrying. Izuku breathed in, out, out. Then he forced himself to do the hero thing. He looked for who needed him most. Not all GHT, because All Might's battlefield was death itself right now. But the students still scattered. The villains still moving. The curses still feeding off the dome's fear. Izuku turned away from the new fight, every instinct screaming to stay, and instead sprinted toward where he heard distant voices. He found Iida helping a wounded classmate. He found Kaminari zapping villains to protect Jiro. He found Todoroki freezing a corridor to block attackers. The class was fighting to survive. And even if Izuku's body was shaking, he still had something none of them did. He could see the cursed spirits forming at the edges of panic. He could exorcise them before they became bigger monsters. So he did. Quick, controlled strikes. Shadow-coated fists when necessary. Breathing steady. Intent clear. Protect. Protect, protect. And slowly, the invisible pressure in the USJ stopped rising as fast. Because every curse he erased was one less fear feedback loop growing in the dome. Minutes felt like hours. Then the sound came. A distant siren. Then another. Then a familiar voice shouted through the chaos. This is the police. Stand down. Pro-heroes arrived. The villains began to scatter. Kurogiri opened portals. Shigaraki snarled, furious. But before he retreated, Shigaraki's gaze flicked across the battlefield. And landed on Izuku. Izuku felt it like a knife. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. Not with confusion. With recognition. Like someone had whispered something into his ear. Kurogiri's voice murmured beside him, just loud enough for Izuku to catch across the noise. He destroyed it. Shigaraki went still. His fingers stopped scratching for 1 second. Then he leaned forward slightly, staring at Izuku like Izuku had personally insulted his existence. You, Shigaraki rasped. Izuku's chest tightened. Shigaraki's voice trembled, half rage, half something like awe. You're the natural enemy, he whispered. Izuku didn't understand fully, but he felt the truth in the air. Whatever Shigaraki's whatever master sat behind the curtains, that master had sent a special grade curse as a weapon. And Izuku had erased it. Shigaraki's jaw clenched. His hatred sharpened into a point. This isn't over, Shigaraki hissed. Kurogiri's mist wrapped around him. And with one last burning stare at Izuku, they vanished. When it was over, the USJ looked like a battlefield. Not a training facility. Students sat on the ground, shaken, bruised, quiet. Some cried. Some stared blankly. Some tried to laugh and failed. Aizawa sat slumped against a wall, bandaged, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. All Might stood nearby, still in hero form. But Izuku could see the tremor in his posture. Toshinori was running out of time. Izuku stood at the edge of the group, hands trembling slightly. Uraraka spotted him and rushed over, grabbing his sleeve. Midoriya, you're okay. Izuku blinked, then nodded. Yeah. Uraraka's eyes filled with relief. Thank goodness. Sue approached too, expression serious. Midoriya-chan, she croaked softly. That thing you fought. Izuku's throat tightened. Before he could answer, All Might walked toward him. His smile was gone. His eyes were heavy, full of things he didn't want to say in front of students. He leaned close enough that only Izuku could hear. You fought it, Toshinori whispered. The special grade. Izuku nodded slowly. Yes. Toshinori's gaze sharpened. And you destroyed it. Izuku swallowed. Yes. I used one for all through the cursed energy. It hit the core. Toshinori's breath caught. For a moment, he looked almost relieved. Then worried. Because relief meant it was possible. Worry meant it was dangerous. We'll talk, Toshinori said quietly. Soon. Alone. Izuku nodded. Toshinori straightened, forcing his bright teacher smile back onto his face for the class. You all survived, All Might said loudly, voice proud and fierce. And you protected each other. That matters. The students listened, shaken but alive. Izuku stared at All Might's smile. And he realized something else. The curse world had officially noticed him. All for One had officially noticed him. Shigaraki had looked at him like a problem that needed to be erased. And deep inside Izuku, the ancient darkness hummed like it approved of being seen again. Izuku clenched his fists. No, he wasn't going to be a weapon for anyone. Not for a curse. Not for a villain. Not even for fate. He would be a hero. Even if he had to become the shadow that guarded the light to do it. The days after the USJ incident didn't feel like after. They felt like the world was still falling, just slower. UA tried to return to normal. Teachers walked the halls like they were calm. The support staff cleaned scorch marks and replaced broken panels like it was just maintenance. Students showed up to class, joked, complained about homework, and pretended they weren't replaying the sound of villains laughing in their heads every night. But the truth was written in the smallest things. Kirishima flinched at loud bangs now, even if he laughed right after. Jiro kept her earbuds in more often, like she needed a barrier between herself and the world. Sue watched doorways the way a frog watched rippling water, quiet. Alert, ready to jump. And Izuku kept breathing on purpose. In, out, because if he didn't, the shadows inside him leaned closer to the surface, eager and alive. And he couldn't let that happen, not when he was still learning what he even was. Aizawa came back to class with bandages under his scarf and tired eyes that looked even more tired than usual. He didn't make a big deal about it. He never did. But Izuku noticed the way Aizawa's gaze lingered on him in small moments. When Izuku's shadow looked a little too dark under his desk. When You winced at a sudden spike of negative pressure in the hallway. When Izuku's attention snapped to an empty corner like something was there. Aizawa didn't ask, not in front of everyone. But he watched. Like a man who'd learned that the worst threats didn't announce themselves. All Might, Toshinori, was worse at hiding it. Izuku caught him staring into the distance sometimes, expression strained, lick. He was calculating how many seconds of All Might world noticed the cracks. And once, only once, Izuku saw Toshinori glance at Izuku's shadow and look away like it burned. That hurt. Not because Toshinori feared him. Because Toshinori feared what might happen if Izuku lost control. Which meant Toshinori believed it was possible. Then the news hit. Not about curses. Not about old power. About villains. The USJ attack was everywhere. And once it was everywhere, UA did what Hero Society always did. They turned fear into a show of strength. Principal Nezu called an assembly in the auditorium. The students sat in rows, murmuring anxiously. Cameras weren't allowed, but everyone knew there were reporters outside the gates waiting like wolves. Nezu stood at the podium, smiling in that unsettling cheerful way that made people forget he was a genius. The sports festival will proceed as planned, Nezu announced. The room exploded. What? After we got attacked? That's crazy. Is it safe? Nezu lifted a paw. Safety is a priority, he said pleasantly. But symbolism is also a priority. Aizawa stood off to the side, eyes half-lidded. Translation, he muttered, loud enough for nearby students to hear. They want to prove UA can't be scared. Smintas nodded grimly. Midnight smiled like she loved drama. And because this is a hero school, she purred, what better way to show strength than on the biggest stage? Quote. Izuku's stomach twisted. Biggest stage meant the most people. The most people meant the most emotion. The most emotion meant fuel. Even if the public couldn't see cursed spirits, their fear still existed. Their anxiety would leak into the stadium like water into cracks. And if enough negativity gathered, something could form. Something bigger than a grade 2. Izuku clenched his fists, forcing his breathing steady. In, out. Toshinori found Izuku after the assembly ended, catching him near a hallway corner where the cameras couldn't reach. His smile was the same. His eyes weren't. Midoriya, Toshinori said quietly. I know what you're thinking. Izuku's throat tightened. The crowd, it's going to be loud, Toshinori finished. Full of emotion. Full of pressure. Izuku nodded. Jaw tight. If cursed spirits form. Toshinori's gaze sharpened. Then we handle it. Izuku swallowed. How? I can't exorcise something in front of the whole country. Toshinori's mouth tightened. That is the problem, he admitted. He placed a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder. So your job, Toshinori said, is to compete like a hero, without letting that other power bleed out. Izuku's heart pounded. And if it does? Toshinori's voice dropped. Then you breathe, he said. You clamp down. You anchor yourself. You do not feed it. Izuku nodded shakily. Toshinori held Izuku's gaze. And Midoriya, he added, don't carry this alone. Aizawa is watching you for a reason. Izuku flinched. Aizawa-sensei knows. Toshinori hesitated, then chose honesty. He suspects, Toshinori said. And Principal Nezu notices everything. Izuku's stomach dropped. Toshinori squeezed his shoulder once, steadying him. But suspicion isn't proof, Toshinori said. So we control what we can control. Izuku swallowed hard. Okay, he whispered. Then he forced a small smile, because Toshinori needed him to look steady too. I'll win, Izuku said quietly. Without losing myself. Toshinori's eyes softened, pride and fear mixing. That, he said, is a hero's promise. The sports festival arrived like a thunderclap. The stadium wasn't just full. It was overflowing. An ocean of people, noise, color, flags. The roar of the crowd hit Izuku in the chest the moment Class 1A stepped through the tunnel entrance. Students marched behind the UA banner, the spotlight bright enough to wash out thought. Izuku's vision blurred for a second, not from light. From cursed sight. So many emotions. So much excitement and fear and anticipation packed into one place that it felt like the air itself had thickened. Most people felt it as energy. Izuku felt it as a pressure field. And in the corners of his vision, dark shapes clung to the stadium's edges. Tiny curses formed like condensation. Little ones. Harmless, for now. But there were so many. They perched on railings, crawled under seats, hung from banners like stains. Izuku's throat went dry. Don't stare. Don't react. Don't feed it. He forced his eyes forward. In. Out. Beside him, Uraraka whispered excitedly, "This is insane." Kirishima laughed. "This is so manly." Bakugo looked like he wanted to punch the stadium itself. Todoroki walked calmly. Expression unreadable. And when Izuku glanced at Todoroki, he saw something else. Todoroki didn't just have pressure. He had ice. Not literal ice. A cold emotional wall that kept things from sticking to him. The tiny curses that hovered around other students didn't cling to Todoroki the same way. They slid off his aura like his calm was a shield. Izuku almost envied him. Almost. Then Present Mike's voice exploded over the speakers. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UA Sports Festival." The stadium screamed back. Izuku's heart slammed. And somewhere deep inside him, the old darkness stirred as if smiling. The first event was the obstacle race. Students lined up at the starting gates. Present Mike hyped it up like this was the final match of the century. Zuko stood with his hands slightly shaking, trying not to look at the crawling shadow wisps pooling near the track. Bakugo stood nearby, grinning like a predator. Todoroki stared forward, blank. Iida adjusted his glasses, determined. Aizawa watched from the teacher's area, eyes narrowed like he was tracking every micro-movement. All Might stood beside him, smiling bright for the cameras but stiff in his posture. Izuku took a slow breath. In. Out. Then the buzzer screamed. Students surged forward like a wave. Izuku ran, fast but controlled, keeping his one-for-all output low enough to avoid injure. Why and low enough to avoid that bleeding aura feeling that came when he pushed too hard. The first obstacle, giant robots. Not as massive as the zero-pointer, but big enough to crush a kid flat. Students dodged, leapt, blasted through. Bakugo exploded through a robot's head like it was paper. Todoroki froze the ground, making a slick path that tripped half the crowd behind him. Izuku didn't have firepower like that. So he did what he always did. He analyzed. He saw the rhythm of robot steps, predicted the timing, used small bursts of one-for-all in his legs to clear gaps at the last second. But the cursed sight kept distracting him. Every time a robot stomped near the crowd, the audience screamed. And those screams fed tiny curse wisps that fluttered toward the track like gnats drawn to sweat. One brushed Izuku's shoulder. He felt a cold itch. His shadow twitched. Izuku's breathing hitched. The old presence pressed closer. "Let me clean them," it seemed to purr. Izuku clenched his teeth. No. He exhaled slowly. The itch faded. He kept running. Second obstacle, the chasm. A deep pit filled with jagged supports, like a canyon inside the arena. Students leapt, flew, created bridges. Uku paused at the edge for one heartbeat, his mind mapping the best route. Then Shinso Hitoshi's voice drifted from behind him, casual and sharp. "Hey, Midoriya, you're the kid who cheated your way in, right?" Izuku's body stiffened. Shinso wasn't near him physically, he was on another part of the track, but his words carried. And the crowd reacted. They murmured. They leaned in. The stadium's curiosity spiked into something sharp. Izuku felt a wave of negative emotion rush outward, judgment, suspicion, hunger for drama. The tiny curses swelled like they'd been sprinkled with fertilizer. Izuku's chest tightened. He forced himself not to look back. Ignore it. Don't react. Don't answer. He jumped. One forelegs and launched him across the gap. He landed hard but stable, rolling once and popping up. Third obstacle, the minefield. Explosive traps hidden under sand. Students triggered blasts, smoke, chaos. This was where Izuku's cursed sight nearly became a problem. Because the explosions didn't just create smoke. They created panic. And panic created curses. Little shadow mites swarmed the sand like ants. Not dangerous individually, but distracting, biting at his focus. Izuku ran anyway, moving with careful steps. watching for tremors, reading the pattern of triggered minds. He reached one section where the sand looked oddly still. No footprints, no blasts, a trap, but he also saw a dark stain clinging to the sand, pulsing faintly, a cluster of tiny curses feeding on the fear of the unknown. Izuku's shadow stirred again, a thin black thread tried to slip out. Izuku cut it off with a breath. In, out. He stepped wide and vaulted over the section. A mine exploded behind him. He kept going. By the time the finish line came into view, the leaders were already there. Bakugo, Todoroki, Iida, a few others. Izuku pushed his output to 8% for the final sprint, muscles straining. He crossed the line in the top group, not first, but close enough. The crowd cheered. Present Mike screamed. Izuku bent over, panting. And when he straightened, he saw it. Bakugo's curse. It was back, thin and coiled behind him like a dark cape, hungry and proud. It looked stronger in the stadium's emotional storm. Like being watched fed Bakugo's ego, and Bakugo's ego fed the curse. Izuku swallowed. This is going to get worse. The second event was the cavalry battle. Teams of 4, 1 rider, 3 supports, headbands worth points. Everyone wanted the top headbands. Izuku stood in the team selection area, scanning faces. Uraraka immediately stepped up. Team up with me. Izuku's cheeks warmed. Oh okay. Iida approached too, serious. Midoriya, we would be effective together. Izuku hesitated, then glanced at Todoroki and Bakugo being swarmed by potential teammates like sharks. If Izuku didn't build a strong team, he'd be crushed. Then, like a machine stomping into a ballet rehearsal, Mei Hatsume rolled up. She pointed at Izuku like she'd found a rare collectible. You, she shouted. The finger breaker from the entrance exam. Izuku flinched. Hatsume. Mei grinned wildly. You're popular. That means my babies will get exposure if I team with you. Before Izuku could respond, Tokiyami stepped forward, calm and ominous. I will join, Tokiyami said, voice deep. Dark Shadow is interested in you. Izuku's stomach tightened. Interested. Dark Shadow, Tokiyami's living shadow quirk, shifted restlessly behind him. Eyes glowing faintly. And Izuku realized, Dark Shadow could probably sense the cursed pressure around the stadium. Maybe not see curses like Izuku did, but feel the same heaviness. Izuku forced a smile. Sure. Quote. So the team formed. Rider, Izuku. Supports, Uraraka, Mei, Tokiyami. Mei immediately started strapping equipment onto Tokiyami like she was building a war machine. These babies will revolutionize cavalry battle, she declared. Uraraka looked worried. Is this allowed? Mei winked. Support courses allowed, sweet cheeks. Tokiyami stood stoic while Dark Shadow grumbled. Why does the air taste so bitter? Dark Shadow muttered. Izuku froze. Tokiyami's head tilted slightly toward Izuku. Dark Shadow is sensitive to certain atmospheres. Izuku swallowed hard. It's probably the crowd. Quote. Dark Shadow's glowing eyes turned toward Izuku's shadow. No, it said, low. Not just that. Izuku's chest tightened. Before Tokiyami could push further, Present Mike screamed the start. Teams surged like stampeding herds. Izuku clung to Tokiyami's back as Dark Shadow carried him with powerful shadow arms, Uraraka keeping the team light and mobile, Mei shouting instructions like a mad scientist. Izuku's strategist brain kicked in. They didn't rush for random headbands. They hunted for high-value targets, teams that overextended, teams that underestimate. Weird, team with a support course girl. Dark Shadow snatched headbands with precision. Uraraka floated them over crowded clusters. Mei's gadgets launched smoke bursts and grappling lines, creating distractions. Izuku kept breathing steadily, refusing to let the cursed pressure spike. But the stadium's tension was rising. Everyone fought harder. Everyone got desperate. And the curses in the eye started clustering thicker near the battlefield like vultures. Izuku felt them like static. Small, but many. And the more the crowd screamed, the more those shadow mites swelled. Tokiyami's Dark Shadow stiffened suddenly. Tokiyami's voice sharpened. Midoriya, are you doing something? Izuku blinked. No. Dark Shadow growled. Something is crawling. Izuku's throat tightened. He couldn't explain. Not here. So he did what he could do without revealing anything. He anchored his mind on one clean thought. Protect my team, he breathed. In, out. The crawling sensation eased slightly. Dark Shadow relaxed, though its eyes stayed narrowed. Dark Shadow muttered. You're holding something back. Izuku's stomach twisted. He couldn't deny it, because he was. The battle ended with Izuku's team in the qualifying group. Headbands secured, bruised but victorious. Mei screamed happily about exposure. Uraraka hugged Izuku so hard he squeaked. Tokiyami simply nodded, but Dark Shadow kept staring at Izuku like it wanted answers. And above all that, the crowd roared. Because now the main event was coming. The tournament. The fights. The part everyone remembered. The part where emotions spiked like fireworks. The part where curses could be born in seconds. Izuku's mouth went dry. The tournament bracket appeared. Izuku scanned it quickly. The names jumped out like punches. Midoriya Izuku vs Shinso Hitoshi. If Izuku lost here, he was done. And Shinso's quirk, brainwashing, was specifically designed to make people respond. Izuku's heart slammed, because if Shinso got him to answer, he'd lose control of his body. And if he lost control of his body, what would the sealed darkness do? Izuku stood in the waiting area, palms sweating. Toshinori approached quietly. Midoriya, he murmured. Remember what we practiced? Izuku nodded. Don't respond. Toshinori's eyes softened. And if you feel the seal strain, breathe. Izuku finished. Toshinori nodded once. Izuku stepped into the arena. Shinso stood across from him. Purple hair messy, eyes sharp. The crowd booed Shinso lightly, support course bitterness was real. Shinso smirked. So you're the golden boy, he said. The kid who gets saved by luck. Izuku kept his mouth shut. Shinso's eyes narrowed. What? No response. Too scared. Izuku didn't answer. Shinso clicked his tongue. Figures. People like you always act like you earned it. Like the world gave you a fair chance. Izuku's jaw tightened. His chest heated. The old darkness stirred. Feed me that anger. Izuku forced a slow exhale. In, out. Shinso smiled, seeing the tension in Izuku's posture. You know, Shinso said, voice casual, Bakugo says you're a liar. Izuku's teeth clenched. Shinso continued, louder, projecting for the crowd. He says you used to be quirkless. That you're hiding something. That you're pretending to be special. The crowd murmured. A wave of judgment rolled through the stadium. Izuku felt the curse might swell and squirm in response. Shinso leaned forward slightly, voice turning sharper. So tell me, Midoriya. His eyes gleamed. Are you a fraud? Izuku's throat tightened. The question stabbed deep, right into the scar of his childhood. For a heartbeat, the seal inside him creaked. The old presence pressed close, whispering like velvet. Answer him. Let me answer for you. Izuku's lips parted. Then, a pulse for all. Not power. Presence. The vestiges. A mental shove from within. Like voices behind him roaring. Don't. Izuku snapped his jaw shut. He didn't answer. Shinso's smile faltered for the first time. Izuku moved. He rushed forward, using 5% one for all to close the distance, then slammed a controlled punch toward Shinso's shoulder, not lethal, just enough to knock him off balance. Shinso stumbled. Izuku swept his leg and dropped him cleanly. The crowd gasped. Shinso tried again, desperate, throwing insults, bait, anything. Izuku didn't answer. He just fought. And when the final push came, Izuku grabbed Shinso's wrist, flipped him, and pinned him. The buzzer sounded. Izuku won. Shinso lay on the ground, breathing hard, staring up at Izuku with a bitter, reluctant respect. So you can fight without talking, Shinso muttered. Izuku's chest heaved. Yeah, he whispered. Then he froze. He'd spoken. One word. But it hadn't been in response to the bait. It hadn't been emotional. It hadn't been reactive. It was calm. Intentional. The seal didn't strain. The darkness didn't surge. Izuku exhaled slowly. In. Out. He stepped away and left the ring. But he knew the next fight was the real one. Because the bracket didn't care about his nerves. It moved forward. And soon, Todoroki stepped into the arena opposite him. Todoroki Shoto stood like a wall. Half cold, half hot, eyes flat like winter sky. The crowd screamed his name. Endeavor sat in the VIP section. Arms crossed, staring with a hungry intensity that made Izuku's skin crawl. Izuku could feel Endeavor's pressure from here, ambition, obsession, pride sharpened into a blade. And around Endeavor's shoulders, A faint curse wisp clung like smoke. It wasn't huge, but it was old, like it had been feeding on Endeavor's drive for a long time. Izuku swallowed hard. Todoroki's gaze met Izuku's. "You're the one who broke the robot," Todoroki said quietly. Izuku nodded, throat tight. "You're really strong." Todoroki didn't react like it was a compliment. He just stared. "I won't use my left side," Todoroki said. Izuku blinked. "Huh." Todoroki's voice was flat. "I refuse to use his power." Izuku realized he meant Endeavor. Todoroki's eyes. He was going to fight Izuku with only half his quirk. The crowd didn't understand. They cheered anyway. Izuku's chest tightened. Because he didn't just need to win. He needed to win without forcing the darkness to spill. And Todoroki, holding back, was forcing Izuku into a corner already. Present Mike screamed the start. "Begin." Todoroki moved first. Ice exploded outward, a glacier surging across the arena like a living thing. The crowd screamed. Izuku's eyes widened. He jumped backward, feet skidding, then launched upward with 8% one for all, barely clearing the ice spike that erupted where he'd been. He landed on a small safe patch, heart pounding. Todoroki's expression didn't change. More ice surged. Izuku dodged, sprinting, leaping, weaving, his muscles burning. Every time Todoroki's ice cracked the ground, the crowd's excitement spiked. Every time the crowd's excitement spiked, the curse mites in the air swelled. And the air grew heavier. Not despair heavy. Anticipation heavy. Like the stadium was holding its breath. Izuku felt the seal inside him tremble. The old presence pressed closer. "So much emotion," it whispered. "So much fuel." Izuku clenched his teeth. "No." He pushed forward, trying to close distance. If he could force Todoroki into close combat, he might win without breaking himself. But Todoroki raised a hand and the ice rose like a wall, blocking him. Izuku slammed into it and felt cold shock through his arms. The crowd roared. Izuku's frustration spiked. And with that spike, his shadow under the ice wall twitched. A thin black thread slipped out like a needle. Izuku jerked back instinctively, breathing hard. In, out. The thread retreated. Todoroki watched him more carefully now. "You're weird," Todoroki said quietly. Izuku swallowed. "Thanks." Todoroki didn't blink. That wasn't sarcasm. Izuku's stomach tightened. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly, like he was actually observing, not judging. "It's like," Todoroki said, "there's something behind your power." Izuku's throat went dry. He didn't answer. He couldn't. So he moved. Izuku sprinted again, dodging another ice surge, and launched himself high, going for Todoroki directly. He raised his fist, channeling one for all into his arm in a tight, controlled burst. Smash. He stopped himself from shouting the name, because names carried emotion, and emotion carried leakage. He punched anyway. The shockwave cracked Todoroki's ice armor and sent shards flying. Todoroki slid back, boots scraping. For the first time, his eyes widened slightly. Izuku's bones screamed from the recoil, but he held. He could win like this. Fast. Controlled. No sorcery. No shadows. Then Endeavor stood up in the stands. His voice cut through the roar like a blade. "Use it." Todoroki's body stiffened. The crowd murmured, confused. Endeavor's eyes burned. "Use your fire." Todoroki's jaw clenched. His ice surged harder, sharper, more desperate. Izuku realized. Todoroki wasn't holding back because he wasn't capable. He was holding back because it hurt. Every second of this fight was dragging up wounds Todoroki didn't want to touch. And Izuku. Izuku knew what it was like to have something inside you that you didn't want to unleash. The thought hit him like a punch. He landed, breathing hard, staring at Todoroki. "Todoroki," Izuku said, voice shaking but clear, "you're not fighting me." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "What? You're fighting him," Izuku snapped. Pointing, not at Endeavor, but at the invisible chain connecting Todoroki's pain to his father's shadow. The crowd went quieter. A ripple of tension moved through the stadium. That tension fed the curse mites. Izuku felt them swell again. The air thickened. The old darkness inside him leaned closer like it loved drama. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. "I'm not your father," Izuku said, voice tight. "If you want to win, win because you chose it. Not because you're proving something to him." Todoroki's expression cracked. Just slightly. Like a fracture in ice. Endeavor's face twisted in anger. The crowd murmured louder. Todoroki stared at Izuku like he'd been struck. His voice came out low. Why are you saying this? Izuku's throat tightened. Because the answer was terrifyingly simple. Because I know. Izuku whispered. I know what it feels like to be told what you are. Todoroki's breath caught. Then the arena trembled. Not from ice. From heat. Todoroki's left side sparked. The air around him shimmered as flames began to rise, hesitant at first, like a candle flickering in fear. The crowd screamed. Endeavor's eyes widened, triumph. Izuku's heart slammed. Because the moment Todoroki's fire flared, Izuku's cursed energy reacted. Heat didn't just warm air. Heat intensified emotion. Heat intensified adrenaline. And adrenaline intensified the seal strain. Izuku felt it, like a crack widening inside his chest. The old darkness surged, eager, hungry, delighted. His shadow deepened. The air around him dimmed slightly. Izuku's breathing hitched. In, out, too slow. The stadium's pressure slammed into him. Thousands of people screaming. Fear, excitement, obsession. The curse might swarm toward the arena like a storm. And Todoroki's fire, pure, blazing emotion, poured fuel into everything. Izuku felt something inside him snap, not fully break, but slip, like a lock turning half a step. The world darkened, not metaphorically, literally. A sphere of shadow bloomed outward from Izuku's feet, fast, sudden, incomplete. A boundary, not a full domain, more like a dome of darkness that swallowed light for a heartbeat. The crowd gasped. Inside that darkness, Todoroki's flames didn't end. Like the fire had been muffled, smothered by a veil. For one impossible second, the arena looked like it had been wrapped in midnight. Then the sphere cracked, shattered like glass. Light rushed back in. The crowd exploded in confused screams. What was that? Present Mike yelled, voice cracking with shock. Todoroki stumbled back, eyes wide, his fire flickering like he didn't understand why it had been muted. Izuku stood frozen, chest heaving, sweat cold on his skin. His hands shook. His shadow under him wasn't behaving normally. It was too deep, too alive. He'd leaked. Not the full truth, but enough. From the VIP stands, Endeavor's expression changed. Not to confusion, to recognition. His eyes narrowed, staring at Izuku like he'd just smelled something from an old nightmare. That feeling, Endeavor muttered, barely audible. Not a quirk, not fire. Something ancient. Something that made his instincts, honed from years of fighting villains, flare in a way he didn't like. Aizawa stood abruptly in the teacher section, eyes sharp as knives. Principal Nezu's smile widened, interested. All Might's face went tight behind his heroic grin. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. He clenched his fist so hard his nails bit into his palms. Control, control, control. The old presence inside him hummed, pleased. Almost, it seemed to whisper. You almost opened it. Izuku swallowed hard. No, he wasn't going to lose himself here. Not in front of everyone. Not in front of Toshinori. Not in front of his mother watching from home. Todoroki stared at Izuku, fire and ice both trembling now. You, Todoroki said, voice rough. What are you? Izuku's throat tightened. He couldn't answer honestly, so he gave the safest truth he could. I'm trying, Izuku whispered. Then he moved. He charged forward, using one for all, tight and controlled, trying to finish this before the darkness surged again. Todoroki answered with fire and ice together now, desperate, finally fighting as himself. The arena became chaos, steam, shockwaves, shattered ice. Izuku's body screamed, but his mind stayed anchored on one thought. Protect, win, stay me. He used controlled shockwave punches to redirect Todoroki's attacks. Breaking ice without destroying everything, dodging fire without letting panic take over. And finally, when both of them were exhausted, trembling, pushed to the edge, Todoroki unleashed a massive fire blast. The heat slammed into Izuku like a wall. Izuku felt the seal strain again. Felt the darkness press. And he made a choice. Not to open it, to endure. He threw one last punch, pure one for all. And the shockwave collided with Todoroki's blast, blowing both of them back. They skidded across the ground, smoking, panting, barely standing. Silence hung for a heartbeat. Then the buzzer sounded. Izuku blinked. He'd won. Barely. The crowd roared like the stadium might tear apart. Todoroki stared at the sky, chest heaving, then laughed once, quiet, stunned. I used it, Todoroki whispered. I actually used it. Izuku's legs trembled. He wanted to collapse. But he looked at Todoroki and managed a shaky smile. Good, Izuku whispered. Todoroki's gaze flicked to him, something raw and grateful in it. Then Todoroki's knees buckled and he fell. Medics rushed in. Izuku swayed. All Might's voice boomed from the teacher's area, forced bright. What a match. But Izuku saw Toshinori's eyes. Worried. Because Toshinori had felt it too, the moment the darkness bloomed. The moment the boundary almost formed. The moment Izuku's sealed power had tried to announce itself to the world. As Izuku walked out of the arena, the crowd's chatter followed him like waves. Shadow quirk. Did he just turn off the lights? Was that a smoke effect? UA kids are insane. Endev. Or's stare burned into Izuku's back like fire. Aizawa's gaze was colder than ice. And Principal Nezu's smile looked far too pleased. Izuku's hands shook as he entered the tunnel. He leaned against the wall for 1 second, breathing hard. In, out, in, out. The old darkness inside him pressed close, almost affectionate. They saw you, it whispered. They felt you. Izuku swallowed hard. No, he whispered back, voice barely audible. They saw what I let them see. And he forced himself upright, because the tournament wasn't over. Because Bakugo was still in it. Because the crowd was still screaming. Because the stadium was still full of emotions that could birth monsters. And because somewhere beyond the lights and cheers, the real enemy was listening. All for One hadn't come to the festival. Izuku could feel it, like a chill behind the world. That the USJ wasn't the end of being watched. It was the beginning. The sports festival didn't end when the last match ended. It ended weeks later, in whispers. On TV panels. In comment sections. In the way people stared at Class 1A when they walked through the city on supervised outings. In the way pro heroes suddenly looked twice at the Shad. Ow boy, who had momentarily swallowed light on live broadcast. UA called it a visual effect caused by overlapping quirks and stadium lighting. The public accepted it because the public liked neat explanations. But the people who had fought in the dark, the ones who had survived the USJ, they didn't look at Izuku Midoriya the same way anymore. Not with fear. Not exactly. With questions they didn't ask out loud. Aizawa didn't bring it up in class. He simply increased the intensity of training and watched Izuku's footwork like he was reading a crime scene. Nezu's smile stayed bright, but his eyes tracked Izuku like a chess piece that had moved in a way the board didn't predict. And Endeavor's stare stayed lodged in Izuku's spine like a burning nail. It wasn't hatred. It was recognition. Like a man who had once walked near something ancient and never forgot the smell of it. Izuku tried not to think about any of it. Because thinking led to stress. Stress led to leakage. Leakage led to the seal creaking like an old door. So he did the only thing that had kept him stable since the sludge villain incident. He breathed on purpose. In, out, and he trained until his arms shook. Internships were supposed to be exciting. That's what every hero documentary made them look like. Students receiving invitations like love letters from the pros, stepping into agency offices to applause. Learning flashy techniques under famous mentors. Reality was less cinematic. Reality was opening an envelope and realizing the number of offers you got was a scoreboard. Bakugo received so many offers he looked annoyed by the paper pile. Todoroki's offers were stacked like a tower. Yaoyorozu got polite, prestigious invitations. Tokiyami received a dark-themed request that made Dark Shadow purr with pride. Izuku opened his envelope with trembling fingers, trying not to hope too hard. Inside was a single offer. 1. He stared at it, brain blank for a second. Uraraka leaned over his shoulder. Midoriya. Izuku blinked. I got 1. Uraraka's face softened. Hey, that's still good. Izuku forced a smile. Yeah, it's fine. But his chest tightened anyway. Because the festival had made him famous. And yet, only one pro hero wanted him. Which meant either A. They didn't trust him. B. They didn't want whatever weird shadow effect came with him. C. Someone had quietly warned them away. All Might, Toshinori, caught Izuku after class that day. He guided Izuku to a quiet hallway corner, away from cameras and curious ears, and lowered his voice. Midoriya, Toshinori said, gentle but serious. Don't take the numbers personally. Izuku tried to laugh. It came out weak. It's hard not to. Toshinori sighed softly. People fear what they don't understand. Izuku's mouth went dry. So, they do know something's off. Toshinori didn't deny it. He looked tired, more tired. Ties held that familiar mix of pride and worry. I arranged something, Toshinori said. Izuku blinked. Arranged? Toshinori nodded. Your internship. It won't be flashy. Izuku's heart sank. Oh. Toshinori smiled faintly. But it will be correct. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Quote, you need control more than you need fame. Izuku swallowed hard and nodded. Okay, he whispered. Where am I going? Toshinori's expression shifted, like he was about to introduce Izuku to a chapter of history that never made it into textbooks. You're going to Hosu, Toshinori said. To train with a hero I trust. Izuku's eyes widened. Endeavor. Toshinori almost choked. Absolutely not. Izuku flinched. Sorry. Toshinori exhaled once, then leaned closer. His name is Gran Torino, Toshinori said quietly. And, he knew Nana Shimura. Izuku's breath caught. Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor. The previous holder of One for All. The name carried weight like gravity. Izuku nodded shakily. I'll go. Toshinori's eyes softened. And Midoriya, he added, voice low, listen to him. He may look unconventional. Izuku blinked. Unconventional how? Toshinori's mouth twitched. You'll see. Gran Torino's agency office was small. Not cozy small. More like, this place has survived on spite and rent control, small. The building didn't have flashy hero banners. No marble lobby. No assistant desk with a smiling receptionist. Just a faded sign and a door that squeaked when Izuku opened it. Inside, an old man sat at a low table, sipping tea like he had nowhere else to be for the rest of eternity. He was short, wrinkled, balding, wearing bright yellow goggles that made him look like a cartoon. Izuku bowed deeply. G. Gran Torino, sir. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Thank you for accepting me. The old man stared at him for a long second. Then he said, flatly. You're late. Izuku jolted. What? I'm not, I checked. Gran Torino sipped his tea again. You're late mentally. Your body's here but your brain's still apologizing. Izuku froze. Gran Torino set his cup down and leaned forward slightly, eyes sharp behind the goggles. So, Gran Torino said, you're the kid Toshinori chose. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Gran Torino sniffed. HMPH. He's got a soft spot for hopeless cases. Izuku's soul briefly left his body. Gran Torino stood up suddenly, faster than Izuku expected, and walked right up to Izuku, peering at him like Izuku was a strange insect. He circled once, twice, then stopped behind Izuku. Izuku's skin prickled. Gran Torino spoke right into Izuku's ear. There's something crawling in your shadow. Izuku went cold. He didn't move, didn't breathe. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Relax. If I wanted to expose you, I wouldn't whisper. Izuku swallowed slowly. You can see it. Gran Torino made a sound halfway between a laugh and a cough. I can feel it, same way you can feel a storm coming. Nana could too. Izuku's heart slammed. Nana knew about. Gran Torino stepped away and sat back down, folding his arms. Nana knew there were things in this world quirks don't explain, he said. Before Hero Society, people called it different names. Izuku's throat tightened. Sorcery. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed slightly, as if testing whether Izuku was guessing or knowing. HMPH, he said. So Toshinori already told you something. Izuku hesitated. Not everything. Gran Torino shrugged. Toshinori never does. He tries to carry the whole building on his back and then wonders why his spine breaks. Izuku flinched, guilt stabbing. Gran Torino's voice softened only slightly. Listen, kid, he said. I don't care what you are. I care what you do with it. Izuku nodded, jaw tight. I want to be a hero. Quote. Gran Torino stared for a beat. Then he smiled. Not kindly. Like a shark. Good, he said. Then let's fix your garbage control before you explode. Izuku blinked. Explode. Gran Torino stood up again and pointed at the floor. Show me your movement, he ordered. Right now. Izuku swallowed. Okay. He stepped back, got into a stance, and activated a SM. All fraction of 1 for all in his legs, enough to move quickly without breaking himself. Gran Torino watched like a hawk. Go, Gran Torino snapped. Izuku sprinted forward. Gran Torino vanished. Izuku's eyes widened, then pain exploded in the back of his head as something flicked him. He stumbled, nearly face-planting. Gran Torino appeared behind him like a ghost, finger extended. Too stiff, Gran Torino said. You telegraph like a parade float. Izuku rubbed his head, wincing. Sorry. Gran Torino flicked him again. Stop apologizing, he snapped. Izuku yelped. Gran Torino paced slowly. Yo, we're running power through your body like you're pouring boiling water into cheap plastic. That's why you crack. Izuku swallowed. I'm trying to be careful. Gran Torino pointed at Izuku's chest. Careful doesn't mean scared. You're holding your breath every time you move. Izuku froze. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Do you think I don't notice? Your breathing spikes. Your shadow spikes. Your power leaks when your emotions climb. Izuku's blood went cold. Gran Torino tapped his own chest. Your body and your other thing, Gran Torino said, are linked through tension. You tense, it surfaces. Izuku whispered. So how do I stop it? Gran Torino smiled again, sharp. You don't stop it, he said. You let it. Izuku blinked. Lead it. Gran Torino stepped closer. You ever hold a dog on a leash? Izuku hesitated. No. Gran Torino sighed like Izuku had personally disappointed him. Fine. Imagine you're holding a leash, Gran Torino said. If you pull too hard, the dog pulls back. If you panic, the dog panics. But if you walk like you know where you're going. He jabbed Izuku lightly in the chest. The dog follows. Izuku swallowed hard. Gran Torino lifted 2 fingers. Rule 1, he said. Breathe low. Belly. Not chest. Keep the rhythm steady. He lifted a 3rd finger. Rule 2. Don't clench. Your hands, your jaw, your shoulders, stop locking your body like you're bracing for a crash. He lifted a 4th. In Rule 3, Gran Torino said, eyes sharpening, when you feel that shadow itch, you don't fight it with fear. You give it a job. Izuku's throat tightened. A job. Gran Torino nodded. You tell it, protect. You tell it, anchor. You tell it, stay. Izuku stared, because that sounded dangerously close to what the ancestor had said. Feed me, or use me. Gran Torino leaned back, watching Izuku carefully. Nana feared the return of sorcerers, Gran Torino said suddenly. Izuku's heart jumped. Why? Gran Torino's expression grew grim. Because Nana understood what Toshinori didn't want to admit. He said, old power doesn't care if you're a hero. It cares if you're strong enough to hold it. Izuku swallowed hard. So she thought it could corrupt one for all. Gran Torino nodded once. And she was right to fear, he said quietly. Because one for all magnifies what's already inside. If what's inside is darkness. Gran Torino's eyes locked on Izuku. Then you better be a damn good person. Quote. Izuku's chest tightened. Gran Torino waved a hand dismissively, like pushing away a heavy memory. Enough talk, he snapped. Move. Training with Gran Torino was not like training with All Might. All Might had been sunlight and encouragement and dramatic poses that made even suffering feel heroic. Gran Torino was a brick thrown at your face until you learned to dodge. He didn't let Izuku power up. He didn't let him focus only on strength. He forced Izuku to fix the basics. Foot placement under motion, relaxing his shoulders even while sprinting, keeping his mind calm even when he got hit. And Gran Torino hit him constantly. Not cruelly. Clinically. Like a surgeon cutting away bad habits. Whenever Izuku's emotions spiked, frustration, embarrassment, panic, Gran Torino flicked him or kicked him or shoved him off balance until Izuku learned to breathe through it. You're not a volcano, Gran Torino barked. Stop erupting. Be a river. Izuku wheezed. That doesn't sound heroic. Gran Torino kicked him lightly in the shin. Heroes who sound heroic die first. Izuku groaned. But slowly, painfully, he started noticing something. When he breathed low and steady, his shadow stopped twitching. When he moved loose, his cursed energy stopped, bleeding outward. When he focused on a single intent, protect, move, survive, his 2 powers stopped fighting as violently. Not perfectly, but better. And one night, when Izuku collapsed on the floor of Gran Torino's agency office, sweating and exhausted, Gran Torino tossed him a bottle of water. Izuku drank greedily. Gran Torino stared at him for a moment, then said quietly, "You're seeing things, aren't you?" Izuku froze mid-sip. Gran Torino's voice was calm. "Not just feeling, seeing." Izuku's throat tightened. "Yes." Gran Torino sighed. "Thought so." Nana described it the same way. "Shadows with teeth. Pressure in the air." Izuku whispered, "Curse spirits." Gran Torino's mouth tightened. "HMPH. That word again." Izuku lowered the bottle. "You don't like it." Gran Torino shrugged. "I don't like giving things names that make them sound like fairy tales. Makes people underestimate them." Izuku swallowed. "So what do you call them?" Gran Torino stared at the dark corner of his office like he was remembering old battles. "Problems," he said simply. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. Then Gran Torino's phone rang. He answered it, listened, and his face sharpened. "Hosu," he said. Again. Izuku's stomach tightened. Gran Torino hung up and looked at Izuku. "Get up," he said. Izuku blinked. "What?" Gran Torino pointed toward the door. "We're going outside," he said. "There's a villain in Hosu that's turning fear into gasoline." Izuku's heart slammed. The hero killer. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Stain. The name fell like a guillotine. Izuku stood too fast, nearly tipping over. Stain. The hero killer. The man who hunted pro-heroes like prey, leaving them paralyzed and bleeding in alleyways. And if fear was gasoline, Izuku's cursed sight was about to witness a wildfire. Hosu City at night felt different than Hosu in daytime. The streets were lit. People were still out, but the air had a nervous edge. Like everyone was pretending to be normal while watching shadows for movement. Sirens wailed in the distance. News screens on building sides flashed warning headlines. Hero killer sighting. Civilians advised to stay indoors. To most people, the anxiety was invisible. To Izuku, it was everywhere. Curse mites clung to street lamps like soot. Wisps crawled along alley walls. And deeper in the city, there was something heavier. A knot of concentrated hatred and fear. It pulled at the air like gravity. Gran Torino zipped across rooftops using his jet quirk, moving like a bullet. Izuku followed with careful bursts of one for all, keeping his breathing steady so his cursed energy didn't spill. In, out, Midoriya, Gran Torino called back, "Don't go hunting for a fight." Izuku panted. "Then what are we doing?" Gran Torino's voice was sharp. "We're finding idiots before they get themselves killed." Izuku blinked. Then his stomach dropped. Because he realized what Gran Torino meant. Iida Tenya was interning in Hosu. And Iida's brother had been attacked by Stain. Iida had been quiet lately. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that meant rage was fermenting. Izuku's heart slammed. "Iida," Izuku whispered. Gran Torino's tone was grim. "You figured it out. Now move." They found the first sign of disaster in an alley. A toppled trash bin. A broken hero sign. A smear of blood on the pavement. Izuku's cursed sight flared. Not just blood. Fear. The fear was thick here, clinging to bricks like mold. A grade 2 curse slithered along the wall, drawn to the scent of pain. Izuku's shadow twitched instinctively. He forced a breath. In, out. "Don't," Gran Torino snapped, noticing the twitch. "Not yet. We're not here to clean the whole city." Izuku swallowed, fists clenched. "But that thing." Gran Torino's eyes were sharp. "If you reveal yourself, you'll create a bigger problem." Izuku's stomach twisted. He hated it. But Gran Torino was right. So Izuku moved. They followed the trail deeper, roof to roof, alley to alley, until they heard voices. A shout. A gasp. Then a familiar, furious scream. "I'll kill you, Iida." Izuku's blood went cold. He and Gran Torino dropped down into a narrow street between buildings. What Izuku saw there made his stomach flip. Iida was on his knees, one arm pinned awkwardly, eyes wide and frantic. A figure stood over him, tall, ragged, wrapped in bandages and torn cloth. Red eyes. A blade in one hand. A wicked, hungry stillness. Stain. The hero killer. Stain's voice was low, almost calm. "So you came," he murmured. "Ingenium's little brother." Iida trembled. Teeth clenched, fury and grief pouring off him like heat. Izuku saw it instantly. The cursed spirits drawn to Iida's emotions were clustering in the shadows around them like sharks circling blood. Stain wasn't just fighting heroes. He was turning the whole city into a breeding ground. Izuku's heart hammered. Gran Torino moved first, fast, aiming for Stain's blind side. But Stain shifted like he'd expected it, dodging with predatory grace. His blade flashed. Gran Torino slid back, barely avoiding a cut. "Old man," Stain said, voice amused, "you're not my target." Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. "Too bad." Izuku stepped forward, and Stain's gaze flicked to him. Stain froze for a fraction of a second. Not fear. Recognition. Like his instincts had just smelled something wrong. "You," Stain said slowly. Izuku's throat tightened. "Let him go." Stain's mouth twitched. A child hero. Wearing the symbol's scent. Izuku's jaw clenched. Stain leaned forward slightly, eyes sharpening. "And something else," he murmured. "Something, rotten and ancient." Izuku's skin prickled. He could sense it too, the curse knot in the city pulling toward this alley, drawn by Stain's ideology like a beacon. Stain's voice dropped, almost reverent. "Tell me," Stain whispered, "are you a fake, or a true hero?" Iida snarled, trying to move, but his body jerked uselessly. Izuku realized then, Stain had already used Bloodcurdle. He'd tasted Iida's blood. Iida was paralyzed. Izuku's heart slammed. Stain's blade tilted toward Iida's throat. "You came for revenge," Stain said calmly. "Not to save anyone. That makes you a fake." Iida's eyes widened, helpless rage shaking him. Izuku moved. A blast of ice crashed into the alley wall, cutting off Stain's angle. Todoroki Shoto stepped into the alley, breathing hard. Eyes sharp with urgency. "Todoroki," Izuku blurted. Todoroki didn't look at him. "Iida ran off," he said flatly. "I followed." Stain's eyes widened slightly, excited. "Oh," Stain murmured. "A family-made weapon. Endeavor's masterpiece." Todoroki's jaw tightened. Stain chuckled. "Good. More fakes to cut." Izuku's stomach twisted. 3 students. 1 killer. And curses circling like wolves. Gran Torino's voice snapped low. "Midoriya, stay calm. Don't leak." Izuku swallowed hard. "In. Out." He stepped forward slowly, fists raised. "Stain," Izuku said carefully, "we're not here to prove anything. We're here to stop you." Stain's grin widened, teeth flashing, whispered. And he moved. Fast. Stain's blade flashed toward Todoroki's face. Todoroki blocked with eyes, but Stain slipped around it like a shadow. Slicing Todoroki's arm, just a thin cut. Blood. Todoroki's eyes widened. Stain's tongue flicked out, quick, disgusting, efficient. He tasted the blood. Todoroki's body stiffened. His eyes went wide, paralyzed. Izuku's heart slammed. Stain turned toward Izuku. "Two down," Stain murmured. "Now, child." Izuku clenched his teeth. He couldn't let Stain taste his blood. Stain was too fast to avoid every cut. So Izuku did what Gran Torino had been drilling into him. Move loose. Breathe low. Don't clench. Izuku darted forward with controlled 5 to 8% bursts, using footwork to keep distance. Using small shockwaves to redirect Stain's blade without direct collisions. Stain slipped in anyway, like water finding cracks. His knife grazed Izuku's cheek. A thin line of blood. Izuku's breath caught. Stain's eyes gleamed. He lunged, tongue flicking out toward the cut. Izuku tried to recoil. Too slow. Stain tasted Izuku's blood. And immediately, Stain's eyes went wide. His whole body jerked like he'd bitten into a live wire. He spat violently, stumbling backward. GHK. Izuku blinked, shocked. Stain clutched his mouth, coughing, eyes watering. What is that?" Stain rasped, voice raw. Izuku stared at him, because Izuku felt it too. A faint pulse from his blood, like something in him rejected Stain's technique the moment Stain tried to claim it. Cursed energy. Not as a coating, not as a visible shadow. But in the blood itself, old power bound into his lineage like ink in water. And one for all, sitting like a torch in his bones. The combination didn't just resist Stain's quirk. It burned it. Stain shook, spitting again. "That's not normal blood," he hissed. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed sharply. "Midoriya." Izuku's throat tightened. "I didn't do anything." Stain's gaze locked onto Izuku. Suddenly fierce. "Monster," Stain whispered. Izuku flinched. Stain's voice rose, shaking with anger and confusion. A monster wearing a hero's face. Izuku's jaw clenched. I'm not. Stain lunged again. Faster now, rage sharpened. Izuku dodged, but Stain's blade clipped Izuku's shoulder, another thin cut. Izuku hissed. Stain didn't try to taste again. He'd learned. Instead, Stain aimed to kill. The alley tightened with pressure. The cursed spirits clustering around them swelled, feeding on the fear and violence. A shadowy shape, bigger than the mites, began forming. Behind Stain like a wolf made of ideology and bloodlust. Izuku's cursed sight screamed. A grade 2+ curse was being born right here. And nobody but Izuku could see it. Izuku's breath hitched. In, out, protect. He couldn't fight Stain and a curse at the same time. Not with Iida and Todoroki paralyzed. Not with Gran Torino dueling to keep Stain pressured. Izuku's mind raced. Then he remembered Gran Torino's Rule 3. Give it a job. Izuku let a controlled thread of cursed energy slip into his shadow. Not a surge, not a spill. A command. Bind. Thin black cords spilled from Izuku's shadow like living rope. Not a dramatic explosion. A quiet, sharp emergence, like darkness forming into tools. They snapped forward, wrapping around Stain's ankle. Stain jerked, surprised, blade flashing to cut. But the cords weren't normal material. They weren't cloth. They weren't wire. They were condensed shadow, cursed technique given shape. Stain's blade met resistance like cutting thick rubber that didn't tear cleanly. Stain's eyes widened. Izuku didn't stop. More cords erupted, 3, 4, 5, latching onto Stain's wrists, pulling his arms wide. Stain snarled, muscles straining. This, Stain hissed, is not a quirk. Izuku's throat tightened. No, Izuku whispered. It's not. And that was the closest he'd ever come to telling the truth out loud. Stain thrashed, trying to break free. The forming curse behind him swelled, hungry. Excited, like it wanted to eat the conflict. Izuku felt the old presence inside him press closer, amused. Let me take him apart, it seemed to whisper. Izuku clenched his jaw. No, he wouldn't become a weapon. He wouldn't become a monster. He would end this like a hero. He poured one for all carefully through his arm, wrapped in that thin cursed energy sheath, the way he'd done at the USJ. Not full force. Not bone-breaking. Just enough to strike the core. Izuku stepped forward, fist tight. Stain's eyes burned. Kill me if you're real, Stain spat. Prove you're not. Izuku punched. Not at Stain's face. At Stain's center mass, where the curse pressure around him was thickest. A veil smash, controlled. The impact hit Stain's body. And his spirit. Stain's breath exploded out of him. His eyes widened, not with pain, but with shock, like something deeper had been struck, something ideology couldn't armor. The forming curse behind him shuddered too, as if the punch disrupted its birth. Izuku tightened the shadow cords. Gran Torino. Izuku shouted. Now. Gran Torino moved instantly, jet quirk flaring, slamming into Stain's blind side with a kick that sent Stain crashing into the alley wall. Stain's head snapped. He coughed. Blood trickled from his mouth. But Stain still smiled. A sharp, satisfied smile. Good, Stain whispered hoarsely. Izuku froze. What? Stain's eyes locked onto Izuku. Your blood burns, Stain rasped. Your shadow bites. Izuku's stomach twisted. Stain's smile widened. But you didn't go for the kill, Stain said. Even when you could. Izuku's fists trembled. Stain's voice grew louder, carrying down the alley like a sermon. That restraint, Stain hissed, is the mark of a true hero. Izuku blinked, stunned. Stain's eyes flicked briefly to Iida, still paralyzed. Shaking with shame. Not you, Stain spat. You came for revenge. You're a fake. Iida's eyes filled with rage and humiliation. Then Stain looked at Todoroki, still frozen. And you, Stain said. Voice dripping disgust, were born into power and still hesitate to use it for anything but ego. Todoroki's eyes narrowed helplessly. Stain's gaze returned to Izuku. But you, Stain whispered. Almost reverent, carry something monstrous, and still choose to save. Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't want Stain's approval. Stain didn't deserve to judge anyone. But the words hit anyway, because they touched the exact fear Izuku lived with every day. Stain's smile sharpened. So tell me, he whispered, child monster, what will you become when the world learns what you are? Izuku's breath caught. The alley felt colder. The curse pressure behind Stain pulsed again, still trying to form, still hungry. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. I'll be a hero, Izuku said, voice shaking but firm. Stain's eyes widened slightly. Then he laughed, low and wild. Then prove it, Stain rasped. He tried to surge forward again. Izuku's cords tightened, dragging him back. But Stain's will was insane. His muscles flexed like iron cables. He snapped one cord, then another. Izuku's eyes widened. He couldn't hold Stain much longer. Then, a wall of ice slammed down, pinning Stain's legs. Todoroki's paralysis had ended. He'd regained movement. He'd acted. Izuku's heart jumped. Todoroki. Todoroki's voice was rough. Finish it. Gran Torino kicked Stain's blade away. Police are coming, Gran Torino snapped. Hold him. Izuku pushed more shadow cords, controlled, binding Stain's arms and shoulders again. Stain struggled, snarling, but now he was trapped between ice and shadow. Sirens grew louder. Pro-heroes arrived at the alley entrance. Then Endeavor's flame-lit silhouette appeared at the edge of the scene, eyes blazing. His gaze swept across Iida's helpless form. Todoroki's torn unift on Izuku's shadow cords. Endeavor froze. Just for a fraction of a second. But Izuku saw it. That same recognition. That same old dread. Endeavor's eyes narrowed like he was staring at a ghost. Stain, still pinned, turned his head slightly, staring at Endeavor with pure contempt. Fake, Stain spat. Endeavor's jaw clenched. Police rushed in. Heroes restrained Stain with specialized cuffs. The forming curse behind Stain, denied its climax, shuddered, weakened. Izuku felt it wobble. He couldn't exorcise it openly. So he did something Gran Torino had taught him in a different way. He stopped feeding it by calming the space. Izuku breathed. In, out. He focused on one intent. End. The curse's shape thinned, starving without the emotional spike, until it dissolved back into harmless wisps. No one saw it. Only Izuku felt the air lighten. Stain was dragged away, still grinning through blood. As he passed Izuku, Stain's eyes locked onto him one last time. Monster, Stain whispered again, quiet, almost respectful. Don't become fake. Then he was gone. Afterward, the alley looked smaller. Like the city itself had exhaled. Iida sat on the curb, shaking, face buried in his hands. I almost, he choked. Voice breaking. I almost got you killed. Izuku sat beside him, exhausted, bruised, blood drying on his cheek. You're alive, Izuku said quietly. That's what matters. Iida's shoulders trembled. I wasn't thinking like a hero. I was thinking like a person, Izuku said softly. Iida flinched, looking up. Izuku's voice shook slightly. We're allowed to be people. The hard part is choosing hero anyway. Iida stared at him, eyes wet. Then he bowed deeply, forehead nearly touching the ground. Thank you, Iida whispered. For stopping me, and saving me. Izuku swallowed hard. Yeah, of course. Todoroki stood nearby, arm bandaged, eyes narrowed like he was processing too much at once. He looked at Izuku. That thing you used, Todoroki said quietly. The shadow cords. Izuku's throat tightened. Todoroki's gaze was steady. It wasn't just a quirk trick, Todoroki said. It felt different. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. I'll explain someday, Izuku said quietly. Todoroki studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Someday, Todoroki repeated. Gran Torino approached, hands in pockets, expression grim. You did good, he said to Izuku, then glanced at Iida. You did stupid, he said to Iida. Iida flinched. Yes, sir. Gran Torino snorted. Good. At least you can learn. Then Gran Torino looked back at Izuku, eyes sharp behind the goggles. Your blood burned him, Gran Torino said quietly. Izuku went still. Yeah. Gran Torino's mouth tightened. That's not normal. Izuku swallowed. I know. Gran Torino stared at him. The end spoke low enough that only Izuku could hear. That old power you carry, Gran Torino murmured, it's not just in your shadow. It's in your bones, your blood, your breath. Izuku's chest tightened. Gran Torino's gaze flicked briefly toward the direction Stain had been taken. And people like Stain, Gran Torino said, they have a twisted relationship with conviction. Their quirks, their minds, sometimes they're like open wounds. Izuku frowned. So when he tasted my blood. Gran Torino nodded once. It bit back, he said. Izuku's mouth went dry. Gran Torino's voice grew harder. That means two things, he said. 1. You're not as helpless against certain threats as you fear. Izuku swallowed. And 2. Izuku asked quietly. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Anyone who understands what that burn means, Gran Torino said, is going to want you, dead, captured, or controlled. Izuku's stomach dropped. Gran Torino jabbed him lightly in the forehead. So stop leaking in public, he snapped. And stop pretending you're just a kid with a normal quirk. Izuku flinched. I'm trying. Gran Torino's expression softened, barely. I know, he said. That's why you'll survive. That night, Izuku sat alone on the agency office floor. Back against the wall, exhausted. The city outside still hummed with anxiety. But for the first time since the festival, the heaviness in Izuku's chest felt different. Not quieter. Clearer. Stain had called him a monster. And Izuku hated that word. But Stain had also seen the truth Izuku kept trying to outrun. Izuku carried something ancient. Something dangerous. Something that could burn a man's quirk through blood alone. And yet, Izuku had chosen not to kill. He had chosen to save. He had chosen to restrain the darkness instead of unleash it. Izuku stared at his hands. Then he breathed. In, out, in, out. Deep inside him, the old presence stirred, quiet, watchful. Not pleased. Not angry. Almost, testing. As if it was waiting to see if Izuku's promise would hold when the stakes rose higher than an alleyway. Because somewhere far beyond Hosu, behind layers of shadows and secrets, a true predator had taken notice. Not Stain. Not Shigaraki. The one who had sent the special grade. The one who collected anomalies like trophies. All for one. And the moment Izuku understood that, a cold certainty settled in his bones. This wasn't just hero training anymore. It was a clandestine war. And Izuku had just stepped onto the board. The road to the summer training camp felt too normal. That was what bothered Izuku most. They were on a bus. With snacks. Students arguing about seats like this was a school trip, not the aftermath of a villain attack that had nearly turned them into headlines. Kirishima was laughing at something Kaminari said. Mina W. As already planning, camped selfies, like they weren't going to be drenched in sweat and dirt. Mineta was being escorted away from the girls' side of the bus with the cold efficiency of a battlefield medic. And Bakugo, of course, was yelling at everyone to shut up while being the loudest person in the vehicle. Izuku sat by the window, hands clasped around his bag strap, breathing low like Gran Torino drilled into him. In, out, in, out. He tried to focus on the trees outside, the blur of green rolling past, the steady rhythm of the tires. But his cursed sight made, outside, feel layered. The farther they got from the city, the thinner the modern noise became. The little curse mites that clung to street lamps and alley corners faded, left behind like smog. Instead, the air grew cleaner. Not empty, clean. And in that cleanliness, Izuku started sensing something else. A slow, ancient pressure under the world. Like an underground river of energy. Not fear. Not hatred. Something older than those. Something that had been here before hero society, before quirks, before people had words for anything they couldn't punch. Izuku's fingers tightened. Because the moment he felt it, the old sealed presence inside his chest stirred like it recognized home. Sacred ground, it seemed to whisper without words. A place where the veil is thin. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't know what the veil was in a textbook sense. But he knew what it felt like. It felt like the distance between normal life and nightmare shrinking. It felt like shadows gaining weight. It felt like his seal, itching. Tokiyami sat a few rows ahead, facing forward like he was meditating. Dark shadow hovered behind him in a lazy curl, but its eyes were open wider than usual. Dark shadow murmured, low and uneasy, "This air is old." Tokiyami glanced back slightly. "You feel it too." Dark shadow's gaze flicked briefly, just briefly, toward Izuku. "It tastes like midnight," it said. Not the peaceful kind. Izuku pretended he didn't notice the look. He kept breathing. In, out. Because the moment he acknowledged it, the darkness inside him would lean closer and say, yes. Finally. Someone understands. And Izuku didn't want to like that. When the bus finally stopped. Hem like a silent audience. Tall trees. Thick undergrowth. A canopy that swallowed sunlight and turned it into filtered gold. The air smelled like earth and pine. And something faintly metallic, like rain that hadn't fallen yet. Vlad King and Aizawa stood near the path, watching them unload. Pixie Bob, Tiger, Mandalay, and Ragdoll, the wild pussycats, greeted the students loudly. Cheerful and energetic like they weren't about to put them through a week of controlled suffering. Welcome, UA. Brats. Pixie Bob screamed. Kaminari flinched. She's terrifying. Pixie Bob pointed at him. Good. Fear builds character. Izuku tried to smile. He really tried. But his cursed sight was screaming. The forest wasn't empty. It wasn't crawling with the kind of curses he saw in cities. But there were shapes, faint, half-formed silhouettes perched in branches and hovering near mossy stones. They weren't hungry. They were watching. Like animals. Forest spirits, Izuku thought. Or maybe just cursed spirits born from old fear that had settled here long ago and stopped changing. Some looked almost peaceful, small wisps shaped like fox tails that flickered in and out of view. Some looked strange, mask-like faces peeking from behind tree trunks, not hostile, just curious. Izuku's throat tightened. If these are neutral, then what happens when fear hits this place? His eyes caught something half buried in leaves near the trail. A small stone shrine. Weathered. Old. A faded rope tied around it, like someone had once marked it as sacred. Izuku felt the seal in his chest tighten slightly. The old presence leaned closer like it wanted to kneel at the shrine and laugh. Izuku forced his breathing lower. In. Out. Aizawa's gaze cut to him. Not long. Not obvious. Zhu. A precise glance that said, I see you tightening. Fix it. Izuku straightened his shoulders and unclenched his jaw. The itching eased. Aizawa turned away. But Izuku's stomach didn't unclench. Because Aizawa knew something was wrong. And on this ground, wrong could become disaster, fast. The camp started with a warning. Not a dramatic hero speech, just Mandalay's calm voice carrying through the trees. You're here to improve, she said. Because the villains are improving too. She looked at them with gentle eyes that didn't match the weight of her words. This camp is meant to push you beyond your limits, Mandalay said. But it's also meant to teach you to survive. A few students swallowed nervously. Bakugo scoffed like survival was for weak people. Aizawa stepped forward, scarf shifting slightly. Listen carefully. Aizawa said, voice flat. This location is secret. If villains find it, it's on us. The words made the forest feel colder. Izuku felt the tiny neutral spirits in the trees stir. Like even they reacted to the word villains. Then Pixie Bob grinned like a shark. Now run, she screamed. The warm-up was a mountain climb. Except Pixie Bob didn't believe in trails. She raised her hands and the earth moved. A wall of dirt erupted, reshaping the hillside into a twisting maze of slopes, pits, and spikes. Students screamed. Kirishima laughed. Todoroki froze a path and slid forward with brutal efficiency. Bakugo exploded upward like gravity was optional. Izuku sprinted, using small bursts of one for all in his legs, 5%, keeping his breathing steady and his movements loose like Gran Torino drilled. But the sacred ground did something strange. Every time Izuku pushed his body, he felt cursed energy respond faster than usual, like the air itself gave his shadow more weight. His shadow looked darker on the dirt. Not dramatically. Just noticeable to him. He clenched his jaw and forced a slow exhale. In. Out. Don't leak. Don't feed it. He climbed, slipped, caught himself, kept moving. Uraraka stumbled near a rock ledge and Izuku reached out instinctively. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. She blinked at him, grateful. Thanks. Izuku nodded quickly. Anytime. Then he felt it. A faint cold thread sliding along his wrist, like his shadow wanted to wrap around her and anchor her. Not harmful. Protective. But if it happened visibly, it would raise questions. Izuku relaxed his fingers deliberately and breathed the thread back down. Uraraka didn't notice. Thank goodness. At the top, the pussycats announced the real purpose. This camp will bring out your weaknesses and crush them. Pixie Bob declared happily. Kaminari whimpered. Why is she enjoying this? Tiger cracked his knuckles. Because it works. And then the training started. The schedule was brutal. Morning. Rescue drills with surprise hazards. Afternoon. Combat application under exhaustion. Evening, quirk control under stress. And for Izuku, quietly, privately, constantly, breath control under pressure. Gran Torino's voice lived in his skull like an annoying ghost. Stop clenching. Belly breathing. Lead the dog, don't fight it. Izuku tried. He really did. But sacred ground made everything louder. Not in sound, in sensation. When someone nearby panicked, Izuku felt it like an electric ripple through the forest. When Bakugo screamed insults, Izuku saw tiny curse wisps perk up like hungry birds. When Todoroki and Bakugo's rivalry spiked, the trees around them seemed to darken slightly as the ambient energy reacted. It wasn't that the forest was cursed. It was that the forest amplified intent. Like it remembered older rules. Aizawa put Izuku through specific drills without calling them special. Aizawa would toss a capture scarf at Izuku unexpectedly while Izuku was mid-run. Don't flinch, Aizawa would say. Izuku would catch himself from panicking, breathing low. Aizawa would nod once, almost imperceptibly, and move on. He never said, "I'm testing your shadow." But every drill screamed it. And Izuku understood the message. Control isn't about hiding forever. Control is about not losing yourself when you can't hide. On the third day, the evening control session brought a new problem. The forest at night felt like a completely different world. Dark shadow grew stronger and grinned like a demon at a buffet. Tokiyami looked more comfortable than he ever did in daylight. But the neutral spirits in the trees changed too. Some of them retreated deeper into the forest. Others lingered closer to campfires and lanterns, attracted to human emotion like moths to light. Izuku could feel them watching the students laugh, complain, groan, bond. And beneath all that, beneath the normal stress, there was a thin thread of fear that never fully left. Because none of them forgot the USJ. Because none of them forgot Hosu. Because villains didn't feel far away anymore. Izuku sat by a campfire, listening to everyone talk. Kirishima was telling a story about Bakugo that Bakugo hated. Shiro was laughing too loud. Uraraka smiled but kept rubbing her wrist like she was nervous. Izuku kept breathing, in, out. Then his cursed sight caught something that made his stomach drop. A small spirit, one of the neutral ones shaped like a fox-tail wisp, hovered near a tree line. It was watching them, but behind it, deeper in the darkness, something else moved. A shadow that didn't belong to the forest. It was thin, stretched, hungry, not neutral, new, a cursed spirit drawn by fear. Izuku's fingers tightened, a grade 1 in the making. Not big yet, but if it grew. Izuku rose quietly. He walked toward the tree line, pretending he was just going to the bathroom. No one questioned it. As soon as he reached the shadows between trees, Izuku let a thin coating of cursed energy form around his hand, not visible. Not dramatic. He snapped his fingers gently, like flicking ash. The tiny hungry shadow recoiled. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Go. He focused his intent, calm, firm. The cursed energy pulsed, and the hungry shadow thinned, unraveling like smoke. The neutral fox-tail spirit flickered once, almost like approval, then vanished into the trees. Izuku exhaled. In, out. He turned. Ned back toe because Bakugo was staring at him from the firelight, eyes narrowed like he'd just seen something suspicious. Izuku's stomach tightened. Bakugo didn't say anything, he just looked away with a scowl like he was filing it away for later. Izuku's chest felt tight for the rest of the night. Because Bakugo's anger wasn't just a personal problem. It was a curse factory. And on sacred ground, factories ran faster. The attack happened on the fourth night. It started with a feeling. A subtle wrongness in the air, like the forest held its breath. Izuku woke up abruptly in his cabin, sitting upright like he'd been yanked by a string. His heart pounded. The room was dark. The other boys were asleep. But Izuku's cursed sight was wide open even without light. He saw it clearly. The neutral spirits in the trees had fled. The air outside was empty in a way that was unnatural. Like a field after animals run. His throat went dry. Predator. Then Mandalay's voice slammed into his mind. Everyone, wake up. Villains are here. The mental broadcast hit like a thunderclap. Kaminari screamed awake. Kirishima rolled out of bed instantly. Shiro swore. Bakugo sat up like he'd been waiting for an excuse. Izuku's blood went cold. Villains here meant fear. Fear here meant curses. And sacred ground meant Amplification. They burst out of the cabin into chaos. Campfires had been extinguished. Lanterns swung violently. Teachers were already moving, Aizawa's scarf snapping like a whip, Vlad King barking orders. Students screamed and ran. And through it all, the forest filled with new shadows. Curses bloomed like poisonous flowers. Not the neutral spirits. Not the old watchers. These were fresh, hungry shapes born from panic. Shadow dogs that snapped at ankles. Thin-faced spirits that whispered doubts into ears. Clawed lumps that clung to trees like leeches. Izuku's stomach lurched. No one else could see them. Students were reacting to bad feelings, stumbling, freezing, shaking. The curses fed and grew. Then the villains arrived fully. Figures moved through the trees, masked, armed, confident. The Vanguard Action Squad. Dabi's blue flames lit trunks like sickly candles. Toga's laughter cut through the dark like a knife. Twice babbled anxiously, then screamed something contradictory. And Moonfish's teeth glittered in the firelight. Izuku's breath hitched. In, out. Aizawa shouted, "Students, stay together." But it was already too late. Kurogiri's mist spilled into the clearing like ink. Warp gates opened. Students were pulled into different directions, scattered like leaves in a storm. Izuku sprinted toward Uraraka instinctively. A purple warp gate opened under his feet. Izuku's stomach dropped. No, he reached. Too late. The world tore sideways. Izuku slammed into dirt and rolled. Pine needles stuck to his face. He coughed, pushing himself up. He wasn't in the camp clearing anymore. He was deeper in the forest, much deeper. The trees here were older, thicker. The air felt heavier. Not with fear, with something ancient and watchful. Izuku's cursed sight flickered. For a moment, he saw faint lines in the air, like invisible ropes connecting trees, stones, and earth. Ley lines. A network of old energy. His seal itched violently. The old presence inside him pressed close like it wanted to laugh and say, "Yes. Here. This is where we used to walk." Izuku clenched, ed his fists and forced his breathing steady. In, out. He looked around. No classmates nearby. Just shadows. Neutral spirits watching from the branches, farther away, cautious now. And, worse, fresh curses creeping at the edges. Drawn by the distant screams. Izuku swallowed hard. He had to get back. Then he heard it. A small voice, shaking. "Go away." Izuku's head snapped toward the sound. A boy stood behind a tree, clutching a wooden practice sword like it was a real weapon. Short, green hair. Kota. The kid who hated heroes. Kota's eyes were wide with terror and fury. He was alone. Izuku's heart slammed. "Kota." Izuku rushed forward. Kota flinched back. "Don't come near me." Izuku stopped a few feet away, hands up. "It's me, Midoriya." "I'm not." Kota's lip trembled. "Heroes are useless. They always show up too late." Izuku swallowed hard. He understood that pain too well. Before he could respond, the forest behind them shook. A heavy step. Then another. Branches cracked. Leaves fell like rain. A massive man emerged from between the trees like a walking mountain of muscle. Muscular. His body was wrapped in layered muscle fibers like armor, his grin wide and cruel. Well, Muscular purred. "There you are, kid." Kota's face went white. Muscular's eyes gleamed. "Your parents screamed pretty good when I killed them." Kota's breath hitched. Izuku felt something cold and violent rise in his chest. A spike of rage so sharp it almost cut through the seal. The old darkness inside him surged, delighted. "Yes," it seemed to whisper. "Give me that." Izuku's fist shook. He forced a breath. In, out. But the rage didn't vanish. It just became focused. Muscular laughed. "Look at that. The hero kid's mad." Izuku stepped in front of Kota, planting his feet. "Kota," Izuku said quickly without looking back, "run." Kota shook. Tears in his eyes. I, run." Izuku snapped. That time Kota listened. He bolted into the trees. Muscular clicked his tongue. Annoying. He looked at Izuku, grin widening. "But you'll do." Izuku's mouth went dry. Muscular rolled his shoulders, muscle fibers bulging like snakes under skin. "You've got one for all," Muscular said, casual like he was discussing weather. "I've been itching to break that power." Izuku's heart slammed. He knew it. All for One had told them. They weren't here randomly. They were here to collect assets. To kidnap. To shatter. Izuku's breathing stayed steady. In, out. He couldn't let fear feed the forest. Muscular lunged. Fast. Izuku dodged with 8% in his legs, sliding under Muscular's swing. Muscular's fist hit a tree. The trunk exploded into splinters. Izuku's blood went cold. One hit. If he lands one hit, I'm done. Izuku countered with a controlled punch, 8%, aimed at Muscular's ribs. The punch landed. It felt like hitting a wall of wet rope. Muscular barely moved. He laughed. That tickled. Muscular swung again. Izuku barely avoided it. Wind from the swing still slammed into his side like a slap. Pain flared. Izuku's breath hitched. The seal creaked. The sacred ground responded. The shadows around Izuku deepened. Izuku forced his breathing lower. In, out. Muscular charged again, faster, grin manic. Izuku tried to keep distance, tried to use terrain. Tried to redirect. Muscular didn't care. Muscular smashed through obstacles like they were paper. Izuku's mind raced. I can't win a physical fight. I need to hit deeper. Like the special grade. Like stains, burn. But Muscular wasn't a curse. He was flesh. A monster in human skin. Izuku's eyes flicked to the ley lines shimmering faintly in cursed sight. This place had pressure. Old pressure. Cursed energy here wasn't just inside him. It was in the ground, the air, the trees. And it was reacting to his intent. Gran Torino's words surfaced. Give it a job. Izuku swallowed hard. He had avoided letting cursed techniques become flashy in public. But right now, there was no public. Only death. Izuku raised his hand slightly. Dark energy formed, not coating like armor, but gathering into a tight point in his palm. He remembered the sensation from the entrance exam, space warping for a heartbeat. He remembered the festival blackout, an incomplete boundary. This time, he didn't let it bloom outward. He compressed it. He imagined grabbing the air and squeezing. The point in his palm pulsed. The air around it bent inward slightly, like gravity had shifted. Muscular's grin faltered. What the hell is that? Izuku's voice was raw. A job. He thrust his palm forward. 3G pulled. Not a blast. A pull. Like a sudden vacuum. Muscular's muscle fibers tugged toward Izuku's hand for an instant. His stance shifting unwillingly. Muscular's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku felt pain shoot up his arm immediately, like his bones disliked bending the world. But it worked. The technique wasn't darkness. It was compression. A cursed technique shaped into a gravitational pinch. Izuku's breath trembled. He heard, faintly, in the back of his mind, a whisper that wasn't his. Blue. A name from the old ancestor's memory, surfacing like a bubble. Izuku didn't have time to question it. He tightened his grip on the air. Muscular staggered one step. Then Muscular roared and forced himself forward anyway, brute strength ripping through the pull. Izuku's eyes widened. Not enough. It wasn't enough. Muscular slammed into him. Izuku threw up his arms, cursed energy, coating them in a thin sheath like armor. Muscular's punch hit the sheath. The impact still launched Izuku backward like he'd been hit by a truck. Izuku crashed through brush and slammed into a tree, breath exploding out of him. Pain flashed across his ribs. His vision blurred. Muscular stomped toward him, laughing. That was fun, Muscular said, voice almost happy. Now I'm going to break you. Izuku's hands shook as he pushed himself up. His body screamed. His cursed energy flickered uncontrolled for a second, dark veins of shadow crawling along his skin like it wanted to stitch him together. Izuku forced it down with a breath. In, out. He couldn't lose himself. Not now. Not with Kota out there. Muscular's grin widened. You're shaking. Izuku's voice came out hoarse. I'm breathing. Muscular lunged again. Izuku moved. He didn't run away. He ran past. He darted to Muscular's side with a burst of 1 for all, 10%, pushing higher than he'd wanted. His body screamed, but he got position. He slammed his palm into the air again, compression technique, pulling Muscular's armor fibers inward for an instant. And then, before Muscular could brute through, Izuku did the thing he'd only managed once before. He ran 1 for all through the cursed technique. It felt like pouring lightning into a collapsing star. Pain tore through his arm. His bones threatened to crack. But the cursed energy didn't fight the power this time. It shaped it. The pull point intensified. Muscular's muscle fibers visibly tightened, compressed against his own body like they were being forced into a smaller space. Muscular's grin vanished. What? Izuku's eyes burned. Maximum output, Izuku whispered, voice shaking. Not because he wanted drama. Because saying it anchored his intent, focused his mind like a blade. The ancestor's memory supplied the rest like a ghost hand guiding him. Blue. The pull snapped stronger. Muscular's armor fibers cinched inward, his stance breaking. He staggered. For one clean, perfect second. Muscular was off balance. That was all Izuku needed. Izuku's fist tightened. He coated it in a thin cursed sheath, enough to bite deeper. Then he poured everything his body could survive into one strike. Not a clean 100%. Not a controlled 20%. Something reckless. Something desperate. Something born from the fact that heroes sometimes gamble their own bodies to save someone else. Izuku's voice cracked as he roared. Delaware, Detroit. He stopped himself from shouting, smash, like a show. He didn't want the forest to drink his emotion. But he couldn't hold it back completely. So he named it the way it felt in his bones. Veil smash. His punch slammed into Muscular's compressed core, right where the cursed pull had forced his armor to thin. The impact detonated. A shockwave blasted leaves off trees. The ground trembled. Muscular's body flew backward, crashing through trunks like a wrecking ball. He skidded across dirt and slammed into a boulder hard enough to crack it. Silence. Izuku stood frozen, fist trembling, arm burning like it was full of molten metal. His bones screamed. His ribs ached. His vision swam. For one terrifying second, he thought his arm had finally shattered again. Then he felt it. Shadow threads twitching at his skin, trying to stitch micro tears, trying to keep him standing. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. He didn't let them take over. He didn't let the old darkness surge. He just stayed upright long enough to see if Muscular moved. Muscular groaned. He tried to push himself up. Izuku's heart dropped. He's still. But Muscular's muscles didn't respond the same way. His armor fibers twitched like they were confused, like something deeper had been disrupted. That cursed enhanced strike hadn't just broken muscle. It had hit the signal behind the muscle, the will. The core that made his body obey. Muscular's eyes rolled slightly. He tried to laugh. Only a wheeze came out. Then his head dropped. He passed out. Izuku's knees buckled instantly. The moment the danger ended, his body cashed in the debt. He fell forward, catching himself on his hands, panting like he'd run a marathon through fire. Pain pulsed through his arm. His shadow twitched again, trying to stitch faster. Izuku's breathing shook. In, out, in. He heard a small voice behind him. You beat him. Izuku turned his head. Kota stood there, trembling, eyes wide. Izuku's chest tightened. He tried to smile. It came out shaky. Yeah, Izuku whispered. You're safe. Kota's lip trembled. He stepped forward slowly, like he couldn't believe it. Then he looked at Izuku's arm, still trembling. Still strained, still faintly dark at the edges where cursed energy had been forced through too hard. You're hurt, Kota whispered. Izuku's vision blurred. It's okay. Kota shook his head, voice breaking. It's not okay. Heroes always get hurt. Izuku's breath came out shaky. Yeah, Izuku whispered. But we still do it. Kota stared at him like he was seeing something he'd refused to see for years. Then Kota's small hands clenched. Why? Kota asked. Izuku swallowed hard. Because he could have said, to save people. He could have said, because it's right. But the honest answer was simpler. Because someone has to, Izuku whispered. Kota's eyes filled with tears. Izuku tried to stand. His body refused. The world tilted. He felt the seal in his chest creak, not from rage now, but from exhaustion. The old presence pressed close like it wanted to take the wheel while Izuku fell asleep. Let me hold the body, it seemed to murmur. You've earned rest. Izuku clenched his jaw. No, he whispered, barely audible. He forced one last breath. In, out. He reached out toward Kota. Help me, stand. We need to get back. Kota hesitated. Then he rushed forward and shoved his shoulder under Izuku's arm. Supporting him. Izuku blinked, surprised. Kota's voice was small but stubborn. Don't die, Kota muttered. That'd be stupid. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. Yeah, Izuku whispered. It would. They staggered through the forest together, hero and child, both shaking, both alive. And as they moved, Izuku felt the forest watching. Neutral spirits flickered between branches, cautious but curious. One small fox-tail wisp floated near them briefly, then darted away like it was leading them. Izuku didn't question it, he followed. Because tonight, even the forest seemed to understand one rule. Survival first. They found the edge of the battle again in pieces. Smoke between trees. Scorch marks. Ice shattered like broken glass. Teachers shouting. Students crying. And, everywhere, curses feeding on fear like wildfire. Izuku's cursed sight snapped wide. It was worse than he'd feared. The panic had birthed bigger spirits, grade 2s roaming like wolves, snapping at the edges of groups. Making students freeze and stumble at the worst moments. Aizawa moved like a demon through the chaos, scarf snapping, eyes glowing as he couldn't erase curses. He couldn't see them. He could only fight the villains, while the invisible monsters tried to turn fear into collapse. Izuku's breath hitched. In, out. His body was wrecked. But if he didn't help, people would die. Izuku released a thin thread of cursed energy into his shadow, controlled, disciplined. Not a surge. A tool. Shadow cords snapped out low to the ground, invisible in the darkness to most eyes, king around a grade 2 curse and yanking it into a tree trunk. Izuku followed with a quick cursed sheathed punch, veil smash, small output, bursting the curse into smoke. No one noticed the thing he hit. They only saw Izuku punch air and then a student suddenly stopped shaking like dread had been peeled off their shoulders. Izuku didn't have time to explain. He moved again. Exorcise. Anchor. Protect. He worked like a silent cleanup crew in a battlefield no one else could see. Then he heard it. Bakugo's voice. A scream of rage. Izuku's head snapped toward it. And his stomach dropped. Bakugo was surrounded by villains. Toga darted like a blade. Dabi's flames boxed in escape routes. Kurogiri's mist swirled like a net. And above Bakugo's shoulders, the curse Izuku had been seeing for weeks had wallen into something bigger, fatter, hungrier, fed by Bakugo's rage and the forest's amplified energy. It wrapped around Bakugo like a shadow armor that wasn't his quirk. Bakugo didn't see it, but it was using him like a battery. Izuku tried to move. His legs buckled from pain. He gritted his teeth, forcing 5% in his legs, stumbling forward. Kachan. Bakugo snapped his head toward him. For a heartbeat, their eyes met. Bakugo's expression flashed with something Izuku almost never saw. Fear. Not fear of villains. Fear of being taken. Of being controlled. Of being powerless. That fear spiked. And the curse around Bakugo swelled again. Eager. Izuku's chest tightened. Before Izuku could reach him, Kurogiri's mist opened under Bakugo. Bakugo screamed and fired explosions wildly, but hands grabbed him. The villains pulled him into the warp gate like dragging prey into water. Bakugo's rage roared. The curse wrapped tighter. And then both Bakugo and the curse vanished into the darkness. Izuku froze, breath stolen. No. The word fell out of him like a broken thing. Aizawa shouted orders. Teachers surged. Students cried. But Izuku stood there, trembling, staring at empty air where Bakugo had been. Because he knew what Bakugo didn't. Bakugo wasn't just kidnapped. Bakugo was carrying a growing curse with him. A hungry shadow that had been feeding for years. And now it was going straight into the hands of people who understood, old power. People like All for One. Izuku's stomach turned to ice. They found Bakugo's absence like a wound. Once the villains retreated, the camp looked like a scarred battlefield. Students huddled together, shaken. Some were injured. Some were silent. The teachers' faces were grim. Aizawa's scarf hung loose, his eyes tired but sharp. Vlad King had blood on his sleeve. Mandalay's face was pale from using her quirk too long. Kota sat near the medics, still supporting Izuku's weight even when Izuku tried to stand on his own. It was embarrassing. And somehow, comforting. Because Izuku wasn't alone. Toshinori arrived later, late because he hadn't been assigned to the camp. He landed like a thunderbolt in hero form, then shifted away from cameras quickly. His eyes scanned the devastation. Jaw tight. Then he saw Izuku. Izuku tried to straighten. Toshinori was at his side instantly, voice low. Midoriya, he said, urgent. Are you alive? Izuku nodded shakily. Yes. Toshinori's gaze flicked to Izuku's arm. Your bones. They're mostly okay, Izuku lied, because, mostly, was a flexible word. Toshinori's expression tightened, then he looked at Kota. Kota stared up at Toshinori with suspicion. Toshinori's voice softened. Thank you for helping him. Kota looked away stubbornly. He saved me. Toshinori's eyes warmed slightly. Then I'm glad you were there. Izuku swallowed hard. Toshinori, Izuku whispered, voice shaking, they took Bakugo. Toshinori's face hardened. I know, he said. Izuku's throat tightened further. And, it's worse. There's something on him. Toshinori went still. What do you mean? He asked quietly. Izuku hesitated. If he said, curse spirit, Toshinori would understand. But if anyone else heard. Izuku glanced around. Aizawa stood nearby, watching them, not pretending not to. Nezu wasn't here physically, but Izuku could practically feel the principal's attention through the trees. Izuku forced a slow breath. In, out. There's a shadow. Izuku whispered. It's been feeding on Bakugo's rage for a while. Here, it got stronger. Toshinori's eyes narrowed, dread creeping in. A curse. Izuku nodded once. Toshinori's jaw clenched hard enough to creak. All for one, Toshinori whispered, voice tight. He'll use anything he can. Izuku's hands trembled. We have to get him back. Toshinori's gaze locked on Izuku. You're injured, Toshinori said. Izuku swallowed. I'll still fight. Toshinori's expression softened and hardened at the same time, pride and fear mixing into something heavy. We will, Toshinori corrected. But not recklessly. Izuku's throat tightened. Because, not recklessly, sounded like, don't let the darkness lead. And Izuku understood. Tonight, the sacred ground had almost given the old presence what it wanted. Power. Permission. A chance to become, the warden, instead of a kid. Izuku clenched his fists. He didn't want to be a weapon. He wanted to be a hero. Even if being a hero meant holding a monster inside his chest and refusing to let it smile. Aizawa approached then, voice flat, eyes cutting. Midoriya, Aizawa said. Report. Izuku stiffened. Toshinori's posture tightened too, but Aizawa didn't look at Toshinori. He looked at Izuku's face, Izuku's breathing, Izuku's shadow, like Aizawa was reading a lie detector. Izuku swallowed. I got separated, Izuku said carefully. I found Kota. Muscular attacked. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And you defeated him. Izuku hesitated. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. How? Izuku's stomach dropped. This was it. He could lie. He could dodge. But Aizawa didn't feel like someone you could dodge forever. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. I used one for all, Izuku said. And, I used the other thing. Aizawa's eyes didn't widen. They didn't change much at all. But his voice lowered. Did you lose control? Aizawa asked. Izuku shook his head quickly. No. Aizawa studied him for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, good. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's eyes were tired. You're walking on a knife edge, Aizawa said. But you didn't slip tonight. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa looked past Izuku toward the dark forest. And now Bakugo is gone, Aizawa continued. And villains know how to get what they want. He looked back at Izuku. So if you're hiding something that affects this war, Aizawa said, you better be sure you're hiding it for the right reasons. Izuku swallowed hard. I am, Izuku whispered. Aizawa's gaze held his for a second longer. Then he turned away to coordinate the aftermath. Toshinori exhaled slowly beside Izuku. Izuku felt the night air press on his skin, heavy with grief, fear, and resolve. Bakugo was gone. The forest had shown Izuku what sacred ground could do to his power. And the villains had confirmed what Gran Torino warned. They weren't just improving, they were adapting specifically to him. Izuku stared at the dark tree line where the neutral spirits watched like silent witnesses. The old presence inside him hummed faintly, almost amused. This is what you wanted, it seemed to whisper. A war worth fighting, fist and breathed. In, out. No, Izuku whispered back inside his own skull. This is what I'll end. Bakugo's absence didn't feel like an empty seat. It felt like a missing heartbeat. UA tried to keep everyone contained after the camp. Medical checks, debriefs, security tightening like a noose. Teachers spoke in calm voices that sounded like they'd been scraped raw by worry. Students were told to rest, recover, and trust the pros. But Class 1A didn't sleep well. They slept with clenched teeth. They slept hearing Kurogiri's mist in their dreams. Izuku slept the worst, because he could still feel it. That curse clinging to Bakugo, fed by rage, swollen by sacred G. Round, had been dragged into a place where someone smart would know what it was. All for One didn't just steal quirks. He collected weaknesses. And curses were weaknesses that didn't even show up on a medical chart. Izuku lay in bed at the dorms with his hands flat on his stomach, breathing low like Gran Torino taught him. In, out. He tried to keep his mind quiet. But every time his thoughts drifted to Bakugo's face, furious, terrified. Yanked into the dark, his chest tightened. The seal creaked. The old presence leaned close like a patient predator. Go get him, it seemed to murmur. You know where the door is. Izuku's jaw clenched. No, he whispered, almost soundless. Not like that. He didn't want to open the seal. He wanted to save Bakugo as himself. As Izuku. Not as whatever ancient thing wore his shadow like a cloak. But wanting didn't change reality. Reality hit the dorms like a controlled explosion the next evening. All Might arrived, too fast, too tense, too serious, and called a small group together: Izuku, Kirishima, Todoroki, Iida, Yaoyorozu. No cameras. No speeches. Just All Might's eyes, sharp with urgency. We have a lead, Toshinori said quietly. Izuku's heart slammed. Where? Toshinori's jaw tightened. Kamino Ward. The name hit like ice. Kirishima's fists clenched. That's where they're holding him. Toshinori nodded once. Likely. Yaoyorozu spoke carefully, voice steady despite the tremor in it. Then the police and heroes will mount a raid. They will, Toshinori agreed. But, Todoroki's eyes narrowed. But time matters. Toshinori looked at them all. His voice dropped. And villains know we're coming, Toshinori said. Because they planned for us to come. Izuku's stomach turned cold. A trap. Of course it was a trap. All for One didn't kidnap, like a desperate criminal. He moved pieces. He lured. He baited. And Bakugo's rage, Bakugo's curse, was the bait. Iida's voice tightened. Sir, why are we here? We're students. Toshinori didn't flinch. Because the pros will focus on the main force, Toshinori said. And sometimes, a small hand can slip through where a fist cannot. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened slightly. Kirishima swallowed. You're asking us to do a rescue. Toshinori's gaze hardened. I am not ordering you, he said. I am warning you. If you go, you will be in real danger. Izuku felt his pulse in his throat. This was wrong. This was reckless. This was exactly what a hero wasn't supposed to do. And yet, Izuku could still feel that curse thread tugging at the air like a beacon. If All for One learned to use it. If All for One learned to make more. The war wouldn't just be quirks anymore. It would be invisible monsters feeding on society's emotions. Izuku's breathing grew heavier. In, out. Kirishima stepped forward first, jaw set. I'm going. Todoroki followed immediately. Me too. Iida hesitated, then nodded sharply, eyes burning with guilt and resolve. I won't let another friend be taken. Yaoyorozu's hands trembled slightly, but her voice stayed calm. I can support. Quietly. All Might looked at Izuku last. Izuku's throat tightened. Toshinori's eyes were full of worry, because Toshinori knew Izuku had more to lose than anyone here. If Izuku lost control in the wrong place, he wouldn't just get hurt. He would become a weapon. Izuku clenched his fists and breathed. In, out. I'm going, Izuku said softly. Toshinori closed his eyes for one heartbeat. Then he nodded once. Then we do it right, Toshinori said. No heroics. No speeches. Get Bakugo. Get out. Izuku swallowed. No heroics, he repeated internally. He almost laughed. Because the darkness inside him didn't laugh. It just hummed like it already knew what was coming. Kamino Ward felt like a place the world had forgotten. Industrial buildings. Narrow streets. Flickering lights. Too many corners. Too many shadows. Too much fear in the air, because the city had heard the rumors. The police had cordoned off sections, but people still watched from windows. Peeking through curtains like prey. Izuku's cursed sight turned the whole district into a map of emotional residue. Anxiety hung like smog. Small curse mites clung to power lines like birds. But the deeper they got toward the reported hideout, the more the air changed. It grew heavier, not with general fear, but with concentrated malice. Bakugo's curse was here. Izuku could feel it like a hook behind his ribs. Kirishima led them, moving low and fast. Yaoyorozu had created tracking devices earlier. Their plan was simple: slip in, grab Bakugo, slip out. Todoroki kept watch, ready to freeze escape routes. Iida stayed tense, scanning every alley like he expected Stain to step out again. Izuku stayed centered, breathing low. In, out, let it, give it a job. His job was clear: get Bakugo out, and, if he could, stop that curse from becoming something worse. They reached the hideout, an old bar-like building, half destroyed, windows cracked, doors reinforced. Inside, faint voices echoed. Toga's laugh, Twice's babble, someone growling. They didn't see All for One yet. That was the most terrifying part. Because if All for One wasn't here, then All for One was watching from somewhere else. Kirishima nodded to Izuku. Now, they moved. Yaoyorozu had a smoke device, non-lethal, distraction. It popped. Smoke rolled through the broken doorway. Todoroki froze the floor just enough to make footing unstable. Kirishima burst in like a battering ram. And Izuku followed, heart pounding. Inside, the air felt wrong. Not just villain hideout wrong. Spiritually wrong. Like the walls had been soaked in resentment. Izuku's cursed sight flared, and there it was. Bakugo, tied to a chair, glaring daggers through the smoke. And behind him, curling like a living cape. The curse. It wasn't just a thin stain anymore. It had become a true grade 2, maybe higher. A shadow mass with jagged edges and a faint mask face forming at its center, fed by Bakugo's fury like a furnace. Bakugo didn't see it, but it saw Izuku. It turned. Its mask face, smiled. Izuku's stomach dropped. It recognizes me. Kirishima rushed to Bakugo. Bro. Bakugo's eyes widened, then narrowed in furious disbelief. What are you idiots doing here? Saving your annoying butt, Kirishima snapped, yanking at the restraints. Bakugo snarled, struggling. I don't need. Izuku didn't have time. The curse behind Bakugo surged forward. Shadow limbs snapping out like hooks, aiming for Izuku's face. Izuku moved on instinct, cursed energy sheathing his forearm in a thin, controlled layer. He punched. Not with full power. With intent. A veil strike. Minimal output. The curse recoiled, the mask face flickering like a TV losing signal. Bakugo froze mid-yell. What the heck was that? Bakugo barked, eyes darting. Kirishima didn't see anything. What was what? Quote. Bakugo's gaze snapped to Izuku's arm. Izuku's shadow had thickened for a heartbeat. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Deku, what are you doing? Izuku's throat tightened. Later, Izuku whispered. Then the building shook. Dabi's flames roared at the far end of the room, blue heat slamming into walls. Toga darted knife. Twice screamed something about, they're here. They're not here. They're here. And then, a pressure descended. Not fire. Not quirk. A presence. The room felt smaller. Like the ceiling lowered. Like the air got sucked toward one point. Izuku's blood went ice cold. All for One. He didn't appear with a dramatic entrance. He simply stepped out of the deeper shadows like he'd been standing there the whole time. Tall, masked, calm, and the moment he arrived, the curse behind Bakugo trembled, not in fear. In recognition, like it knew its master. All for One's head tilted slightly, as if listening to something. Then his masked gaze landed on Izuku. Ah, All for One said softly. There you are. Izuku's heart slammed. The old presence inside Izuku leaned close, silent and watchful. All for One's voice remained gentle, almost conversational. I wondered when you'd come looking. He said. The child with a void where he should have been, normal. Izuku's stomach twisted. He knew. All for One knew about the misdiagnosis. About Garaki's lie. About the seal. Bakugo snarled. Shut up. I'm not joining you. All for One chuckled. Oh, I don't care about your loyalty, boy. Then his head tilted again, like he was smelling the air. I care about what's clinging to you. All for One murmured. Bakugo stiffened. What's CL? The curse surged, trying to hide behind Bakugo like a cloak. All for One's voice stayed calm. Such a nice little growth, he said. Anger is a wonderful fertilizer. Izuku's breath hitched. Kirishima yanked Bakugo free. Move. Yaoyorozu shouted, exit now. Todoroki blasted ice to block Dabi's line of sight. Iida grabbed Bakugo's arm and pulled. They ran. Izuku ran too, backing out, eyes locked on All for One. The curse snapped at Izuku one last time, shadow hooks lashing. Izuku raised his hand, breath low, in, out, bind. Shadow cords flicked from Izuku's feet, not huge, not dramatic, just enough to snag the curse's core, and yank it off Bakugo's shoulders for one heartbeat. Bakugo staggered like someone had suddenly removed a weight he didn't realize he carried. What? Bakugo barked. The curse screamed silently, thrashing. Izuku's arm trembled. All for One's head turned slightly, interested. Oh, All for One murmured. You can touch it. Izuku's teeth clenched. He released the cords and ran, because holding it longer would make him spill too much in front of the wrong eyes. They burst out into the alley, sprinting hard. Sirens wailed in the distance. Pro-heroes were converging, but the villains weren't chasing like normal criminals. They were guiding, pushing them toward a larger stage. A trap within a trap. Then the street exploded with sound. All Might arrived, not Toshinori. All Might. Bright, massive, furious. The symbol of peace landed between buildings like a meteor of hope. And across the street, All for One stepped into the open like a king walking into his own courtroom. The air between them became a battlefield before anyone even moved. Izuku's chest tightened, because this wasn't just hero versus villain. This was torch versus abyss. And somewhere in that clash, Izuku's own two halves trembled like they were being pulled in opposite directions. All for One, All Might growled. My dear. All for One replied pleasantly. Bakugo stared, stunned. Kirishima looked like he was about to cry. Izuku's hands shook, because he could feel it. The curse Bakugo carried was still nearby, weakened but not gone. Circling like a wounded wolf. And as the crowd gathered, as people screamed, as fear spiked, more curse might swarmed into the street like black snow. Kamino was becoming a breeding ground. All Might lunged. All for One answered. The shockwave of their first clash shattered windows. Cars trembled. The streetlights flickered. Izuku flinched from the pressure. Not fear pressure. Power pressure. It made his bones vibrate. Bakugo yelled something furious, but Kirishima dragged him back. We have to go, Kirishima shouted. Bakugo resisted. I'm not leaving him. All Might wants you out. Kirishima screamed back. Izuku's eyes stayed locked on Toshinori. He saw it, the strain, the slight lag in movement, the truth hidden behind the symbol. Toshinori was burning himself down to buy time. For them. For everyone. Izuku swallowed hard. And then All for One struck with a blow that wasn't aimed at All Might. It was aimed near the fleeing students, like a casual swipe, a message, I can reach you anytime. Debris flew. Izuku shoved Bakugo with all the strength he had. Move. The world turned white with impact. Izuku felt his body lift off the ground. He slammed into the pavement. Pain flashed. His hearing became muffled. And the last thing he saw before darkness swallowed him was All Might turning. Shouting his name. And a shadow in the corner of his vision rising L. Ike wanted to catch him before he hit the ground. Izuku fell. But he didn't fall into sleep. He fell into a place that wasn't a place. A space made of memory and pressure and echoes. The vestige world. He knew it now. Not from stories. From experience. A dark ocean stretching forever, lit by faint, floating embers. Shapes stood in the distance, silhouettes of the previous one for all users, like people carved from smoke and light. Izuku's feet touched nothing, yet he stood. His breath came slow here. In, out. He turned, and saw the first user. Small, thin, eyes haunted. He looked terrified. Not of Izuku. Of what stood behind Izuku. A voice came from the dark like velvet dragged across stone. You're late. Izuku's blood went cold, even in a world without blood. He turned slowly, and the shadow behind him stood up. Not a vague presence, not an itch, a figure, tall, draped in darkness like robes. Face half hidden, eyes bright with ancient knowing. Not evil in a cartoon way. Not grinning, just, inevitable, like a storm given a human outline. The sorcerer ancestor. The first user stumbled back. No, stay back, he's not ready. Other vestiges flickered into sharper view, second, third. And more, each with different expressions, suspicion, anger, warning, caution. One of them stepped forward, voice hard. That thing doesn't belong here. The ancestor's head tilted slightly. It belongs wherever he belongs, it replied. Izuku's throat tightened. Who are you? The ancestor's gaze settled on him, calm and heavy. A name is a leash, it said. And you're still learning how to hold one. Izuku clenched his fists. Then tell me what you are. The ancestor's voice was quiet. I am what your blood remembers, it said. The old power that was sealed so the new world could pretend it didn't exist. The first user's voice cracked. We built one for all to prevent this. Izuku turned sharply. Prevent this? What do you mean? The vestige world trembled faintly, like his question had pulled on a thread. The first user stepped forward, eyes intense. When quirks first appeared, the first user said, the world didn't just change physically. It changed spiritually. Izuku swallowed. The first user's voice shook with memory. Fear grew, he continued. Hate grew. Desperation grew. And things that fed on those emotions, grew too. Curse spirits. Izuku's chest tightened. The first user looked at the ancestor with visible fear. Back then, sorcerers existed, the first user said. They fought what people couldn't see. The ancestor's voice cut in, smooth and cold. And they were hunted, it said. Because humans always hate what reminds them they're fragile. Izuku's throat tightened. So what does one for all have to do with it? The first user inhaled like it hurt. One for all began as a bridge, he said. A way to carry power across generations, yes, but also a way to carry resistance. Izuku blinked. Resistance to curses. Older, firm. We couldn't let the world collapse into invisible predation. The vestige said. So we tried to build a torch. Izuku's breath caught. Torch. That's what one for all felt like. The first user nodded. A torch strong enough to burn through despair. The ancestor's eyes gleamed faintly. And yet, it murmured, you forgot the veil. Izuku turned to the ancestor. The veil. The ancestor stepped closer. The space around it darkened slightly. But it didn't feel like an attack. It felt like a lesson. Light reveals, the ancestor said. But shadow hides. Light inspires. But shadow protects. The torch alone blinds you to what crawls between things. Izuku's chest tightened. The first user snapped, shadow corrupts. It tempts. It devours. The ancestor's gaze didn't change. Shadow tempts the fearful, it replied. It empowers the disciplined. Izuku's fists trembled. What am I? Izuku asked, voice cracking. Why am I both? Silence rippled through the vestiges. Then the first user spoke quietly, painfully. Because your bloodline was used, he said. Izuku's heart lurched. Used. The ancestor's voice was calm, almost bored. All for one, it said. He loves anomalies. Izuku's stomach turned cold. The first user nodded. He found a sorcerer bloodline, a remnant. A family that still carried the old pathways. Izuku remembered Garaki's trembling lie. The void, where a quirk factor should have been. Heavenly restriction, Izuku whispered. The ancestor's eyes sharpened slightly, approving the accuracy. A trade, it said. The body becomes a vessel. The soul becomes a furnace. Izuku's throat tightened. So I was born, with a seal. The ancestor nodded once. So you wouldn't be noticed too early. A vestige stepped forward, voice furious. And yet he was noticed. Because you keep whispering to him. The ancestor didn't deny it. I whisper because he will die if he keeps treating Shadow like an enemy, it said. Izuku swallowed hard. He thought of the festival blackout. The USJ special grade. Stains burning blood. Muscular. Bakugo's curse. Every time Izuku panicked, his shadow reached. Every time he calmed, his shadow obeyed. The pattern was clear. Izuku looked at the first user. So one for all is a torch, Izuku said quietly. And cursed energy is, the veil. The first user looked pained. Yes. Izuku turned back to the ancestor. And I'm the bridge, Izuku whispered. The ancestor stepped closer until it was right in front of him. You're the reunion, it said. The torch remembers why it was made. The veil remembers what it was meant to guard. Izuku's fists clenched. But how do I use it? Izuku demanded. Without losing myself. The ancestor's gaze was heavy. You stop wrestling the dark, it said. You stop hating it. Hate is food. Fear is food. Izuku swallowed hard. What do I do instead? He asked. The ancestor lifted a hand, and the darkness around it formed into a thin thread. Not a monster. Not claws. A tool. A rope. A job, it said softly. Izuku's breath caught. Gran Torino. Give it a job. The ancestor's hand moved, and the thread became a whip-like cord, clean, controlled, solid. Shape, it said. Command. Anchor. Protect. The cord snapped gently, not attacking, just demonstrating. It didn't feel evil. It felt precise. Izuku stared, hypnotized. That's, Izuku whispered. A vestige spoke sharply. Black whip. Izuku blinked. Black whip, isn't that? The first user nodded, expression strained. In this world, he said, your black whip will be seen as part of One for All's awakening. Izuku's stomach tightened. But it's not, Izuku realized. The ancestor's eyes gleamed. It's the veil taking form, it said. Solidified shadow. A cursed technique you've been manifesting early, because the veil was already inside you. Izuku's hands trembled. So I can use it, Izuku whispered. As a tool, without letting it become a monster. The ancestor nodded once. If you lead, it said. If you breathe. If you stay you. The vestige world trembled again, like it was reacting to his acceptance. The first user looked at Izuku, eyes pleading. Midoriya, he said, promise me you won't let it take the wheel. Izuku swallowed hard. I won't, Izuku whispered. I won't become a weapon. The ancestor's voice drifted, quiet as midnight. Then become a warden, it said. Not of darkness, of balance. Izuku clenched his fists. He breathed. In, out, and for the first time. He didn't push the shadow away. He didn't fear it. He didn't feed it with panic. He reached for it like you reach for a tool in the dark, trusting your own hand. Black cords rose from Izuku's shadow, thin at first, trembling. Izuku steadied his breathing. In, out. The cords stopped trembling. They became clean lines. Solid. Controlled. One cord snapped forward, not wild, precise, and rap. Ed gently around a distant floating ember, holding it. The ember's light didn't go out. It stayed. It coexisted. Torch and veil. Izuku's eyes widened. I can, he whispered. Yes, the ancestor said. Now you can stop bleeding. The vestiges didn't look relieved. They looked wary. But they didn't stop him. Because they could feel it too. Izuku wasn't submitting. He was mastering. And deep in the vestige world. Something shifted, like a locked door in One for All's memory creaked open. Not power. Understanding. The torch flared slightly brighter. The veil settled around it like a sheath, not a cage. Izuku's chest tightened with emotion, hope, fear, resolve. The ancestor's hand lifted as if to touch Izuku's forehead. The first user tensed. But the ancestor didn't harm him. It whispered one final thing. So quiet it felt like it was being written into Izuku's bones. When you wake, you will be hunted harder. Izuku swallowed. I know, he whispered. And you will still choose to save, the ancestor murmured. Izuku clenched his jaw. Yes. The ancestor's eyes gleamed faintly, approval without warmth. Then wake up, it said. And the vestige world shattered like glass. Izuku's eyes snapped open. Bright lights. Hospital ceiling. Beeping machines. His body hurt everywhere in a dull, heavy way. But his breathing came steady. In, out. He turned his head slightly. All Might sat beside the bed in his thin form, eyes red-rimmed. Looking like he hadn't slept in days. Toshinori's gaze locked onto Izuku. His voice cracked. You're awake. Izuku swallowed hard, throat dry. Did we get Bakugo? Toshinori's eyes softened with relief and pain. Yes, he whispered. We got him. Izuku exhaled shakily. In, out. Then he remembered Kamino's street. The clash. The pressure. Toshinori's roar. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might, what happened to you? Toshinori's face tightened. He looked away for a heartbeat. Then he looked back, voice quiet. I ended it, Toshinori said. My fight with All for One, ended. Izuku's chest tightened like someone had grabbed his heart. Toshinori's smile was small and exhausted. But you're alive, he said. And Bakugo is alive. Izuku swallowed, eyes burning. Oshinori reached out and gently took Izuku's hand. Then he froze. Because Izuku's shadow under the blanket moved, just slightly. Not wild. Not hungry. It formed a thin, clean cord for a heartbeat, like a reflex. Toshinori's eyes widened. Izuku's breath caught. Then he remembered. Let it. Give it a job. Izuku breathed. In, out. The cord sank back into normal shadow. Toshinori stared at Izuku, shaken. Izuku whispered. Voice hoarse but steady. I'm okay, he said. I figured something out. Toshinori's eyes filled with complicated emotion. Good, he whispered. Because the world is about to get stared at the ceiling. Pain humming in his bones. But for once, the darkness in his chest didn't feel like a beast pressing against chains. It felt like a tool waiting in its sheath. He turned his head slightly, gaze sharpening. Then I'll get stronger, Izuku whispered. Not louder. Not dramatic. Just true. Because he wasn't just carrying one for all anymore. He was carrying the veil, with purpose. And somewhere far away, behind layers of hatred and strategy, All for One had definitely noticed one thing. The anomaly wasn't just surviving. It was learning. The first time Izuku realized the world was changing. It wasn't during a villain attack. It was during a normal morning. He was walking through UA's training grounds, and a group of first-year students were laughing near the fence, loud, carefree, alive. The sun was bright. The wind was gentle. Everything looked like the kind of peaceful scene Hero Society sold on posters. And yet, Izuku could see the cursed spirits anyway. Little ones. Weak ones. The kind that fed on jealousy, stress, embarrassment, tiny shadows perched on shoulders like ugly parrots, whispering doubts that nobody heard. But lately, those little shadows had been appearing more often. Not because people were suddenly worse. Because people were suddenly afraid. Hero Society had cracks now. The public didn't say it out loud, but they felt it in their bones. Villains were getting bolder. More organized. More confident. Fear was spreading like humidity. And humidity, Izuku had learned, was exactly what curses needed to thrive. He paused and breathed low, like always. In, out. His shadow stayed normal. Black whip, his veil, technique, didn't twitch, didn't crawl. Good. Control had become routine. Not easy. Routine. That was the difference. After Kamino, All Might had lost the symbol, but Izuku had gained something else. A truth. He wasn't just the successor of power. He was the successor of a purpose. A torch to inspire. A veil to protect. A bridge, whether he wanted that responsibility or not. The adults didn't call it cursed energy in public. The adults didn't call it sorcery at all. But in a quiet room behind locked doors, with Nezu smiling Politel. Why and Aizawa staring like a tired executioner, Izuku had been forced to explain what he could. Aizawa didn't ask for drama. He asked for rules. What feeds them? Can everyone see them? How do you kill them? How do you stop them from forming? Izuku answered. And the more he answered, the clearer one thing became. This wasn't a weird Midoriya problem. This was a new layer of warfare nobody had prepared for. And then Hawks sent the report. The Paranormal Liberation Front. A whole army. Thousands of believers. Hundreds of trained fighters. One leader who worshipped chaos. And one hidden mastermind who loved collecting anomalies. The Hero Commission called it a crisis. Aizawa called it what it was. War, he said flatly. And Izuku, standing in that room, felt the veil inside his chest hum. Like it had been waiting to hear that word. The day the war began, the sky was a hard, indifferent blue. No dramatic clouds. No thunder. No omen. Just sunlight over cities that had no idea they were about to become a battlefield. Izuku stood with a large strike team on the edge of an industrial district, hidden behind temporary walls and hero support vehicles. His costume felt heavier than usual, not because of fabric, but because of what it represented now. He wasn't just carrying one for all. He was carrying the only thing in the entire lineup that could fight an enemy that didn't exist to most eyes. Aizawa stood nearby, scarf loose, eyes sharp. Endeavor stood at the front like a living furnace, flame beard flickering, expression carved from stubborn rage. There was a tension between Endeavor and Izuku that nobody named. Endeavor had seen the blackout at the sports festival. He had felt the wrongness at Hosu when Stain spat out Izuku's blood like it burned. Endeavor didn't understand it, but he recognized it like a man recognizing smoke from an old fire. He glanced back once, eyes narrowing on Izuku. You, Endeavor said, voice low. If things go wrong, stay behind me. Izuku blinked. I can help. Endeavor's eyes sharpened. That's what I'm worried about. Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly as he turned toward Endeavor. He's not a civilian, Aizawa said flatly. Endeavor's jaw tightened. He's a student. Aizawa's eyes didn't blink. He's also the only one here who can see the second battlefield. Endeavor's expression twisted, anger at being forced to admit something he didn't like. Izuku kept his breathing steady. In, out. Across the way, Best Jeanist's temporary replacement units moved like silent soldiers, ready to lock down crowds. Edgeshot stood nearly invisible, calm like a blade. And then there was Bakugo, older now, stronger, still furious at everything, standing with his own squad. His eyes met Izuku's for half a second. Bakugo didn't speak. He didn't need to. There was a new understanding between them now, one forged in kidnapping, fear, and the fact that Izuku had pulled something invisible off Bakugo's shoulders without ever demanding gratitude. Bakugo's rage still existed, but it didn't leak into a curse the same way anymore. Not after Izuku had quietly taught him one thing. Breathe, Izuku had told him once, during late training, when Bakugo's shadow looked too sharp. Bakugo had snarled. Then he'd tried it anyway. And the curse feeding on him had weakened. Bakugo hated that he needed the advice. But he hated being used as a battery even more. So he'd learned, in his own aggressive way. Now, as the heroes waited for the signal, Bakugo flexed his hands, explosive sweat crackling. He muttered, "If I see that hand face creep, I'm ending him." Izuku didn't answer. Because he couldn't promise that. Because Shigaraki wasn't just a villain anymore. Shigaraki was an apocalypse wearing skin. And somewhere deep behind Izuku's heart, the answers. Tor's presence stirred like it heard the name and sharpened its teeth. The signal came. A sharp burst over comms. 3 words. Operation. Begin. Heroes moved. Fast. Coordinated. Surgical. The first wave hit the PLF hideout like a collapsing wall. Endeavor's flames cutting lines. Pro-heroes swarming, capturing, neutralizing, sealing exits. For a few seconds, it felt like the plan was working. Villains screamed. Support gear activated. Civilians were evacuated from outer zones. Izuku's team pushed forward into the facility's main corridors. And then, the second battlefield opened. It started as a ripple. A wrong pressure sliding through the air like cold oil. Izuku's cursed sight snapped wide. He saw it instantly. Dozens of small curses were already embedded in the building, stuck to beams, hiding in vents. Coiled in corners like spider eggs. They weren't moving yet. They were waiting, like mines. Then someone, some PLF officer, laughed through blood and shouted. "Now, let them see what real fear looks like." The curses detonated, not with fire, with emotion. A wave of pure panic burst outward, like a mental shock grenade. Heroes stumbled. Some grabbed their heads. Some froze. Not because they were weak. Because something invisible had just bitten their nerves. And in the wake of that panic, the eggs hatched. Cursed spirits burst out of walls like black smoke turning into claws. Shadow dogs with too many joints. Mask-faced things that whispered, "You're going to die," directly into the brain. Thin, wet shapes that clung to backs and drank courage like water. Pro-heroes swung at empty air. Some shouted, confused, "What is that? Why do I feel? Get it off." Izuku's stomach went cold. This was it. All for One had weaponized curses at scale. He hadn't just noticed the old power. He'd studied it, prepared it, built a strategy around the fact that the heroes couldn't fight what the Yavor blasted flame down a corridor, burning villains back, yet the curses crawled through the heat untouched. Because heat didn't matter to something that wasn't fully physical. Endeavor's eyes widened slightly as one curse latched onto a hero's shoulders and the hero suddenly dropped to one knee, shaking. Endeavor barked, "Get up." The hero tried. The curse tightened. Izuku's breathing stayed low. In, out. "Everyone behind me," Izuku said, voice steady. Some heroes didn't hear him over chaos. Some did, and looked at him like he was insane. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Midoriya." Izuku nodded once. Then he moved. Black whip snapped from Izuku's shadow, clean, controlled cords like living rope. Not wild. Not hungry. Tools. He whipped one cord outward and yanked a curse off a hero's back like pulling off a heavy cloak. The curse shrieked silently. Izuku followed immediately with a V.L. smash, small output, striking the curse core. It burst into harmless smoke. The hero gasped, suddenly able to breathe again like a weight had been lifted off their soul. What? The hero stammered. Izuku didn't have time. He snapped 2 more cords, ripping curses off 2 more heroes. Punch, purge, whip, bind, punch, purge. The corridor started changing, not because the curses were gone entirely. Because the panic was no longer winning. Panic fed them. Izuku was starving them. Aizawa watched Izuku's movements, eyes sharp, and shouted to nearby heroes. If you feel your body lock up, get to Midoriya. Endeavor's gaze snapped to Izuku. For the first time, Endeavor didn't look suspicious. He looked grimly impressed. Keep clearing, Endeavor growled. I'll burn the front. Izuku nodded, jaw tight. In, out. He advanced behind Endeavor's flames like a shadow following a torch. Torch and veil. Exactly like the vestige world had shown him. Then the building shook. A deeper pressure fell. Not a swarm. Not mines. Something bigger was waking. Izuku felt it before anyone said a word. A special grade presence, vast, hungry, laughing without sound. It wasn't just feeding on fear. It was commanding it. The curse swarm responded like a school of fish responding to a shark. They parted. They gathered. They moved toward one direction like they were being called. Izuku's eyes widened. Shigaraki, he whispered. Aizawa's voice snapped through comms. All units, Shigaraki's location confirmed. He's waking up. Endeavor's flames flared harder. Then we end this now, Endeavor growled. Izuku's heart slammed. Because, end this now, sounded good on paper. But Shigaraki wasn't a paper threat. Shigaraki was a storm with hands. And now he had an army of invisible monsters as backup. They reached the main chamber. A huge open space inside the facility, industrial and clinical, like a place built to hold a god. In the center stood a tank, broken now, glass cracked, fluid spilling. Inside it, Shigaraki Tamura. Or what he had become. He stood upright, dripping, body twitching as if adapting to new nerves. His hair was longer, pale. His skin looked wrong, like it didn't fully belong to him anymore. And behind him, Izuku's cursed sight nearly failed. Because the presence behind Shigaraki wasn't just a curse. It was a mass. A towering silhouette of black smoke and stitched faces, like hatred had been given anatomy. It coiled around Shigaraki like a crown. A cursed spirit attached to all for one's will. Not just a monster. A parasite god. Shigaraki's eyes opened. They landed on Endeavor first. Then drifted. Then stopped on Izuku. Shigaraki smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was recognition. Ah, Shigaraki murmured, voice rough like it had been dragged across gravel. There you are. Izuku's blood went cold. Shigaraki tilted his head. I can smell it, Shigaraki said. That old stench. The curse behind Shigaraki rippled, as if sniffing the air too. Izuku's chest tightened. The ancestor inside him stirred, silent. Watchful, ready. Endeavor stepped forward, flames roaring. Shigaraki. Shigaraki yawned like Endeavor was a boring lecture. Then Shigaraki raised his hand. Decay. The floor disintegrated in a spreading wave. Heroes leapt back in panic. Concrete crumbled like sand. Steel supports groaned. Izuku's heart slammed. But he didn't run blindly. In, out. Black Whip snapped out, yanking 3 heroes out of the decay zone, pulling them to safety like fish out of a net. Endeavor blasted upward, using flame propulsion. Aizawa's eyes glowed, erasure locking onto Shigaraki. For a heartbeat, Shigaraki's decay stopped. Shigaraki blinked, irritated. Then the curse behind him surged. A wave of cursed spirits burst outward like a black tide, dozens, hundreds, pouring through the chamber and into corridors. Aizawa's eyes widened. He could erase quirks, but he couldn't erase the curse army. Some heroes froze again, terror spiking as invisible claws scraped their nerves. He cursed tide fed on their fear and grew thicker. Izuku gritted his teeth. He stepped forward. And he did something he hadn't done in public since the festival. He let one for all flare. Not wildly. Controlled. A pulse of stockpiled power through his body like a bell ringing. He focused it, not into strength, but into presence, into a signal that said. Here. The torch. The cursed spirits recoiled. Not all of them, but enough. Because curses, at their core, hated clean intent. They hated a steady, bright will that refused to panic. Izuku's pulse didn't burn them fully. But it made them hesitate. That hesitation was everything. Move. Izuku shouted. Don't freeze, follow my signal. Heroes didn't understand what he meant. But they understood the feeling. Standing near Midoriya made the dread lessen. Like he was a lighthouse in a storm. Endeavor glanced at him, eyes narrowing. You're acting like a beacon, Endeavor snapped. Izuku's jaw clenched. I have too. Shigaraki's smile widened. You're cute, Shigaraki murmured. Like a candle arguing with a hurricane. Then Shigaraki lunged. Fast. Not human fast. Monster fast. Endeavor blasted toward him, flames colliding with Shigaraki's movement. They clashed. Shockwaves tore through the chamber. Aizawa strained, keeping erasure on. Izuku moved too, black whip snapping, grabbing supports, swinging through crumbling space to keep himself and others out of decay. But every time Izuku got close, Shigaraki's curse crown snapped at him, shadow limbs trying to hook his soul. Izuku punched one limb with a veil smash. It burst, but the crown reformed. It wasn't a normal curse. It was fed by something deeper. All for one's hate, all for one's obsession, Shigaraki's borrowed power, and the entire war's fear. It was a furnace with infinite fuel. Then Shigaraki's gaze sharpened. He stopped trying to swat Izuku away. He reached for him. Come here, Shigaraki whispered. Izuku's instinct screamed, because he knew what that reach meant. Not decay, not physical damage, stealing, all for one's true game. One for all. Izuku tried to dodge, but the curse crown snapped cords around Izuku's legs like chains, slowing him. Shigaraki's hand touched Izuku's forearm. And the world cracked. For one heartbeat, Izuku wasn't in the facility anymore. He was in a space made of black ocean and floating embers. The vestige world. But it wasn't calm. It was a battlefield. The water-like darkness churned violently. The one for all vestiges stood in a defensive ring, their silhouettes tense. And across from them, a massive shadow pressed against the edge of the space like a face pushing against glass. All for one's presence. Not fully inside, but clawing at the border, trying to force entry. And Shigaraki's vestige, stood at the front, smiling like a thief at a locked door. All might, Shigaraki murmured in the spiritual space, voice echoing. Give it to me. Izuku's breath hitched. He felt two pulls. Physical Shigaraki's ritual Shigaraki's will on his soul. The vestiges flared, resisting like a wall of light. The first user stepped forward, voice shaking. You will not take this, the first user said. Shigaraki laughed. You're a dying candle. Then the glass face outside, the all-for-one presence, pressed harder. The vestige world trembled. Izuku felt his chest tighten. And then, the old darkness inside him rose. Not as a monster. As a figure. The sorcerer ancestor stepped out of Izuku's shadow in the vestige world like it had been waiting for permission. Its eyes gleamed. Its voice was calm. No, it said. Shigaraki blinked, surprised. All for one's pressure paused for a fraction of a second. Like even he hadn't expected that. The ancestor stepped forward, between the OFA vestiges and Shigaraki's will. It didn't shout. It didn't posture. It simply was. And the moment it stood there, the vestige world felt steadier. Like the veil had locked into place around the torch. Shigaraki's grin twitched. What is that? The ancestor tilted its head. A guard, it replied. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. Get out of my way. The ancestor's gaze sharpened. Then it moved. Fast. Not physically. Spiritually, like intent becoming a blade. It lunged at Shigaraki's vestige and bit. Not with teeth. With will. With an old law that said, you do not take what is sealed. Shigaraki jerked, eyes widening. GHK. All for one's presence outside slammed again, furious. The ancestor didn't flinch. It sank deeper, like a hook in Shigaraki's spiritual hand. Shigaraki screamed, not in pain exactly, but in shock, like a thief finding a trap inside the lock. In the physical world, Shigaraki recoiled. His hand ripped away from Izuku like he'd touched a live wire. Izuku stumbled backward, gasping, heart pounding. Shigaraki clutched his own wrist, eyes wide and furious. What was that? Shigaraki hissed. Izuku's shadow pulsed once at his feet, controlled, contained. Aizawa shouted, strained. Midoriya, move. Izuku snapped back into motion, swinging away with black whip. Landing hard on a crumbling platform. His breath shook. In, out. Shigaraki stared at him like Izuku had just become a bigger prize. Interesting, Shigaraki whispered. You're not just carrying one for all. Endeavor blasted Shigaraki's side with a wall of flame. Shigaraki slid back, skin steaming, then grinned like it didn't matter. Behind him, the curse sea. Roan swelled again, angry now, feeding off frustration. It screamed without sound. The swarm of curses in the facility surged harder, as if retaliating. Heroes in corridors froze again. Some dropped to their knees, shaking. The war was splitting. Physical fight in one place. Spiritual slaughter everywhere else. Izuku's chest tightened. He couldn't just chase Shigaraki. If the curse swarm kept spreading, the hero front would collapse from the inside out. Izuku made a choice. He planted his feet, breathed low, and flared the torch again, stronger. One for all surged through him, but this time he wrapped it in veil control. Like the ancestor had taught him. Not raw explosion. A steady, wide signal. A pulse that said, "Don't be afraid." It wasn't a speech. It was presence. The curse swarm hesitated again. Some curses hissed and shrank like plants recoiling from light. Heroes near Izuku straightened slightly, suddenly able to breathe. "You're clearing the air," one pro-hero whispered, eyes wide. Izuku didn't answer. He moved. Black Whip snapped out in multiple chords, 4, 6, 8, yanking curses off heroes in rapid sequence, punching them apart with precise veil smashes. He didn't waste motion. Bind. Purge. Bind. Purge. He became a machine built for a battlefield nobody else could see. Shigaraki watched from across the chamber, expression annoyed, like Izuku had refused to play the role of main fight. "You're really going to play medic?" Shigaraki called, voice mocking. Izuku's jaw clenched. He didn't rise to the bait. He kept clearing. Because if he got emotional, he'd feed the swarm. And that was exactly what Shigaraki wanted. Endeavor barked at the comms, voice harsh. "Midoriya, fall back. We need you on Shigaraki." Aizawa's voice cut in, strained. "Endeavor, if the swarm overwhelms the support teams, we lose the entire line. Let him work." Endeavor snarled, but didn't argue. He saw it now. This war had two fronts. And Izuku was the only one holding the invisible one. Hours blurred. Smoke. Shouting. Sirens. Crumbled streets. The PLF fought like a hive, organized, fanatical. Heroes fought like a wall, desperate, disciplined. And the curses fought like a flood, mindless, hungry, opportunistic. Every time a hero panicked, a curse grew. Every time a villain screamed propaganda, curses formed around their words like bats. Every time a civilian cried in the distance, Eu's shadow crawled out of the crack between fear and reality. Izuku ran until his legs shook. He purged until his arms burned. He breathed until his lungs felt like they were made of sand. In, out. He kept telling the Veil one job. Protect them. And the Veil obeyed. But no matter how much Izuku cleared, the tide kept coming. Because somewhere deeper in the battlefield, Shigaraki kept radiating despair like a broken reactor. Even without meaning to, he was a curse factory. Then the radio screamed, "Shigaraki is moving, repeat, Shigaraki is moving toward the evacuation corridor." Izuku's heart slammed. If Shigaraki reached civilians, decay would erase blocks, and fear would spike so hard it could birth a special grade on the spot. Izuku launched himself forward with Black Whip, swinging across broken supports. Moving through collapsing structures like a spider on threads. He landed hard in an open street corridor just as Shigaraki stepped into view. Shigaraki looked worse, more powerful, more unstable. His body twitched like it was constantly rewriting itself. And the curse crown behind him had grown too, fatter, uglier, more stitched faces forming like it was learning how to look human. Shigaraki grinned. "There you are," he whispered. "I was getting bored." Izuku's fists tightened. He breathed. In, out. "Stay away from civilians," Izuku said, voice steady. Shigaraki tilted his head. "Why?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Because you'll feel bad." Izuku's jaw clenched. "Because I'll stop you." Shigaraki laughed. Then he moved. Izuku met him head on. Not with reckless full power. With controlled, layered technique. Black Whip to redirect. One for all to strike. Veil Smash to bite deeper. He didn't aim for flashy destruction. He aimed for control, keeping Shigaraki away from evac routes. Shigaraki's decay reached for the ground. Izuku snapped Black Whip around Shigaraki's wrist and yanked upward, forcing the decay hand off the surface. Shigaraki's eyes widened, irritated. "Stop touching me," Shigaraki snarled. Izuku didn't answer. He punched Shigaraki's shoulder with a Veil Smash. The impact rippled through Shigaraki like it hit more than muscle. For a heartbeat, the curse crown behind him flinched. Izuku's eyes narrowed. It can be hurt. Not easily. But it could. Shigaraki's expression twisted, anger, then delight. Oh, Shigaraki murmured. So you can hit the spirit too. Izuku's stomach tightened. Shigaraki lunged again, hand reaching for Izuku's chest. Izuku dodged, but the curse crown snapped a tendril at Izuku's ankle, hooking him. Izuku stumbled. Shigaraki's fingers grazed Izuku's shirt. Izuku felt that stealing pressure try to bite again. And immediately, inside him, the ancestor rose like a silent guard dog. Not visible. Not dramatic. Just present. Shigaraki recoiled again, snarling. That thing, Shigaraki hissed. It's in you. Izuku gritted his teeth and yanked himself free with Black Whip. He didn't gloat. He didn't smile. He just kept fighting. Because the longer this went, the more the battlefield's fear-fed Shigaraki's face changed. Less amused. More focused. Fine, Shigaraki whispered. If I can't steal you clean. He raised both hands. The ground trembled. Decay surged outward in a wide wave, faster than before. Izuku's eyes widened. He snapped Black Whip to a support pole and launched upward. But the decay wave wasn't just on the ground now. Shigaraki's crown surged too. A black tide of curses erupted outward, covering the street like night flooding in. Heroes nearby screamed. Some froze. Some ran. Civilians in the distance cried out. The fear spike was huge. Izuku felt it like a scream in his bones. For a heartbeat, his own seal creaked, because even Izuku wasn't immune to fear. The ancestor pressed close, whispering without words. Lead. Izuku clenched his jaw. In. Out. He flared one for all again, harder, anchoring himself in purpose, not panic. The torch surged. The curse tide recoiled, hissing. Not erased, but pushed back. Izuku landed hard on a rooftop edge and shouted into comms. All units, stay close to my position. The spirits can't hold as well near my signal. Aizawa's voice crackled weakly, exhausted. Understood, everyone regroup on Midoriya, now. Heroes started moving toward him like survivors toward a lighthouse. Shigaraki watched, expression cold. You're really doing it, Shigaraki murmured. You're becoming the thing he was. Izuku's fists tightened. Good, Izuku said quietly. Shigaraki's grin widened. Then I'll break you in front of everyone, Shigaraki whispered. He leapt. The rooftop exploded as Shigaraki landed. Izuku met him, Black Whip snapping, binding Shigaraki's arms for half a second. Izuku punched, veil smash, into Shigaraki's chest. Shigaraki staggered back. His crown screamed, faces twisting. Izuku felt his arms burn. He was pushing limits. Not just physical, spiritual. Because every time he struck the crown, he felt All for One's presence watching through it, furious and fascinated. Then Shigaraki's hand shot out, grabbing Black Whip itself. He yanked. Izuku lurched forward. Shigaraki's other hand reached. Not for Izuku's arm, for Izuku's face. Izuku's eyes widened. Too close. Too late. Shigaraki touched him, and the vestige world cracked open again. Inside, the OFA vestiges were already braced like soldiers. All for One's glass face outside pressed in harder, enraged. Shigaraki's vestige snarled, trying to force the door. Izuku felt the pull on his core. Then the ancestor stepped forward again, silent and lethal. It didn't bite immediately this time. It spoke, voice like midnight steel. You're not taking him. Shigaraki's vestige smiled viciously. You're just a shadow. The ancestor's eyes gleamed. And you're just a hand, it replied. Then it struck. K, hooking into Shigaraki's spiritual wrist with brutal precision. Shigaraki screamed, ripping his will back. But All for One's presence outside slammed forward like a battering ram, furious. The vestige world shook violently. Izuku felt the torch flicker. For the first time, the ancestor's control wavered. Because All for One wasn't just trying to steal OFA. He was trying to rip the veil apart too. Izuku's chest tightened. If he breaks the veil, he'll unleash what's sealed. The thought chilled Izuku more than death. He focused. In. Out. He anchored his mind on one image. A torch inside a lantern. Light protected by glass. Veil protecting torch. He didn't push the shadow away. He didn't let it take over. He held both, steady. The vestige world steadied slightly. The ancestor's stance firmed. The first user glanced at Izuku. Shocked. You're stabilizing it, the first user whispered. Izuku's voice came out strained. Because it's mine. The ancestor didn't look back, but its presence seemed to approve. It tightened its hook in Shigaraki's will. Shigaraki snarled, ripping away. All for one's glass face pressed, then retreated, like a predator deciding not to burn itself on the trap again. The spiritual clash ended. Izuku snapped back into the physical world, gasping. Shigaraki stumbled back too, clutching his wrist like it hurt. His eyes burned with furious curiosity. "You're disgusting," Shigaraki hissed. Izuku's breath shook. In, out. Shigaraki stared at him like he'd just realized something terrifying. Even if Shigaraki grew stronger, stealing one for all wasn't simple anymore. Because something old had sunk its teeth into the lock. Shigaraki's crown writhed, furious. Then Shigaraki made a decision. He smiled. Not happy. Strategic. "Fine," Shigaraki whispered. "If I can't steal you today." He spread his arms. "I'll make the world afraid enough that your veil cracks on its own." Then he unleashed decay again, wider, forcing heroes to retreat. The curse tide surged too, using the chaos as cover. And in the distance, Izuku heard the sound he feared most. Civilians screaming, fear spiking, the battlefield feeding itself. Izuku's stomach dropped. He couldn't chase Shigaraki into full chaos. Not while the swarm threatened civilians. Not while heroes were freezing. Not while the world's fear was becoming fuel for something even worse. Izuku clenched his fists and breathed. In, out. He turned away from Shigaraki. Not because he was giving up. Because a hero's job wasn't always to win the duel. Sometimes it was to keep the world from collapsing while the duel kept going. Izuku shouted into comms. "Evac corridor, now. Keep moving. Stay close to my signal." He launched himself toward the screaming, black whip snapping like lifelines, pulling civilians out of collapsing zones. Purging curses that clung to them like nightmares. Behind him, Shigaraki laughed softly. And that laugh carried one message. This war wasn't ending today. This war was just teaching the world how dark it could get. By the time the sun began to lower, the battlefield looked like a scar. Not destroyed completely, but wounded. Smoke rose from multiple districts. Heroes regrouped with trembling hands. Some pro-heroes looked hollow, like they'd fought something they couldn't explain. The curse swarm had thinned, but not vanished. Fear lingered like residue. Izuku stood on a rooftop edge, chest heaving. Arms shaking from overuse. Aizawa appeared beside him, scarf torn, eyes bloodshot from constant erasure. He didn't speak for a moment. Then he said quietly, "You did more than anyone understands today." Izuku swallowed hard. "I couldn't stop him," Izuku whispered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "You stopped collapse." Izuku's hands trembled. In, out. Endeavor landed nearby, flames dimmer now, face grim. He stared at Izuku like he was seeing a weapon he didn't like but couldn't deny. "What are you?" Endeavor asked, voice low. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa's gaze sharpened, warning. Izuku breathed. In, out. "A hero," Izuku said quietly. Endeavor's jaw clenched. For a long second, he looked like he wanted to demand more. Then he looked away, voice rough. "HMPH, Endeavor muttered. "Then don't die." It wasn't kindness. But it wasn't rejection either. It was the closest thing Endeavor gave to acceptance. Izuku stared at the skyline. He could still feel Shigaraki's presence somewhere, retreating, regrouping, planning. He could still feel all for one's attention like a hand hovering near his throat. And inside Izuku, the ancestor's presence settled again, quiet, watchful. Not hungry. Not laughing. Just, ready. Because now the world had tasted the invisible war. Sooner or later, the public would learn what the heroes had been blind to. Sooner or later, society's fear would birth monsters faster than heroes could punch them. And if that happened, Izuku would need more than cords and punches. He'd need something complete. Something absolute. A space where the veil and the torch became one law. Izuku's fingers curled. In, out. He whispered to himself, voice barely audible in the wind. Then I'll boot cross. And somewhere deep in the darkness of his soul, the ancestor's presence didn't answer with words. But it felt like approval. The war ended the way storms end. Not with peace. With exhaustion. By the time the paranormal liberation war finally slowed into scattered skirmishes and cleanup operations, the hero side was standing, barely. The villain side had taken heavy losses, but the most dangerous pieces were still moving. Shigaraki escaped. All for one's infl. Nuance still lingered like poison in the bloodstream of society. And something worse had happened, something most news channels couldn't even describe properly. People had started reporting phantom attacks. Civilians collapsing from panic with no visible cause. Heroes freezing up mid-rescue like they'd seen a nightmare. Whole neighborhoods complaining of a heavy feeling, voices, shadows that move when you don't. The word curse never made it onto official broadcasts. But it spread anyway, through rumor, through late-night forum posts, through shaky phone videos of empty air that somehow felt wrong. Fear was now a public resource. And that meant curses were now a public problem. UA tightened defenses. Agencies reorganized. The commission panicked behind closed doors. Izuku Midoriya, trained until his muscles felt like wire and his bones felt like they'd been sanded down from the inside. Because he understood something now that even most pro-heroes didn't. Quirks couldn't solve everything. Not when the enemy didn't live entirely in flesh. Not when the battlefield included the soul. He wasn't just fighting villains anymore. He was fighting the ecosystem that villains exploited. And he could feel the next clash coming like thunder behind the horizon. Not because he was psychic. Because the veil inside him kept humming, steady and grim. The parasite isn't done. The call came 3 weeks after the worst of the war. A high-priority alert through secured channels. Shigaraki had surfaced. Not in the middle of a crowd. Not in a symbolic location. In a place that made the hair on Izuku's neck rise even before he understood why. An abandoned district at the edge of the city, old industrial lots and half-demolished buildings. It looked like a random hideout on the map. But to Izuku's cursed sight, the location glowed faintly with an old wound. A place where fear had soaked into the ground for decades. A place where the veil was naturally thin. They weren't hiding there by accident. They were feeding there. Aizawa briefed the strike team in a sterile room under UA. His voice was flat, but his eyes looked like he hadn't truly slept since the war began. Shigaraki is injured, Aizawa said. But unstable doesn't mean weak. Endeavor stood with arms crossed, flames low, scarred face grim. Best Jeanist was present too, alive, returned, posture straight like a needle. Edgeshot was there, quieter than ever. Mirko sat like a coiled spring, missing pieces but still smiling like she wanted a reason. And All Might, Toshinori, stood at the back, thin form leaning slightly. Eyes heavy with what he couldn't do anymore. Izuku sat among pro-heroes as a student who no longer felt like a student. Aizawa's gaze locked onto him. Midoriya, Aizawa said, you are not here to win a duel. Izuku nodded. I'm here to end the curse problem. Endeavor's eyes narrowed at that phrasing, but he didn't argue. Aizawa continued. Intel suggests Shigaraki is carrying something, Aizawa said. An energy phenomenon that's disrupting comms and causing hallucinations among scouts. Izuku's stomach went cold. It's the crown, Izuku whispered. Aizawa nodded once. We believe it has changed since the war. Izuku's jaw clenched. The crown had been a parasite. Now it was evolving. Because it had tasted mass fear. It had fed on a battlefield. It had learned. Toshinori spoke quietly from the back. Midoriya, he said. Voice careful, if he tries to steal one for all again. Izuku breathed low. In, out. He won't succeed, Izuku said. Toshinori's eyes tightened. That confidence. Izuku looked up, meeting Toshinori's gaze. It's not confidence, Izuku said softly. It's control. The room went still for a second. Aizawa looked like he wanted to ask more. But he didn't. He simply said, then prove it. The district was dead quiet. No civilians. No traffic. Just broken concrete and skeletal steel structures under a gray sky. Yet the air felt crowded. Not with bodies. With pressure. Even the pro-heroes who couldn't see curses felt it. Mirko's ears twitched. Best Jeanist's fingers tightened. Endeavor's flames flickered uncertainly like they didn't like burning here. Izuku stood at the front with Aizawa nearby. His cursed sight was wide open. And the moment he focused, he saw them. Thousands of curse mites clinging to rusted beams like barnacles. Dozens of grade 2 shapes prowling alley gaps. Hunting stray emotion. And deeper, a massive knot of darkness in the center of the district, pulsing like a heartbeat. Shigaraki's location. Izuku swallowed. In, out. Endeavor raised a hand. Move. They advanced. The closer they got, the more the air pressed against their skin like underwater depth. Some heroes started breathing harder. One rookie pro behind them muttered, "Feels like my lungs." Then he stopped, eyes widening. "Did you hear that?" No one responded, because Izuku heard it too. A faint whisper in the air that wasn't sound. A suggestion. "You're going to die." A cursed spirit was already probing their minds. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Stay sharp. Don't let it into your head." Izuku stepped forward. His shadow moved, clean, controlled. Black whip cords uncoil. Dian snapped toward the nearest grade 2 curse. Bind. Veil smash. Purge. The whisper vanished. The rookie pro gasped like he'd just been allowed to breathe again. "How?" he started. "Don't think about it," Aizawa snapped. "Just follow him." They moved faster. Then the ground trembled. A low vibration like something huge shifting under concrete. Izuku's stomach turned cold. Not decay. Something else. A pulling sensation, like gravity tilting toward the center of the district. Endeavor's flames flared instinctively. "What is that?" Endeavor growled. Izuku's voice came out low. "A lure," he said. And then Shigaraki stepped into view. He looked like a man who had been rebuilt too many times. Skin stitched, healed, scarred. Hair pale and longer. Eyes deeper, darker, like they held too much. He was standing in the middle of an open industrial square, surrounded by broken machinery and a circle of blackened ground. Like something had burned there without fire. Shigaraki smiled. "Welcome," he rasped. Behind him, the curse crown rose. It wasn't just a silhouette now. It was nearly humanoid, towering, stitched with faces, multiple hands emerging from its sides like a nightmare reflection of Shigaraki's own obsession. Its eyes were hollow voids that seemed to drink light. The air screamed with pressure. Several pro heroes flinched. Mirko's grin faltered for the first time. Best genists. Threads tensed like they were ready to tie down reality. Aizawa's eyes glowed, erasure snapping on Shigaraki immediately. Shigaraki's smile twitched. Then the crown moved anyway. Because erasure didn't touch it. The crown leaned forward like it was sniffing the line of heroes. Then its faces turned toward Izuku. And it smiled. Not Shigaraki's smile. Something older. Something that recognized the veil inside Izuku as a natural enemy. Shigaraki's voice was calm, almost amused. "Your little beacon trick," Shigaraki said. "It's annoying." Izuku's fists clenched. "In. Out. You're the one feeding this," Izuku said. "You're turning fear into weapons." Shigaraki shrugged. "Fear is the truth. People were always weak." Endeavor stepped forward, flames roaring. "Shut up," Endeavor snarled, "villain who wants excuses." Shigaraki laughed softly. "Excuses?" he whispered. "No. I want a world that matches what people really feel." Then Shigaraki pointed at the heroes. "And you," he murmured, eyes locking onto Izuku, "are the one thing that doesn't belong in that world." The crown surged. A wave of curses erupted outward, thousands of mites rising like a black storm, plus larger spirits charging like wolves. The air filled with panic pressure. Even experienced heroes faltered. Mirko lunged anyway, smashing through an invisible mass with raw force. Endeavor blasted flames, carving a path. Best Genist shot threads like harpoons, anchoring allies. But the curses weren't fully physical. Punches hit nothing. Fire passed through. Threads snagged air. The heroes were fighting blind. Izuku moved. He didn't shout. He didn't pose. He breathed low and flared one for all, not explosively, but like a steady sun rising behind his ribs. The torch. The curse storm hesitated. Some mites burned away like ash in a breeze. The bigger spirits recoiled like animals facing a predator they couldn't chew. Izuku snapped black whip cords out in multiple directions, binding, yanking, purging. He became a moving safe zone. Heroes pressed closer to him instinctively, because near him the dread lessened. Shigaraki watched, expression dark. "You're still doing it," he muttered. "Still trying to protect everyone." Izuku didn't answer. Because he could feel the real battle behind the swarm. The crown itself. It wasn't a simple spirit. It was fused to Shigaraki like a second skeleton. A parasite anchored to all for one's will. And it wasn't going to die from small purges. It would keep generating lesser curses forever. Unless Izuku cut the core. But cutting the core meant getting close. And getting close meant Shigaraki reaching again. Stealing again. Izuku's heart hammered. "In. Out." Aizawa's voice snapped through comms. "Midoriya, we're losing the line. You need to Izuku knew. This couldn't be a slow cleanup. Not now. Not with the crown pumping fear into the air like poison gas. Izuku stepped forward, leaving the cluster of heroes behind him. Endeavor shouted, "Kid, don't." Izuku didn't stop. He walked deep toward Shigaraki through the curse storm like he was walking into rain. Curses lunged. Black whip snapped. Purge, purge, purge. He reached the edge of Shigaraki's blackened circle. The ground inside it felt wrong. Like it wasn't ground anymore. Like it was the boundary of a ritual. Shigaraki smiled wider. "You finally came," he whispered. Izuku stared at him. "I'm not here for you," Izuku said quietly. "I'm here for what's wearing you." Quote. Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly. Then he laughed. "And how?" Shigaraki murmured. "Do you plan to fight something you can't punch?" Izuku's shadow moved, calm, deliberate. "I can punch it," Izuku said. "I can also lock it in place." Shigaraki's smile twitched. "Oh," he whispered. "Show me." Izuku inhaled. Deep. Low. In. Out. He felt One for All's torch flare inside him. He felt the veil settle around it like a sheath. He felt the ancestor's presence rise, not taking over, but standing behind him like a steady hand on his back. Then Izuku made a choice. A dangerous one. He stopped trying to keep the veil small. He stopped hiding the truth. He let both systems align fully. He opened the space between breath and intent. And he spoke the words that turned intent into law. Domain expansion. The air snapped. The world bent. For an instant, sound vanished. And then reality folded inward like a curtain being drawn. A sphere formed. Not darkness swallowing light like the sports festival accident. Not a momentary pulse. A complete boundary. A complete domain. Inside it, the world became something else. The industrial square still existed, but it was layered in an endless horizon of black sky filled with floating embers, like stars made of flame. The ground became a smooth, dark plane etched with faint lines, like ancient scripts, like ley lines exposed. And at the center, behind Izuku, rose something that made every curse spirit freeze. A massive golden silhouette, like a sun-shaped crest, hovering above him. One for All's stockpiled will. But wrapped around that sun, like a ring, like armor, was shadow. Controlled shadow. Veil shadow. A lantern made of night and fire. The domain's name fell out of Izuku's mouth like a verdict. One for All, infinite zenith. The rules of the space changed immediately. Inside the domain, cursed spirits were no longer half there. They were forced into full form. No more hiding in the cracks. No more feeding invisibly. Here, they existed as targets. And the torch inside Izuku wasn't just presence. It was law. Any curse that touched the boundary sizzled and weakened. Any curse that lunged toward Izuku was met with automatic lash binds from the veil, black whip cords that moved like they were part of the domain itself. Shigaraki froze. For the first time, his smile vanished. "What?" he whispered, voice small in the vast space. Behind him, the crown screamed, not silently now, audibly. A horrible chorus of stitched faces, howling in panic. Because the domain didn't just reveal it. It trapped it. It forced it into a place where it couldn't hide behind Shigaraki's flesh. And the moment it realized that, it tried to flee. The crown surged, pulling backward, trying to escape the boundary. It hit the edge. It burned. It recoiled. Shigaraki's eyes widened. "You," Shigaraki snarled, rage rising. "You trapped me." Izuku's voice was steady. "I trapped the parasite," Izuku said. "You're just standing in its way." Shigaraki's hand shot out. Decay pulsed. The dark plane beneath him cracked. But inside the domain, decay wasn't absolute. Because the domain's boundary carried the will of One for All, a stockpile of resistance. Of continuity, of human stubbornness. Decay still worked. But it didn't spread like a world-ending wave. It spread like a wound that could be contained. Izuku snapped black whip cords down, anchoring the cracking ground, limiting the decay's expansion like stitching a tear in fabric. Shigaraki's eyes widened further. "This is cheating," Shigaraki snarled. Izuku's jaw clenched. "No," Izuku said quietly. "This is control." Shigaraki lunged for Izuku. The crown lunged too, desperate. Izuku moved. He didn't run. He stepped forward like a judge walking to the defendant. Black whip snapped around Shigaraki's arm, yanking it off course. Izuku's fist flared with One for All, and veil energy wrapped around it like a glove. He punched, not at Shigaraki's body, at the crown's core, the place where faces merged into a central knot. A veil smash inside a domain was different. It wasn't just impact. It was a guaranteed hit. A domain's rule. The punch landed. The crown screamed. Faces peeled away like wet paper burning. The whole parasite convulsed. Shigaraki staggered as if someone had ripped a spine out of him. What is this? Shigaraki roared. Izuku didn't answer. He punched again, and again. Each strike landed on the crown's core with perfect certainty inside the domain. The parasite writhed, trying to reform. But the domain's torch burned away its ability to rebuild. The crown shrank, screaming, faces collapsing into smoke. Shigaraki screamed too, rage turning to panic. He reached again for Izuku, trying to steal, trying to end the domain. The moment his spiritual intent touched One for All's core. The ancestor struck from within. In the domain, the ancestor wasn't a hidden whisper. It manifested as a shadow behind Izuku's shoulder, eyes gleaming, calm and lethal. It bit into Shigaraki's stealing intent like a trap snapping shut. Shigaraki screamed, clutching his head. "Get out of me!" he roared. Izuku's eyes narrowed. "It's not in you," Izuku said quietly. "It's in me. And it's mine." Quote. The CR now desperate. Then it did the one thing Izuku feared most. It tried to fuse deeper. The parasite reached inward toward Shigaraki's core, toward the all-for-one presence latched to him. Like it was trying to retreat into the deepest possible anchor. Izuku's chest tightened. If it fused fully into all-for-one's essence, it might become impossible to separate without killing Shigaraki entirely. And even if Izuku hated Shigaraki's crimes, Izuku refused to become a murderer for convenience. He breathed in, out. Then Izuku did the hardest thing of all. He stopped punching. He held his fist back. He reached with his shadow cords instead, not as whips but as careful hands. He wrapped the crown's core. He anchored it. He pulled it outward, slowly, extracting a splinter from flesh without breaking it. The parasite screamed, resisting. Shigaraki screamed too, body convulsing. Izuku's arms trembled. The domain strained, boundary flickering slightly. Outside the domain, far away, heroes would be watching a sphere of weird distortion, not understanding. But inside, Izuku felt the war's true weight. If my focus slips, it escapes. The ancestor's presence pressed close. Not taking over. Supporting. The vestige torch flared. All for Alls will behind him, every previous user lending strength. Izuku whispered through gritted teeth. "Come out." The parasite convulsed. It tried to bite him. The domain's torch burned it. It tried to dissolve into smoke. The veil cords held it. It tried to retreat into Shigaraki. Izuku pulled harder. And finally, with a sound like a wet scream tearing apart, the crown ripped free. It floated in front of Izuku like a dying star of darkness, faces collapsing inward. Shigaraki dropped to one knee, gasping, eyes wide like he'd just had a second soul ripped out. He looked human for the first time in years. Not redeemed, not forgiven, just vulnerable. The parasite thrashed one last time, trying to latch onto Izuku. Izuku's eyes hardened. He clenched his fist and delivered one final strike. A clean, absolute veil smash. Inside Infinite Zenith, there was no missed hit. The parasite shattered, not into more curses, into nothing. Its fuel line was cut. Its core was erased. The darkness vaporized like ash in sunlight. The pressure in the domain lifted instantly. The air became quiet. Shigaraki coughed, trembling, staring at his empty hands. He looked up at Izuku with pure hatred. "You ruined everything," Shigaraki rasped. Izuku stared back, breathing steady. "In, out." "No," Izuku said quietly. "I stopped you from ruining everyone else." Shigaraki snarled and tried to lunge, weak now, unsteady. But without the crown amplifying, without the swarm feeding him, he wasn't a hurricane anymore. He was a dangerous man. And dangerous men could be contained. Izuku lifted his hand. Black whip formed, solid shadow cords, binding Shigaraki tight like chains. Shigaraki struggled, but it was too late. Izuku exhaled and released the domain. Reality snapped back. The industrial square returned, broken machines, cracked concrete, gray sky. But the pressure was gone. The curse storm around them had thinned dramatically. like someone had turned off the generator. Pro-heroes blinked, gasping like they'd just been underwater. Endeavor stood frozen, flames dim, staring at Izuku like he'd witnessed a myth. Best J. Enist's threads hung slack for a second, like even he needed to process what he'd seen. Aizawa's eyes, bloodshot, locked onto Shigaraki bound in shadow cords. Then Aizawa looked at Izuku. "You did it," Aizawa said quietly. Izuku's arms trembled, exhaustion crashing into him like a wave. But he stayed standing. He kept breathing. In, out. Endeavor stepped closer, voice rough. "That sphere," Endeavor said. "That wasn't a quirk." Izuku didn't answer with a lie this time. He didn't say, shadow quirk. He didn't say, special technique. He looked Endeavor straight in the eye and said, "It's the veil," Izuku said quietly. "The part of the world heroes can't see." Endeavor's jaw clenched. Aizawa's voice cut in, flat and final. "We'll deal with classification later," Aizawa said. "Right now, we secure him." Police units rushed forward. Support heroes moved in with restraints. Shigaraki struggled weakly, eyes burning. "You think this ends it?" Shigaraki hissed at Izuku. "Fear will always exist." Izuku's gaze stayed steady. "I know," Izuku said. Shigaraki's smile twitched, cruel. "Then you'll lose eventually." Izuku's voice didn't shake. "Then I'll stand there anyway," Izuku said. "Until the end." Shigaraki stared at him like he couldn't decide whether to hate him more or fear him. Then Shigaraki was dragged away. Days later, the world tried to explain what happened. News said, a decisive battle. Officials said, a new hero technique. Commentators argued endlessly about whether Midoriya's shadow power was a quirk evolution, a support item, or something else. But rumors kept spreading. People described a moment of sudden calm in the middle of terror. A feeling like a lantern had been lit in a nightmare. Civilians who had been frozen by dread suddenly found themselves breathing again. Heroes who had been on the verge of panic said they felt protected. And in quiet corners of the internet, people used a name that wasn't official. Warden of the Veil. Izuku didn't like the title. It sounded too dramatic, too heavy. But he understood why it existed. Because society was changing. Because the public had tasted the invisible war. And because heroes needed something new. Not just power. Not just symbols. A guard for the unseen. Toshinori met Izuku on a rooftop at sunset, the same way mentors always seemed to find their successors when the world got quiet. He looked smaller now, but his eyes were warm. "I felt it," Toshinori said softly. That moment, the air changed. Izuku swallowed hard, exhaustion still in his bones. "I used everything," Izuku admitted. "Torch and veil." Toshinori smiled faintly. "That's what One for All was meant to be," Toshinori said. "Not just strength. A promise." Izuku stared at the horizon, where city lights flickered on. "But now the world knows," Izuku whispered. "At least, it knows something's out there." Toshinori nodded. "And it will be afraid." Izuku clenched his fists. "In, out. Then I'll protect it anyway," Izuku said. "Tosh." Inori's smile softened, proud and sad at the same time. "That's why you're you," he whispered. Izuku exhaled slowly. In, out. He could feel the veil inside him. Quiet now, not hungry, not clawing. Just present. A tool. A duty. A second layer of heroism nobody had asked for, but somebody had to carry. And Izuku Midoriya, once misdiagnosed, once powerless, once a boy who cried too easily, stood in the sunset as something new. Not a perfect symbol. Not a terrifying shadow. A lantern. A hero who could walk into darkness without feeding it. A hero who could protect people from what they couldn't see. The torch. The veil. The bridge. The warden of the veil. Epilogue. UA added new training modules, quietly at first. Stress resistance. Breath control. Panic response. Aizawa called it survival. Nezu called it evolution. The public called it weird. But it worked. Bakugo pretended he didn't attend the sessions, then showed up early anyway. Todoroki learned to keep his emotions steady like a blade in a sheath. Uraraka learned to ground herself when fear tried to climb her spine. And scattered across Japan, in places where the veil was thin, curses began to starve, not because fear vanished, but because people learned to stand anyway. The war wasn't over forever. It never would be. But for the first time, hero society wasn't blind. And Izuku Midoriya wasn't just the next number one hero. He was the unseen guard. The shadow that didn't devour. The darkness that protected. The warden of Taching Guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video. All Might straightened as.